Welcome, weary traveler of the night. Close your eyes and let the world slip away. As you settle into the soft embrace of your dreams, let us guide you into a realm where time unravels, where starlit ruins whisper secrets and moonlit silence holds questions that cannot be explained. Tonight, for over 5 hours, we invite you to drift through the echoes of ancient mysteries, forgotten wonders, carved in stone, woven in sand, and sung by the winds of ages past. Breathe deeply. Feel the weight of the day dissolve, like mist fading over a desert at dawn. These mysteries are not here to startle or unsettle, but to cradle you in their enigma, to wrap you in the awe of what was and what may never be known. Some truths, perhaps, were never meant to be solved. They linger in the shadows of crumbling temples and the glyphs no one can read in the voices trapped within weathered stone. They ask us only to listen to wonder, and to let their beauty carry us into the quiet of sleep. Imagine yourself standing beneath a sky dusted with stars, the air cool and still. Before you stretch the fading ruins of civilizations, long-gone pyramids kissed by moonlight stone circles humming with forgotten songs and artifacts that defy the passage of time. Each mystery we share tonight is a thread in the tapestry of the unknown, a gentle invitation to let your mind wander, where answers dissolve and questions bloom like flowers in the dark. As you drift, let these tales of the unexplained become your lullaby. Let the rhythm of ancient whispers guide you to a place of peace, where the unsolved is not a puzzle but a gift, a reminder of the vastness of the past and the dreams that await you. So come, lay down your thoughts, and let us begin. Our first mystery carries us to the shores of the Mediterranean, to a shipwreck where the sea guards a marvel of ancient ingenuity, the Antikythera mechanism, a device of gears and secrets tracking the heavens in ways we cannot fully fathom. Beneath the waves where sunlight frays into ribbons of shadow, a shipwreck lies cradled in the Mediterranean's embrace. You stand on an imagined shore, your breath slow, the sea's rhythm, a lullaby. Here in the deep quiet of the ocean's keep, a relic waits, a bronze enigma called the Antikythera mechanism. Its gears delicate as a poet's thought hum with secrets no one can fully name. Let yourself drift into its mystery, where time spirals like a nautilus shell curling back on itself, never quite touching the truth. The mechanism was found in 1901, not by kings or seers, but by sponge divers who plumbed the depths off Antikythera's rocky isle. Picture their hands calloused and sure, pulling from the silt a corroded lump of bronze and wood, its surface pitted by centuries of salt. When scholars peered closer, they saw gears, dozens of them, interlocking like the bones of some celestial beast. This was no simple tool. It was a machine, ancient yet precise, tracking the dance of sun, moon, and stars. Its dials, now frozen, once spun to predict eclipses, mark zodiac cycles, perhaps even guide sailors under Greece's star-strewn skies. But who crafted it? No name is etched upon its surface. No workshop claimed its genius. Some whisper of Hipparchus, the astronomer whose mind mapped the heavens. Others point to Archimedes, whose inventions wove science with wonder. Yet the mechanism stands alone, its maker vanished like mist over the Aegean. Science marvels at its complexity, gears cut with such finesse that they rival modern clockwork. X-rays reveal inscriptions faint as a dying breath, hinting at astronomical tables. Yet the full scope of its purpose eludes us. Was it a navigator's guide, an astrologer's oracle, or something stranger still? You turn the question in your mind as if holding the mechanism itself. Its weight is heavy with possibility, its silence, a presence that presses against your thoughts. The gears, though, still seem to whisper, "We knew the stars before you did." Scholars have spent decades unraveling the mechanism's secrets, their tools as sharp as the minds that first shaped it. Cyclotron scans and 3D modeling reveal a device with over 30 gears, some as small as a child's tooth meshed, to mimic the moon's erratic path. It calculated the metonic cycle, a 19-year rhythm tying lunar months to solar years. It even accounted for the Olympics' 4-year pulse-blending sport with cosmos. This was a marvel of mathematics, a bronze brain born in an age of scrolls and sandals. Yet science stumbles at the edges. How did a civilization without lathes or precision tools craft such intricate components? The Greeks knew geometry, yes, but this demands engineering beyond what texts describe. Some propose lost workshops in Rhodes or Alexandria hubs where knowledge bloomed like lotus flowers. Others suggest a single genius, their name erased by time's relentless tide. The mechanism's uniqueness is its own riddle, no other device like it has ever been found. Did its knowledge die with its maker, or does some forgotten cache of gears still sleep beneath the earth? You imagine the scientists, their faces lit by monitors, chasing answers that slip like sand through their fingers. Each discovery only deepens the enigma, as if the mechanism were a gate to a room no one can enter. Beyond the laboratory's hum, the mechanism speaks to the soul. In ancient Greece, the stars were not mere lights, but gods, their paths a tapestry of divine will. To hold this device was perhaps to hold the cosmos itself, to touch the mind of Apollo or Athena. Picture a priestess in a moonlit temple, her fingers tracing the dials, seeking omens in their turns. Or a philosopher alone by lamplight, pondering whether the gears mirrored not just the sky but the soul's own cycles. In another land, a Tibetan monk might see the mechanism as a mandala, its spirals a meditation on impermanence. A Mayan elder could call it a twin to their own star charts, a bridge between earth and eternity. Across cultures, it becomes a symbol, an eye gazing upward, unblinking at truths too vast for words. Its silence is not empty, but alive, a hymn to the unknowable. You feel it now, don't you? The pull of something greater, a whisper that says some mysteries are sacred because they cannot be solved. History offers glimpses, fleeting as dreams. The ship that carried the mechanism sank around 70 BCE, its cargo a trove of statues and coins bound for Rome. Was the device a gift for an emperor, a tool for a scholar, or a relic of a school? Now dust. Cicero, the Roman orator, wrote of a similar device, its gears showing the motions of the sun and moon, as if in a globe. Did he see this very mechanism or another like it? The question hangs unanswered, a shadow on the page. Legends cling to the wreck like barnacles. Divers spoke of statues rising from the deep, their marble eyes staring through the murk. One man, it said, went mad from the sea's pressure, claiming the mechanism hummed with voices. True or not, these tales weave a spell binding the device to the human heart. You can almost see the ship's crew, their faces taut with awe, guarding a treasure they barely understood. When the waves claimed them, the mechanism fell silent, waiting centuries for your imagination to wake it. In the quiet where gears no longer turn, a star's light lingers. Who spun the heavens in bronze, the sea keeps its counsel, and you dreamer drift deeper. You are there now, aren't you, standing on the deck of a ghostly ship, the mechanism cradled in your hands. Its bronze is cool, its edges worn smooth by time. You turn a gear, and for a moment the stars above shift, aligning in patterns no one living can read. But the vision fades. The device is locked in a museum now, its fragments preserved behind glass. You can see it but never touch it. Its truth is a horizon always receding, a spiral that circles back yet never closes. This is the mechanism's power. It exists in the space between knowing and wondering. Scientists chart its gears, priests weave its myths, but neither can claim it fully. It is a relic of a world where knowledge was both tool and prayer, where the line between earth and sky blurred. You feel the weight of that world, its hopes and questions pressing gently against your mind. What did its maker see in the stars? What dream drove their hands to shape this impossible thing? The silence grows heavier now, not a void, but a presence cradling you as you drift. The mechanism's gears are still, but their story spins on a lullaby of the unknown. You don't need answers to feel its wonder. Some gates perhaps were meant to stay closed, their thresholds sacred for what they guard. As you linger in this moment, the sea seems to sigh its waves, a soft chant of cycles and secrets. The Antikythera mechanism rests in its watery grave, or perhaps in your dreams, its dials turning only in memory. You are not meant to solve it, only to carry its mystery into sleep, where questions bloom like stars in a moonless sky. What lies beyond its silence? The answer waits not in words, but in the hush of the next enigma. In the shadow of that silence, another mystery calls from the sands of a distant desert. In the heart of the Nazca desert, where the sun weaves golden threads across barren earth, the ground holds a secret meant for the sky. You are there now, your breath soft, the air warm and still as if time itself has paused. Stretching beneath you are the Nazca lines, vast geoglyphs carved into the parched soil, their shapes of hummingbirds, spiders, and spirals, visible only from a height no ancient could reach. These silent drawings, older than memory, beckon you to drift into their mystery, where the desert's hush is a living voice, and the truth remains a horizon you can never touch. Imagine standing on a low hill, the desert unfolding like an endless scroll. The lines are not mere scratches, but deliberate etchings, some stretching miles created by the Nazca people between 500 BCE and 500 CE. Their method was deceptively simple. They swept away dark surface pebbles to reveal lighter soil beneath crafting figures that defy erosion. A monkey curls its tail, a condor spreads its wings, and geometric forms, trapezoids, zigzags, pulse with purpose. Yet their scale is staggering, their precision uncanny, visible only from the air. Who were these artists of the arid plain? No texts survive to tell their tale, no tools bear their names. The line's purpose is a riddle wrapped in dust. Were they pathways for rituals, maps of the stars, or offerings to gods who gazed from above? You trace their contours in your mind, feeling the weight of their silence, a presence as tangible as the stones at your feet. The desert seems to hum its voice low and ancient, asking you to listen without demanding answers. Scholars have wandered these lines for decades, their instruments mapping what the eye cannot grasp. Drones and satellites reveal over 800 figures, some spanning hundreds of feet, their edges sharp despite centuries of wind. Archaeologists propose the Nazca use simple tools, ropes, stakes, and keen eyes to plot their designs, scaling small sketches into giants. Yet how they align such vast shapes without aerial views baffles modern minds. The desert's flatness helps, but the precision suggests knowledge we cannot reconstruct. Some theories point to astronomy. The lines align with solstices or constellations, perhaps guiding farmers through planting cycles. Others suggest water rituals vital in a land where rivers are myths. The trapezoids, wide as fields, might have been ceremonial platforms, though no footprints mark their surfaces. Each hypothesis is a thread, but none weave a complete tapestry. The Nazca's world, its beliefs, its tools, slips through our grasp, a shadow fading at dusk. You feel the scientists' quiet frustration, their charts and models circling a truth that refuses to be pinned. The desert breathes. Lines spiral outward, a spider weaves its web in stone. What eyes watch these shapes take form, the sky holds its secrets, and you wanderers sink deeper into wonder. Beyond the measurements, the Nazca lines sing to the spirit. To the Nazca, the desert was no wasteland but a canvas for the divine. Picture a shaman cloaked in twilight, walking the lines as if tracing a prayer. Each figure, fish tree lizard, might have been a plea to deities of rain or fertility, their forms meant for gods who soared above. The condor, a sacred messenger, could have carried their hopes to the heavens, its wings etched in earth to catch a celestial eye. In another time, an Andean mystic might see the lines as a map of the soul's journey, each spiral a step toward eternity. A Buddhist monk gazing from afar could find in their patterns a mandala, a meditation on the fleeting nature of form. For you, they are a mirror reflecting your own longing for meaning in the vast unknown. The lines are not just drawings, but gates opening to a place where questions are more sacred than answers. Their silence wraps you gently, a reminder that some truths bloom only in the heart's quiet. History whispers of the Nazca, a people who thrived in a land of scarcity. Their aqueducts still flowing speak of ingenuity, yet their geoglyphs tell a stranger story. Legends say the lines were walked in ceremonies, priests chanting under starlight, their steps a dance to summon rain. Spanish chroniclers centuries later wrote of strange markings seen from hills dismissed as pagan whims. In the 1920s, pilots first saw the line's true scope, their planes revealing what feet could not. Mysterious tales cling to the desert. Locals speak of lights hovering over the lines, brief and unexplained, as if the sky answers the earth's call. A lone traveler, it said once, followed a spiral at midnight, claiming the ground thrummed beneath his feet. True or embellished, these stories bind the lines to the human spirit, their enigma, a spark for wonder. You imagine the Nazca, their faces lit by firelight, crafting shapes they knew would outlast them. Did they dream of us gazing down from machines they could not fathom? You are above the desert now, aren't you? Floating in a dream, the lines unfolding below like a tapestry of whispers. The hummingbird's beak points to a distant star, the spiral turns inward, endless and unyielding. You long to walk their paths to feel the earth's pulse, but the lines are fragile, protected, seen but rarely touched. They exist in a space between earth and sky, a riddle meant for eyes that look from afar. This is the Nazca line's gift. They draw you close, then hold you at a distance. Science maps their forms, priests weave their meanings, but the heart of their purpose vanishes like a mirage. They are a song without words, a circle that never closes. You feel the desert's breath warm and steady, carrying the echo of a people who saw the world as sacred. What did they hope the sky would see? The question lingers soft as moonlight as you drift deeper into its embrace. The lines stretch on their shapes, fading into the haze of your thoughts. You are not here to solve them, only to bask in their mystery, to let their silence cradle you like a mother's arms. The Nazca lines are a gift from a time when the earth was a canvas and the sky a listener. Their truth is not in answers, but in the awe they inspire, the way they make your heart pause just for a moment in the presence of the unknown. The desert's hush grows deeper now, a living stillness that carries you towards sleep. The lines remain etched in earth, and memory their spirals turning ever outward. What waits beyond their edges? The answer lies not in knowing, but in the gentle pull of the next enigma. So we drift again toward what cannot be named. In a library where shadows pool like ink, a book rests under glass, its pages whispering secrets no one can hear. You are there, your breath, a soft tide, the air heavy with the scent of aged vellum. This is the Voynich manuscript, a medieval relic from an unknown hand. Its text, a cipher that dances beyond understanding its illustrations, a gallery of plants, stars, and figures that belong to no known world. Let yourself sink into its enigma, where time folds like a petal and the silence of its pages is a living presence, guiding you toward the unknowable. The manuscript surfaced in 1912, when Wilfrid Voynich, a rare book dealer, found it among Jesuit archives in Italy. Its 240 pages bound in worn calfskin are filled with a script that flows like water, unbroken by any known alphabet. Drawings accompany the text, fantastical plants with roots that twist like thoughts, celestial diagrams of stars in unfamiliar patterns, and tiny human figures bathing in pools of green. Carbon dating places its creation around the early 15th century, likely in Europe, but its origins are a mist that refuses to clear. No one knows who penned it or why. The script resists every codebreaker, from wartime cryptographers to modern algorithms. Is it a language, a cipher, or a hoax? The illustrations offer no clarity, plants resemble no species, stars match no constellations. You hold the book in your mind's eye. Its weight, light yet infinite, as if it carries a world that vanished before it could be named. The silence of its pages is not empty. It hums with questions, each letter a star in a sky you cannot chart. Scholars have pored over the manuscript with tools as precise as a surgeon's blade. Linguists analyze the text's patterns, noting its entropy mirrors natural languages, yet no translation emerges. Statisticians find repetitions suggesting meaning, but the words short looping defy dictionaries. Some propose it's a cipher, perhaps a Polybius square, or substitution code, but every key fails. Others argue it's gibberish, a Renaissance prank, though the labor of its creation, hundreds of pages, meticulous drawings, belies such simplicity. The illustrations are equally confounding. Botanists study the plants, finding echoes of real species but no matches. Astronomers trace the star charts, their configurations alien to known skies. Chemists test the ink and vellum, confirming age but not intent. Theories abound: a herbal for an unknown science, a record of alchemical rites, or a lost culture's lore. Yet each hypothesis crumbles under scrutiny, leaving only questions. You imagine the researchers, their desks strewn with scans and notes, chasing a truth that slips like moonlight through their fingers. A page turns. Letters curl like vines, plants bloom in no earthly garden. Whose hand shaped this silent song, the vellum waits, and you dreamer drift closer to its heart. Beyond the scholar's gaze, the manuscript speaks to the soul. In its time, Europe was a crucible of mysticism, where alchemists sought the divine in matter, and monks saw God in the stars. Picture a scribe cloaked in candlelight, pouring their spirit into these pages, each symbol a prayer to an unseen cosmos. The manuscript might be a grimoire, its text a chant to unlock hidden realms, its drawings a map of the soul's ascent. In another culture, a Sufi poet could see it as a mirror of the ineffable, its script a dance of divine mystery. A Hindu sage might call it a yantra, its spirals drawing the mind to stillness. For you, it is a reliquary holding not relics but questions, each page a gate to a truth too vast for words. The silence of the manuscript is a sacred hush, inviting you to rest in the beauty of the unknown. You feel it now, don't you? The pull of something eternal, a whisper that says some secrets are meant to cradle, not to solve. History offers fragments, each a spark in the dark. The manuscript passed through hands emperors, alchemists, Jesuits before Voynich claimed it. Rudolph II, Holy Roman Emperor, is said to have owned it perhaps, believing it held occult wisdom. John Dee, the Elizabethan mystic, may have studied its pages, seeking angels in its script. By the 17th century, it was in a Jesuit college, then vanished until the 20th century, as if it chose when to be seen. Legends weave around it like ivy. A monk, it's whispered, went mad trying to decode it, claiming the text shifted under his gaze. Another tale speaks of a collector who dreamed of the manuscript's plants waking to find their scent in his room. True or not, these stories bind the book to human longing, its mystery, a flame that draws moths across centuries. You see the scribe, their quill moving in the dead of night, crafting a work they knew would outlive them. Did they smile, knowing we would puzzle over their silence? You are with the manuscript now, aren't you? Sitting in a quiet chamber, the book open before you. Its pages glow faintly as if lit by a light not of this world. You trace a line of text, its curves like a river you cannot cross. The plants seem to sway the stars to pulse, but their meaning slips away, a dream that fades upon waking. The manuscript is here in Yale's Beinecke Library, yet it feels distant, a relic you can see, but never truly hold. This is its power. It exists in the space between knowing and yearning. Scientists map its letters, mystics weave its myths, but its heart remains a locked garden. It is a codex of a world where knowledge was both quest and reverence, where the unseen was as real as stone. You feel that worlds echo its dreams, pressing softly against your thoughts. What did its creator see in these pages? What truth did they guard with silence? The manuscript lies open, its pages still yet alive with possibility. You are not here to unravel it, only to bask in its mystery, to let its silence wrap you like a cloak. The Voynich manuscript is a gift from a time when the unknown was a canvas for wonder, when a single book could hold a universe. Its truth is not in answers, but in the awe it stirs, the way it makes your heart pause in the presence of the eternal. The silence deepens now, a gentle tide carrying you towards sleep. The manuscript script dances in your mind, its spirals turning ever inward. What lies at their center? The answer waits not in words, but in the hush of the next enigma. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. On a hill where the wind carries the scent of wild grasses, the earth cradles stones that whisper of a time before cities. You are there, your breath slow and steady, the twilight weaving a soft veil over southeastern Anatolia. This is Göbekli Tepe, a sanctuary of monumental pillars older than Stonehenge, raised by hands that knew no plow. Arranged in circles, these stones stand like sentinels, their purpose, a secret that hums in the silence. Let yourself drift into their mystery, where time loops like a river, and the quiet of the hill is a living presence, inviting you to wonder at the unreachable. The pillars of Göbekli Tepe rise from the earth, some towering 20 feet, carved with foxes, snakes, and human-like figures. Unearthed in the 1990s, this site dates to 9,600 BCE, a time when hunter-gatherers roamed unbound by villages or fields. Yet here they built dragging limestone slabs, weighing tons, shaping them with flint tools, and setting them in rings that mirror the stars. No roofs, no hearths, only these circles layered one atop another, buried deliberately over centuries. Why did they build it? No one knows. The site defies the story of progress for these nomads. Without metal or writing, crafted a complex that rivals later temples. Was it a place of ritual, a gathering for tribes, or a map of the cosmos? You walk among the pillars in your mind, their surfaces cool under your touch, each carving a voice from a world long vanished. The silence is not a void, but a chorus singing of questions that linger like mist over the hill. Archaeologists marvel at Göbekli Tepe, their tools tracing the labor of a people we barely understand. Radiocarbon dating confirms its age, predating agriculture by millennia. The pillars quarried nearby were shaped with precision, their T-shaped forms suggesting stylized humans, arms etched at their sides. Some bare reliefs, boars, cranes, scorpions, vivid as dreams. The circles, up to 20 in number, were built, used, then buried, a cycle repeated for centuries. Theories swirl like dust in the wind. Some scholars see a ceremonial site where rituals bound scattered tribes. Others propose an astronomical observatory, the pillars aligned with Sirius or Orion's rise. Yet the absence of domestic remains, no homes, no graves, deepens the puzzle. How did hunter-gatherers with no surplus food sustain such a project? Did the effort to build it spark the birth of farming, rewriting the arc of civilization? The questions pile like stones, each answer revealing a new gap. You sense the scientists' quiet awe, their maps and measurements circling a truth that remains just out of reach. The hill breathes. Pillars stand eyes carved in stone. A fox curls around a column. Who gathered here under ancient stars, the earth keeps its vow, and you wanderers sink into its embrace. Beyond the dig's careful grid, Göbekli Tepe speaks to the spirit. To its builders, the hill may have been a sacred threshold where earth met sky. Picture a shaman, adorned in feathers, chanting, as dawn broke the pillar's witnesses to rites that honored the hunt or the dead. The carving's animals, fierce and swift, might have been totems their spirits invoked to guide or protect. The circles round as the moon could have mirrored the cycle of seasons, life, and rebirth. In another land, a druid might see the stones as kin to their own henges, portals to the divine. A Zen monk could find in their stillness a koan, a meditation on impermanence. For you, they are a sanctuary, each pillar a gate to the eternal, their silence a prayer that needs no words. You feel the hills pulse a rhythm older than time, whispering that some mysteries are holy because they evade our grasp. The stones stand not to be solved, but to hold you in their quiet wonder. History offers only fragments like leaves scattered by a storm. Göbekli Tepe's builders left no texts, no names. Their world was one of flint and fire, yet they raised a monument that endured. The site's burial, layer by layer, is its own enigma, each circle filled with earth as if to hide or protect it. Was it reverence, fear, or a vow to return? The stones offer no answer, their silence a canvas for stories. Local legends speak of the hill as a place of power. Shepherds centuries ago told of lights flickering among the stones at dusk, brief and unexplained. A traveler claimed the pillars sang in a storm, a low hum that stirred the heart. Archaeologists, too, share tales, a worker who dreamed of a circle not yet found only to uncover it days later. True or woven by time, these stories tie Göbekli Tepe to the human soul, its mystery, a spark that kindles awe. You see the builders, their hands rough with labor, raising stones under a sky they loved. Did they know their work would call to us across millennia? You stand within the circle now, don't you? The pillars loom their carvings alive in the fading light. A snake slithers across stone, its path a spiral that draws your gaze upward. You long to ask the builders why, to hear their voices, but they are gone, their lives dissolved into the earth. The site is open to the sky, its stones touched by countless hands, yet its heart remains distant, a dream you can see but never hold. This is Göbekli Tepe's gift. It pulls you close, then sets you adrift. Science charts its forms, shamans weave its meanings, but its purpose slips like a star behind a cloud. It is a relic of a world where the sacred was carved in stone, where the unknown was not a foe but a friend. You feel that world's breath, warm and fleeting, stirring memories you cannot name. What did they see in these circles? What hope did they bury with the stones? The pillars stand, their shadows long and soft, merging with the dusk. You are not here to unravel them, only to rest in their mystery, to let their silence wrap you like a shawl. Göbekli Tepe is a gift from a time when the earth was a temple and the stars a story. Its truth lies not in answers, but in the reverence it inspires, the way it stills your heart in the presence of the vast. The hill's silence grows deeper now, a gentle tide carrying you towards sleep. The stones remain their circles, turning in your dreams, endless and unbroken. What lies beyond their embrace, the answer waits not in knowing, but in the hush of the next enigma. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. In a jungle where moonlight weaves through tangled vines, a glint of quartz catches the night. You are there, your breath a gentle rhythm, the air thick with the hum of unseen life. These are the crystal skulls of Mesoamerica, polished to mirror-like clarity, their hollow eyes staring from a past no one can fully trace. Attributed to ancient cultures, their origins, craftsmanship, and whispered powers remain veiled in mystery. Let yourself drift into their enigma, where time curls like a fern and the silence within their gaze is a living presence beckoning you toward the unknowable. The skulls appear as if born from the earth itself, carved from single blocks of clear or smoky quartz, some small as a fist, others large as a human head. Their surfaces, smooth as still water, reflect the world in miniature. First documented in the 19th century, they are linked to the Maya, Aztec, or older lost peoples of Mesoamerica. 13 are famed, though more exist scattered in museums or private hands. Their features, high cheekbones, deep sockets, seem almost alive, as if poised to speak. No one knows who shaped them or how. The quartz, hard as granite, demands tools of diamond or endless patience, yet no ancient workshop claims their creation. Were they ritual objects, oracles, or vessels for wisdom? You cradle one in your mind, its weight cool and heavy, its eyes catching the flicker of your thoughts. The silence is not barren. It pulses with secrets, each facet a window to a world that vanished like dew at dawn. Scholars approach the skulls with cautious hands, their instruments probing for clues. Microscopes reveal no tool marks on the finest specimens, suggesting a craft beyond ancient means. Tests at institutions like the British Museum date some skulls to the 19th century, hinting at colonial-era forging, yet others defy such dismissal, their age and origin unclear. The Mitchell-Hedges skull, found in Belize in 1924, is a marvel, its jaw detachable, its surface flawless, as if shaped by hands that knew no flaw. Skeptics argue the skulls are modern, crafted to feed a hunger for the exotic. Yet the labor required, even with steel tools, would span years. Why create such fakes with no clear profit? Other theories propose pre-Columbian artisans using abrasive sands and time, though no parallel artifacts exist. The skulls stand apart, their purpose, a puzzle. Were they mirrors for divination, tools for healing, or simply art? You sense the scientists' quiet wonder, their data, a map that leads only to more paths, each fading into shadow. A skull gleams. Its eyes hold starlight. Quartz whispers of forgotten hands. Who carved this gaze that never blinks? The jungle listens, and you seek or slip deeper into its spell. Beyond the laboratory's hum, the skulls sing to the spirit. In Mesoamerica, quartz was sacred, a stone of light and clarity, believed to channel divine will. Imagine a Maya priest holding a skull aloft in a temple's torchlight, its eyes gleaming as if alive with ancestors' voices. The skulls might have been conduits linking the living to the dead, their gaze a bridge to realms unseen. The Aztecs too revered crystal crafting blades for offerings. Perhaps these skulls were altars of a subtler kind. In another time, a Hopi elder might see them as kachina vessels holding the breath of spirits. A Tibetan Lama could find in their clarity a symbol of emptiness, reflecting the mind's true nature. For you, they are lanterns, their light not of fire but of mystery, illuminating the edge of understanding. Their silence is a chant, soft and endless, inviting you to rest in the awe of what cannot be known. You feel it, don't you? The tug of something vast, a call to let the questions cradle you like a lullaby. History weaves tales around the skulls, each a thread in their enigma. The Mitchell-Hedges skull, discovered by a young girl in a ruined city, is said to glow under certain moons, its light pulsing like a heartbeat. Another in a Paris museum was gifted by a collector who claimed it sang in his dreams a melody no one else could hear. In the 19th century, adventurers brought skulls from jungles, swearing they were found in caves guarded by shadows that moved without cause. Local legends speak of the 13 skulls as a set destined to unite and reveal a truth, or guard it forever. Some say they were gifts from gods, others from beings beyond the stars. True or spun by time, these stories bind the skulls to the human heart, their mystery, a flame that never dims. You see the carver, their hands steady, shaping quartz under a sky heavy with omens. Did they know their work would haunt us, their silence, a riddle for ages, unborn? You are with a skull now, aren't you? In a clearing where fireflies dance, its quartz catches their light, scattering it like stars. You peer into its eyes, seeking a glimpse of its maker's mind, but the reflection shows only your own face, softened by wonder. You long to touch its truth, to know its story, but the skulls are distant, locked in vaults, revered yet untouchable, their secrets a melody you hear but cannot sing. This is their power, they draw you near, then hold you at arm's length. Science tests their surfaces, priests weave their lore, but their essence slips like a breeze through your fingers. They are relics of a world where stone was spirit, where the unseen was as real as breath. You feel that world's pulse, faint and fleeting, stirring questions you cannot voice. What did they see, these eyes of quartz? What wisdom did they guard in their endless gaze? The skull rests before you, its light fading into the jungle's embrace. You are not here to unravel it, only to linger in its mystery, to let its silence wrap you like a woven blanket. The crystal skulls are a gift from a time when the earth was a shrine and the stars a promise. Their truth lies not in answers, but in the reverence. They kindle the way they make your heart still in the presence of the eternal. The silence grows softer now, a gentle current carrying you towards sleep. The skull's eyes linger in your mind, their gaze a spiral that turns ever outward. What lies beyond their light, the answer waits, not in knowing, but in the hush of the next enigma. So we drift again toward what cannot be named. Beneath a hill where the earth hums with hidden rivers, a labyrinth of stone waits in darkness. You are there, your breath a soft echo, the air cool and heavy with the scent of ancient rock. These are the Longyou caves of Zhejiang province, vast underground chambers carved by hands no history names. Their walls, etched with precise patterns, gleam faintly in the torchlight, whispering of a purpose lost to time. Let yourself sink into their mystery, where moments loop like ripples in a still pool, and the silence of the caves is a living presence, guiding you toward the unknowable. The caves were discovered in 1992 when villagers draining a pond found not mud but a cavernous void. 24 chambers have since been mapped, though more may sleep undiscovered. Each is immense, some spanning thousands of square feet, their ceilings soaring 30 feet high. The walls bear chisel marks rhythmic, as poetry and parallel grooves that stretch like ripples frozen in stone. Pillars thick as ancient trees support the roofs, their surfaces smoothed by care. No record speaks of their creation, no dynasty claims their labor. The caves, likely carved over 2000 years ago, stand empty of artifacts, graves, or altars. Were they sanctuaries, storehouses, or temples to forgotten gods? You wander their halls in your mind, your fingers brushing the cold stone, each groove a note in a song you cannot hear. The silence is alive, wrapping you gently its weight, a reminder that some truths were meant to remain in shadow. Archaeologists marvel at the Longyou caves, their tools tracing a feat that defies explanation. The chambers hewn from soft siltstone required the removal of nearly 1 million cubic meters of rock, an effort rivaling the Great Wall's scale. Yet no debris piles mark the site, no quarries bear their scars. The precision of the carvings uniform across vast surfaces suggests planning and skill, but how was it achieved without metal tools or written plans? The grooves etched in unison hint at a technique lost to time. Theories drift like lanterns in the dark. Some propose imperial hideouts safe from invaders, though the cave's openness belies defense. Others suggest quarries or granaries, but the artistry of the walls speaks of reverence, not utility. Geologists note the chamber's stability, their pillars placed to bear impossible loads, yet no engineer can name the minds behind such foresight. The absence of records is a riddle itself. Why would a project so grand vanish from China's chronicles? You feel the scholars' quiet awe, their measurements a net cast over a sea too deep to fathom. Stone breathes. Grooves trace paths to nowhere, pillars hold a sky unseen. Whose hands shape this silent hymn, the darkness answers only in echoes, and you seek or glide deeper into its heart. Beyond the surveyor's gaze, the Longyou caves pulse with sacred possibility. In ancient China, the earth was a living entity, its depths a realm of spirits and ancestors. Picture a sage robed in silk descending into the caves, their torch casting shadows that dance like dreams. The chambers might have been a place of communion where chants rose to meet the divine, the grooves a script for rituals no one recalls. The pillars, steadfast, could have stood as guardians, anchoring the world above to the mysteries below. In another culture, a Celtic seer might see the caves as a womb of the earth, their darkness a cradle for rebirth. A Jain monk could find in their emptiness a mirror of detachment, each chamber a step toward liberation. For you, they are a labyrinth, their paths a spiral leading to the soul's quiet center. The silence is not absence, but a chant soft as a mother's hum, inviting you to rest in the embrace of the unknown. You sense it now, don't you? The call of something timeless, a whisper that some gates were built to stay unopened. History offers only silence, its pages blank where the caves should stand. No Han Dynasty scroll, no poet's verse mentions their existence. Yet stories have grown in their absence like moss on forgotten walls. Locals speak of the caves as dragon lairs, their depths hiding treasures that gleam in the dark. A fisherman, it said once, entered a chamber at dusk, emerging at dawn, with tales of voices chanting in a tongue he could not name. Another legend claims the caves shift their entrances, sealing and opening with the moon's phases. When the chambers were found, villagers whispered of lights seen beneath the ponds, brief and unexplained, as if the earth guarded its secrets with fire. True or spun by wonder, these tales weave the caves into the human spirit, their mystery a thread that binds past to present. You imagine the carvers, their torches flickering, shaping stone in a world of emperors and wars. Did they know their work would sleep for centuries, waiting for your dreams to find it? You are in the caves now, aren't you? Standing in a chamber where shadows pool, the pillars rising like giants in a forgotten court. The grooves on the walls seem to pulse, guiding your gaze to a ceiling lost in gloom. You long to hear the carvers' voices, to know their purpose, but the stone offers only its cool embrace. The caves are here open to explorers, yet their truth is distant, a star you can see but never touch. This is their gift. They invite you in, then hold you at the edge of knowing. Science charts their dimensions, mystics weave their meanings, but their heart remains a sealed chamber. They are a relic of a world where the earth was a partner, its depths a canvas for reverence. You feel that world's echo faint as a breeze, stirring questions that bloom like flowers in the dark. What did they seek, those who carved these halls? What dream drove their chisels through the stone? The caves stretch on their chambers, fading into the quiet of your thoughts. You are not here to unravel them, only to linger in their mystery, to let their silence wrap you like a woven reed. The Longyou caves are a gift from a time when the earth was a temple and the unknown a friend. Their truth lies not in answers, but in the awe they kindle, the way they make your heart pause in the presence of the vast. The silence deepens now, a gentle tide carrying you toward sleep. The pillars stand in your dreams, their grooves a spiral that turns ever inward. What lies at their end? The answer waits not in words, but in the hush of the next enigma. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. In a clearing where the jungle hums with unseen wings, smooth stone spheres rest like forgotten moons. You are there, your breath, a gentle tide, the air warm and thick with the scent of damp earth. These are the stone spheres of Costa Rica's Diquís Delta, hundreds of granite orbs, some small as melons, others heavy as elephants, scattered across fields and riversides. Perfectly carved, their makers, and meaning are lost to the ages. Let yourself glide into their mystery, where time weaves circles within circles, and the silence of the stones is a living presence, calling you to linger in the unknowable. The spheres known as Las Bolas dot the Diquís Delta, a lush lowland where rivers braid through jungle. Crafted between 600 and 1500 CE by the Diquís culture, they number over 300, their surfaces polished to a sheen that catches the sun. Some stand alone, others cluster in patterns, lines, triangles, arcs hinting at intent. The largest, weighing 16 tons, defy easy movement, yet they sit far from their quarries as if placed by hands that knew no doubt. No texts tell their story, no tools bear their mark. Were they symbols of power, markers of sacred ground, or tributes to the cosmos? You kneel beside one in your mind, its curve cool under your palm, its weight a quiet anchor. The silence is not hollow. It thrums with echoes, each sphere a vessel for questions that bloom like orchids in the dusk. The jungle watches its leaves, whispering what the stones will not. Archaeologists tread lightly around the spheres, their instruments seeking answers in stone. The granite sourced from distant hills was shaped with precision, likely using harder stones and abrasive sands. Yet the process remains a shadow. How did a pre-metal culture achieve such perfection, rounding each orb to within millimeters of a true sphere? Moving them some across miles of swamp would have demanded ropes, logs, and countless hands. But no traces of such labor remain. Theories ripple outward. Some see the spheres as territorial markers proclaiming a chief's domain. Others propose astronomical alignments, though no clear patterns match the stars. A few suggest social symbols, their size reflecting status, yet their arrangement defies simple hierarchy. Looting and relocation have muddied their original context, leaving scholars with fragments of a lost design. You sense the researchers' quiet reverence, their maps and calculations, a dance around a truth that slips like a river's current. A sphere gleams. Its curve holds the sun's last light. Jungle vines frame its silence, whose hands rolled these orbs to rest. The earth hums softly, and you wanderer drift deeper into its song. Beyond the dig's careful lines, the spheres pulse with sacred possibility. To the Diquís, the world was alive, its rivers and stones infused with spirit. Picture a healer, her voice low circling a sphere as dawn paints the delta gold. The orbs might have been offerings, their roundness, a hymn to the earth's cycles, birth, growth, return. Placed in alignments, they could have mapped sacred paths, guiding souls or seasons through the jungle's heart. In another land, a Shinto priest might see them as tama stones, holding divine essence, their stillness, a prayer. A Navajo elder could call them mirrors of the cosmos, each orb, a world within a world. For you they are beacons, their silence a lantern in the dark, illuminating the edge of mystery. The jungle's hush is a chant, soft and endless, inviting you to rest in the beauty of what cannot be grasped. You feel it now, don't you? The pull of something ancient, a call to let the unknown cradle you like a breeze. The Diquís left no scrolls, their voices carried away by time's river. Yet the spheres have gathered stories like dew on their surfaces. Spanish conquerors arriving in the 16th century wrote of great stones, revered by the natives, though they understood little of their meaning. By the 1930s, banana plantations displaced many orbs, workers rolling them aside or splitting them for treasure that never appeared. One tale speaks of a sphere that glowed faintly at midnight, its light guiding a lost child home. Local elders whisper of the spheres as guardians watching over the delta's balance. A farmer claimed his dreams were clearer near one filled with faces he could not name. True or woven by wonder, these stories tie the orbs to the human spirit, their mystery, a spark that lights the heart. You see the carvers, their hands dusted with granite shaping spheres under a sky heavy with clouds. Did they know their work would stand silent and steadfast for eyes yet unborn? You sit beside a sphere now, don't you, in a clearing where the jungle hums, its surface reflects the stars above. You trace its curve, seeking the hands that shaped it, but the stone offers only its cool embrace. You long to know its story, to hear the Diquís songs, but their world is gone, their orbs scattered across museums and estates. They are here yet distant, their meaning a melody you can feel but never sing. This is the sphere's gift. They draw you close, then hold you in their quiet gaze. Science measures their forms, shamans weave their lore, but their essence slips like a leaf on the wind. They are relics of a world where the earth was a partner, its stones, a language of reverence. You feel that world's breath, soft and fleeting, stirring memories that are not yours. What did they mean, these orbs of stone? What dream drove their makers to carve perfection in the jungle's heart? The sphere rests before you, its shadow merging with the night. You are not here to unravel it, only to bask in its mystery, to let its silence wrap you like a woven mat. The stone spheres are a gift from a time when the earth was a canvas, and the unknown a friend. Their truth lies not in answers, but in the awe they kindle, the way they make your heart pause in the presence of the eternal. The jungle's silence deepens now, a gentle tide carrying you toward sleep. The sphere's curve lingers in your mind, its roundness, a circle that never ends. What lies at its heart, the answer waits not in words, but in the hush of the next enigma. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. In a chamber where candlelight flickers on weathered parchment, a map unfolds like a dream of distant seas. You are there, your breath a soft murmur, the air rich with the scent of old ink and salt. This is the Piri Reis map, crafted in 1513 by an Ottoman admiral, its lines tracing coastlines with uncanny precision, Africa, South America, and impossibly Antarctica, a land unknown to the world for centuries more. Its source of knowledge is a veil no hand can lift. Let yourself sail into its mystery, where time drifts like a ship without a helm, and the silence of the map is a living presence, beckoning you toward the unknowable. The map, drawn on gazelle skin, is a fragment of a larger work, its edges frayed but its details sharp. Piri Reis, a navigator of the Ottoman Empire, inscribed it in Constantinople, claiming it drew from older charts, some from Alexander's time, others from sailors now forgotten. Its colors faded to earth, tones outlined the Atlantic with startling accuracy, the curve of Brazil, the jut of Africa's Horn. Most hauntingly, its southern edge sketches a land resembling Antarctica, free of ice, as if glimpsed in an age before glaciers claimed it. No one knows how Piri Reis knew. Antarctica's modern discovery came in 1820, yet this map, 3 centuries older, seems to see through time. Were its sources ancient wisdom lost to war and fire, or something stranger? You hold the map in your mind, its lines curling like waves, each stroke a whisper from a world that slipped away. The silence is not still. It ripples with questions, each contour a thread in a tapestry you cannot fully weave. Cartographers and historians pore over the map, their tools tracing lines that defy the 16th century's reach. The Piri Reis map uses a projection, perhaps azimuthal, sophisticated for its time, aligning coasts with a precision that rivals later surveys. Its depiction of South America, barely explored by Europeans, is eerily correct down to the Andes spine. The Antarctic outline, though debated, mirrors modern maps when adjusted for ice, suggesting knowledge no Ottoman sailor could possess. Theories anchor in reason yet drift. Piri Reis cited Columbus's charts and Portuguese maps, but none show Antarctica. Some propose ancient sources, perhaps from a lost civilization that mapped the world before history's dawn. Others suggest Phoenician or Chinese explorers, their voyages unrecorded. Skeptics argue the southern land is mere coincidence, a distorted South America or mythic Terra Australis. Yet the map's detail resists dismissal, its maker's confidence, a challenge to logic. You feel the scholars' quiet marvel, their compasses circling a truth that sails beyond their charts. Ink fades, coasts curl like memories, a southern land dreams of ice. Whose eyes saw these shores before time, the parchment holds its breath, and you, voyager, slip deeper into its tide. Beyond the cartographer's grid, the map flows with sacred possibility. In the Ottoman world, the sea was a realm of divine mystery, its horizons, a canvas for God's design. Picture Piri Reis, his quill, steady inscribing not just land but a prayer, each line a gesture toward the infinite. The map might have been a talisman guiding ships through storms or souls through the unknown. Its Antarctic shore, unseen yet drawn, could reflect a mystic's vision, a glimpse of creation's hidden edges. In another culture, a Polynesian navigator might see it as a star path, its lines echoing the ocean's songs. A Sufi poet could call it a mirror of the heart, mapping not earth but the soul's journey. For you, it is a compass, its needle spinning toward the unseen, its silence, a hymn that needs no voice. The map's quiet is a sanctuary, inviting you to rest in the wonder of what lies beyond. You sense it now, don't you? The pull of something boundless, a call to let the mystery guide you like a current. The map's history is a voyage of its own. Piri Reis gifted it to Sultan Selim I, its value known only to a few. Lost for centuries, it resurfaced in 1929 in Istanbul's Topkapi Palace, a forgotten relic among scrolls. Its discovery sparked whispers of lost libraries in Alexandria, of mariners who sailed to forbidden shores. Piri Reis himself wrote of ancient charts, 20 in number, blending Greek, Arabic, and Indian lore, but none have been found, their existence a shadow on the page. Legends cling to the map like sea mist. Sailors in Istanbul's ports told of a captain who dreamed of a southern land, its cliffs gleaming under a sun no one knew. Another tale speaks of a scholar who stared too long at the map, claiming its lines moved like waves. True or spun by time, these stories bind the map to human longing, its mystery, a beacon across ages. You see Piri Reis, his face lit by lamplight, tracing coasts he never sailed. Did he know his map would call to us its shores, a riddle for minds unborn? You stand before the map now, don't you, in a quiet hall where the world falls away, its parchment glows under your gaze. You trace the Antarctic coast, its curve a promise of lands unseen, but the ink offers only its steady lines. You long to sail its paths, to find the charts Piri Reis knew, but they are gone, burned or buried in time's deep hold. The map is here preserved in a museum, yet its truth is a distant star, shining but untouchable. This is the map's gift. It charts a course, then sets you adrift. Science measures its lines, mystics weave its visions, but its source remains a horizon you cannot reach. It is a relic of a world where knowledge was a voyage, where the unknown was a sea to be sailed. You feel that world's rhythm faint as a tide, stirring dreams you cannot name. What shores did its makers see? What wisdom did they draw from the silence? The map lies open its coasts, fading into the hush of your thoughts. You are not here to unravel it, only to linger in its mystery, to let its silence wrap you like a sailor's cloak. The Piri Reis map is a gift from a time when the earth was a story and the sea a song. Its truth lies not in answers, but in the awe it stirs, the way it makes your heart pause in the presence of the vast. The silence grows softer now, a gentle wave carrying you toward sleep. The map's lines linger in your mind, their curves a spiral that sails ever outward. What lies beyond their edges, the answer waits, not in charts but in the hush of the next enigma. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. In a chapel where candle flames sway like whispered prayers, a cloth rests behind glass, its threads woven with the shadow of a man. You are there, your breath, a soft cadence, the air cool and fragrant with the memory of incense. This is the Shroud of Turin, a linen relic bearing the faint image of a bearded figure believed by some to be Jesus Christ. Its creation and authenticity elude all answers, a mystery that glows in the quiet. Let yourself drift into its enigma, where time folds like a pilgrim's cloak, and the silence of the shroud is a living presence, inviting you to linger in the unknowable. The shroud is a single sheet 14 feet long, its surface marked by a sepia image front and back of a man life-sized with wounds on his hands, feet, and side. First recorded in 1354, in France it arrived in Turin, Italy in 1578, where it remains revered and studied. The image is not painted but embedded in the linen's fibers, faint as a breath, visible only at a distance. No artist claims it, no record explains it. Is it a burial cloth, a sacred icon, or something else entirely? You stand before it in your mind, the figure's eyes closed, his form still as if caught in eternal rest. The shroud feels alive, its threads humming with questions that spiral inward. The silence is not empty. It wraps you gently, each fold a whisper from a moment no one can name. You long to touch it to feel its truth, but it remains distant, a relic seen yet forever out of reach. Scientists have probed the shroud with tools as delicate as thought, seeking to unravel its secrets. Carbon dating in 1988 placed its origin between 1260 and 1390 CE, suggesting a medieval creation, yet the method's accuracy is debated due to possible contamination. Microscopes reveal no pigment or brushstrokes. The image, only a few microns deep, affects only the topmost fibers, as if formed by light or heat. Pollen grains on the cloth, some from plants native to the Middle East, hint at an older, far-traveled past. Hypotheses multiply like stars. Some propose a chemical reaction, perhaps from a body's amines, interacting with the linen's carbohydrates, creating a Maillard effect. Others suggest a burst of radiation scorching the image in an instant, though no known process matches this. A few argue for a medieval artist using a bas-relief technique, heating a mold to imprint the cloth, yet no replicas fully mimic the shroud's clarity. Forensic analysis notes the wounds align with crucifixion down to bloodstains rich in bilirubin, a trauma marker. Could it be a forgery crafted with genius no one can replicate? Or a natural phenomenon capturing a moment science cannot explain? Each theory is a thread, but none complete the weave. You sense the researchers' quiet awe, their data, a lantern that lights only the edges of the mystery. Linen breathes. A face emerges faint as dawn. Wounds mark a story untold, whose light shaped this silent form. The cloth keeps its vow, and you seeker glide deeper into its glow. Beyond the laboratory's hum, the shroud speaks to the soul. To Christians, it is the sinden, the cloth, that wrapped Jesus after the cross, its image a testament to resurrection. Picture a pilgrim kneeling in Turin's cathedral, their eyes tracing the figure's wounds, their heart lifted by a presence beyond words. The shroud might be a divine gift, its image a window to eternity, its silence a sermon that needs no voice. In another faith, a Buddhist monk might see it as a reminder of suffering's universality, the figure's stillness, a call to compassion. A Hindu sage could find in its mystery a spark of Brahman, the formless taking form. For you, it is a mirror reflecting your own longing for meaning in the vast unknown. The shroud's silence is a sacred hush, inviting you to rest in the beauty of what cannot be grasped. You feel it now, don't you? The tug of something infinite, a whisper that some truths are meant to cradle, not to solve. The shroud's history is a pilgrimage of its own. First appearing in Liry, France, it drew crowds, its image stirring awe and doubt. By 1453, it passed to the House of Savoy, surviving fire and war to reach Turin. In 1532, a blaze nearly consumed it, leaving scorch marks and patches sewn by nuns. The faithful tell of miracles, pilgrims healed, hearts changed, while skeptics, even in the Middle Ages, called it a cunning work of art. Legends weave around it like ivy. A knight, it's said, carried the shroud from Jerusalem, its folds, hiding it from crusaders' eyes. Another tale speaks of a monk who gazed at it by moonlight, claiming the figure's eyes opened briefly, shining with peace. In 1898, a photograph revealed the image's negative, a face clearer than the cloth itself, sparking new wonder. True or spun by devotion, these stories bind the shroud to the human spirit, its mystery, a flame that draws hearts across centuries. You see, the weaver, if one existed, their hands steady, crafting a relic that would outlive empires. Did they know their work would haunt us, its silence, a riddle for souls yet to come? You are with the shroud now, aren't you? In a quiet chapel where time softens its image, glows faintly under your gaze. You trace the figure's form, seeking the moment of its making, but the linen offers only its gentle weight. You long to know its story, to hear the voices of those who first saw it, but they are gone, their lives dissolved into the dust. The shroud is here, guarded in Turin, yet its truth is a distant shore, visible but untouchable. This is the shroud's power. It draws you near, then holds you in its quiet embrace. Science tests its fibers, believers weave its sanctity, but its essence slips like a prayer through your fingers. It is a relic of a world where faith and wonder intertwined, where the unseen was as real as stone. You feel that world's pulse faint, as a heartbeat stirring questions that bloom in the dark. What moment did this cloth capture? What light left its mark on these threads? The shroud lies before you, its image fading into the hush of your thoughts. You are not here to unravel it, only to rest in its mystery, to let its silence wrap you like a woven veil. The Shroud of Turin is a gift from a time when the divine was a presence felt in cloth and light. Its truth lies not in answers, but in the reverence. It kindles the way it stills your heart in the presence of the eternal. The silence grows softer now, a gentle tide carrying you towards sleep. The shroud's image lingers in your mind, its face, a spiral that turns ever inward. What lies behind its eyes? The answer waits not in words, but in the hush of the next enigma. So we drift again toward what cannot be named. Beneath the endless sapphire of the Pacific, where currents weave like threads of forgotten dreams, you drift. The water holds you weightless, as if time itself has softened. Here, off the Ryukyu Islands of Japan, the Yonaguni monument waits an enigma, carved in stone, half seen, half lost to the tide's eternal sigh. Its terraces rise like steps to a temple. No one remembers its edges, sharp as if hewn by hands that vanished long ago. You glide closer, and the ocean murmurs what lies here, man-made, or born of the earth's own dreaming. The monument unfolds before you, vast and silent. Broad platforms some 50 feet wide stack like the foundations of a sunken city. Channels precise as if chiseled cut through the stone. A towering structure shaped like a pyramid or altar looms through the blue haze. You trace its lines with your gaze angles, too deliberate surfaces, too smooth, or so it seems. Schools of fish dart through hollows that might be gateways, their silver bodies catching light that filters from a world above. The stone is old, older than memory submerged, since the seas rose 10,000 years ago. You feel it watching an unblinking eye beneath the waves. Some say this is no monument at all. Geologists, their voices steady as the shore, point to the sandstone's natural fractures. The earth, they whisper, can mimic the work of hands. Faults and tides over eons might carve such terraces, such steps. The Yonaguni Formation, they call it a quirk of geology shaped by seismic shudders and the ocean's patient sculpting. Others, marine scientists among them, note the symmetry but hesitate. Could currents alone etch such precision? They propose tests, measurements, but the stone yields no answers, only more questions. A natural wonder, perhaps, masquerading as a ruin, or a ruin so ancient it blurs into the earth itself. Yet you, drifting above the monument, hear other voices. Divers, their eyes wide with awe, speak of a lost civilization. They imagine a people who built here when these stones stood dry before the ice melted and the seas claimed their work. Archaeologists, cautious but curious, debate a culture unknown to history, one that left no tools, no bones, only this submerged enigma. Some hypothesize a Pacific counterpart to Atlantis, a society swallowed by time. Others, bolder, suggest connections to the Jomon, Japan's ancient people whose pottery predates the pyramids. But no artifacts surface, no proof emerges. The monument remains a shadow unreachable its makers, if they were makers gone like mist. In the spiritual heart of the Ryukyu Islands, the monument takes on another form. To some it is a sacred place, a gate to the divine. Local legends whisper of Nirai Kanai, a paradise across the sea where gods dwell. Could these stones be a threshold, half-sunken, half-holy Shinto priests, their words soft as prayer, see the monument as a kami's resting place, a spirit woven into rock? Divers from afar, steeped in New Age thought, call it a relic of Mu, a mythical continent lost to cataclysm. You feel their reverence, a warmth in the cold current. The stones, they say, hold energy, an unspoken song that hums through the water felt but never heard. History, too, weaves its own mysteries here. In the 1980s, a diver named Kiyakiro Aratake first glimpsed the monument, his breath catching as he swam above its terraces. He spoke of a city, a fortress, though he could not touch its truth. Since then, others have come, explorers, dreamers, seekers. Some swear they saw carvings, faint spirals or faces, but the tides shift and the shapes vanish. A fisherman, long ago, claimed his nets caught on a stone gate that moved as if alive. Another tale speaks of lights pale and flickering, rising from the depths on moonless nights. These stories drift like the current, half true, half dreamed, each one fading before it can be grasped. You turn weightless, and the monument shifts in the dimming light. From this angle, it is a spiral curling inward like a question. From another, a gate open but leading nowhere. The stone feels alive, not with motion, but with presence. You reach out your fingers, grazing the water, but the monument is too deep, too far. It is always just beyond you, a truth you can see but never hold. The ocean whispers again. Was this a temple, a city, a tomb? Or is it the Earth's own poem written in stone and sung by the tide? Scientists return their instruments humming. Some propose tectonic activity. The Ryukyu Trench's restless shifting could have sculpted such forms. Others suggest ancient quarrying abandoned when the seas rose. A few daring entertain the man-made theory but demand evidence, pottery, inscriptions, tools. None appear. The monument, they agree, is ancient, perhaps 10,000 years old, from a time when humans hunted and gathered, not built. Yet the steps, the channels, the symmetry they haunt. Could a people unknown to us have carved this place? The question hangs unanswered like a star too distant to touch. In the spiritual realm, the monument grows larger. To some it is a mirror of the soul reflecting what we seek but cannot know. Buddhist monks visiting the island speak of impermanence, how even stone yields to water, how all things vanish. Indigenous storytellers weave tales of a dragon god coiled beneath the monument, guarding secrets older than the sky. You feel their words, a gentle pull like the tide. The monument, they say, is not meant to be understood, only honored. It is a whisper from the infinite, a reminder that some doors remain closed even to the heart. The stories multiply, each one a thread in the tapestry. A diver lost in a storm claimed the monument guided him, its edges glowing faintly. A poet standing on Yonaguni's cliffs wrote of a city that sings only when the world sleeps. These tales, like the monument, are fleeting, seen, felt, but never held. You linger, the water cradling you, and the stones seem to shift again. Are they terraces, altars, or merely rock? The ocean does not answer. It only carries you gently toward the surface where the light grows faint. The Yonaguni monument remains half seen, half dreamed. You rise the water cooler now, and the stones fade into the deep. Their shapes, pyramids, gates, spirals linger in your mind, but they are no closer to being known. Were they carved by hands, by gods, by the earth itself? The question drifts with you, soft as a sigh, as the current carries you onward. The monument watches silent, its secrets safe in the tide's embrace. And so the waves close over the stone, hiding its truth once more, as another mystery calls from the shadows of time. Beneath the sun-warmed streets of Paola, where Malta's heartbeat hums, you descend. The air grows cool, heavy with the scent of ancient stone. In the Hypogeum of all Saflieni, a labyrinth of chambers coils deep into the earth, carved by hands long faded. The walls curve like the inside of a seashell, smooth and glowing faintly red. You pause, and a sound your own breath returns to you, amplified, alive. This underground temple sings with voices no one can name, its purpose lost to time's gentle erasure. What did its builders seek in these echoing depths? The chambers unfold around you, each one a secret whispered in stone. Some are vast, their ceilings soaring like the vaults of forgotten cathedrals. Others are small, intimate, as if meant for a single listener. Niches shaped like altars or beds line the walls, their edges softened by millennia. Red ochre spirals dance across the stone, spiraling inward, drawing your eye to places where light barely reaches. You speak softly and the sound ripples, resonating at a frequency that hums in your bones. The Hypogeum, built 5,000 years ago, is no silent tomb. It is a vessel for sound, a place where whispers become songs. Scholars, their voices measured, tread carefully here. Archaeologists marvel at the Hypogeum's craft: limestone, carved with flint and antler, no metal known to its Neolithic builders. They hypothesize a temple, perhaps for rituals where sound was sacred. Acoustic scientists testing the chambers find that low frequencies around 110 Hz reverberate, uniquely stirring the body in ways the mind cannot grasp. Some propose oracles, priests who use the echoes to speak with gods. Others suggest healing the vibrations, soothing ailments of body or soul. Yet no tools, no texts confirm these guesses. The Hypogeum's purpose slips through their theories, a shadow too swift to hold. You stand in the oracle room where the ceiling curves like a cupped hand. A niche, small and low, catches your voice and sends it spiraling through the chamber. Was this a place of prophecy, where words became divine? Spiritual seekers, their eyes alight, see more than stone. To them, the Hypogeum is a womb of the earth, a sacred space where the mother goddess was honored. The spirals, they say, are her eyes watching across time. Some, drawing from Maltese folklore, speak of a subterranean world, a mirror to the sky where souls communed with the eternal. Others from distant lands sense a cosmic resonance, a tuning fork for the universe's hidden music. The air hums and you feel it, a pulse not heard but known. Stories cling to these walls, fragile as dust. In 1940, a guide claimed children vanished in the Hypogeum, their laughter echoing from chambers never found. The tale, half legend, grew. They wandered into a deeper maze where lights flickered and voices sang. Excavators long ago spoke of bones, thousands human scattered in the lower chambers. Were they offerings, burials, or something else? A worker swore the ochre spirals moved under torchlight, curling tighter as he watched. These tales, like the Hypogeum's echoes, return but never stay. They are glimpses of a truth too vast, too fleeting to touch. The Hypogeum shifts as you move deeper. Its chambers, 3 levels deep, feel alive, their walls breathing with the memory of hands that carved them. You trace a spiral with your finger, but the stone is cold, distant. It offers no answers, only presence. From this angle, the chambers are a spiral themselves, winding toward a center you cannot reach. Were they meant to guide the soul, the voice, the gods? The question lingers soft as a sigh as you step into another room where the silence is louder than sound. Scientists return, their instruments clicking. Some hypothesize a calendar, the chambers aligned to mark seasons through sound's subtle shifts. Others propose a communal space where a tribe gathered to chant, their voices weaving unity. A few daring suggest psychoactive effects, the low frequencies altering minds, opening visions. But the Hypogeum, older than Stonehenge, older than the pyramids, keeps its secrets. No inscriptions, no idols, only the spirals and the echoes. Could a people so ancient have built this to speak with what lies beyond? The stone listens but does not reply. In the spiritual light, the Hypogeum glows. To some, it is a gate to the underworld where the dead and the divine meet. Local elders, their words soft as dusk, tell of a time when the earth was alive, her voice heard in these chambers. Mystics from far shores call it a resonator of the soul, its vibrations aligning heart and cosmos. You feel their truth, a warmth in the cool air. The Hypogeum, they whisper, is not for understanding, but for feeling, a place where the self dissolves into the eternal. The spirals watch unblinking as you breathe, and the sound returns deeper now, like a heartbeat not your own. History's whispers grow fainter. A priestess perhaps stood here, her voice rising in a chant that shook the stone. A mourner centuries later laid bones in the dark, their meaning lost. A child in a time before writing laughed, and the Hypogeum sang back. These moments, real or dreamed, are gone, leaving only their echo. You kneel, the floor smooth beneath you, and the chamber hums. Did they seek God's healing or something we cannot name? The Hypogeum holds their voices, but not their truth. You rise, the air heavier now. The spirals seem to turn, though your eyes know better. The Hypogeum is a place of vanishing, its builders, their purpose, their world, all slipped into shadow. You reach for the walls, but they are too smooth, too ancient to hold. The sound of your breath follows you, a companion, as you climb toward the surface. The chambers fade, their echoes softening, but the question remains gentle and unyielding. What did they hear in this hollow earth? The Hypogeum of all Saflieni lingers behind you, its song faint now. You emerge into the warmth of Malta's sun, but the cool of the stone clings to your skin. The spirals, the echoes, the unseen hands, they are there, still in the earth's embrace, singing to no one. Were they calling to gods, to ancestors, to the stars? The silence answers, and you let it carry you softly toward another unknown. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Upon the rolling hills of Oxfordshire, where the wind weaves secrets through the grass, you stand. The Uffington white horse stretches beneath you, its chalk-white form gleaming against the green. A creature of elegance carved into the earth, its legs poised in mid-stride as if caught between worlds. Older than memory, perhaps 3,000 years, this horse runs nowhere, yet moves through time. You gaze, and the hills hum softly. Who etched this figure, and what dream did they chase across the sky? The horse is vast, its lines simple yet alive. Over 360 feet long, it flows across the hillside, its head a gentle curve, its eye a single unblinking hollow. The chalk scraped clean by hands, long gone, glows under dawn's first light, then fades as dusk settles. You walk its edges where the earth is bare, and feel the ground shift slightly as if it remembers the blades that shaped it. No relics remain, no tools, no bones, only the horse galloping in silence. It is a presence, not a place, a symbol you can see but never hold. Archaeologists tread lightly here, their questions cautious. The horse, they say, dates to the Bronze Age, perhaps 1000 BCE, carved by a people who left no words. Some propose a tribal marker, a banner etched in earth to claim the land. Others suggest a ritual site where ceremonies honored forces unseen. Geologists note the chalk's durability, natural yet shaped with precision. Could it be a map, a star chart, its lines mirroring the heavens? Tests like optically stimulated luminescence confirm its age, but its meaning slips away. The horse, they agree, is deliberate, yet its purpose dances just beyond their reach. You kneel beside the horse's eye, a shallow dip in the chalk. The wind carries whispers, and you wonder, was this a sacred beast? Druids in later centuries might have seen it as a spirit of the land, a steed for gods. Local lore speaks of Epona, a Celtic horse goddess, her strength woven into the hills. Modern pagans, their voices soft, call it a totem, a bridge to the divine feminine, its curves echoing life's eternal cycle. Across the world, some see it as a cosmic rider galloping through myths of creation. The horse gazes back, its eye, empty yet full of knowing you cannot touch. Tales linger here, fragile as morning dew. Villagers centuries ago swore the horse moved at midnight, its chalk hooves gleaming under the moon. A shepherd caught in a storm claimed it led him home, its form glowing faintly through the mist. Another story speaks of a warrior buried nearby whose spirit rides the horse across the stars. The Dragon Hill, a flat-top mound below, holds its own mystery, barren, they say, because blood was spilled there, though no grave is found. These stories drift half-dreamed, vanishing like hoofbeats in the fog. The horse shifts as you circle it. From above it is a ribbon flowing with the hill's contours. From below, a guardian watching the valley. Its lines, so simple, feel alive, as if they pulse with intent. You reach for the chalk, but it crumbles soft and fleeting. The horse is there yet. Not there, a vision etched in earth, but never fully yours. Did they carve it to summon, to honor, to remember? The question hums gentle as the wind carries it away. Scientists return their notebooks open. Some hypothesize a boundary, the horse marking territory for a forgotten clan. Others propose astronomy, its shape aligning with solstice suns or distant stars. A few suggest art, a gift to the future, though no other figures match its scale. The Beaker people, perhaps, or early Celts, yet no pottery, no weapons. Name them here. The horse, they murmur, is a question, not an answer. Could a people so ancient have poured their soul into this fleeting form? The chalk listens but holds its silence. In the spiritual glow, the horse runs free. To some it is a gate to the other world, its hooves striking sparks of eternity. Elders of the land, their words like lullabies, tell of a time when the earth spoke and the horse was her voice. Mystics from distant shores see it as a mandala, its lines guiding the soul to peace. You feel their reverence, a warmth in the cool air. The horse, they say, is not for solving, but for dreaming, a rider that carries you beyond the known. Its eye watches unyielding as you breathe, and the hills sigh in answer. History's echoes fade. A priest perhaps stood here offering grain to the horse's spirit. A child in a time before iron traced its lines with tiny hands laughing. A wanderer lost in the dark saw it shine and found her way. These moments, real or woven, are gone, leaving only their shadow. You sit the grass soft beneath you, and the horse seems to move, though your eyes know better. Did they see it run those ancient ones across the hills or the sky? The silence deepens and you let it hold you. The Uffington white horse remains its chalk, fading yet renewed by hands that tend it still. You rise the wind cooler now, and the horse blurs in the twilight. Its lines, curves, strides, eyes linger in your heart, but they are no closer to being known. Was it a god, a guide, a dream? The question drifts with you soft as a breath as the hills cradle you onward. The horse runs forever, still its truth safe in the earth's embrace. You step away, the valley stretching below. The horse's eye follows, though it does not move. It is a fleeting thing, this figure seen by countless eyes, yet never fully grasped. The chalk crumbles, the grass grows, and still it endures a galloper in the mist. What did they hope? Those who carved it as they knelt under the same stars. The hills hum, and you walk on the horse's stride, echoing in your dreams. So we drift again toward what cannot be named. In the cradle of Mesopotamia, where the Tigris murmurs secrets to the reeds you wander, the air is warm, heavy with the scent of ancient clay. Before you lies a simple jar, small and unadorned, its terracotta worn by time's gentle hand. Inside, a copper cylinder embraces an iron rod sealed with asphalt, as if guarding a forgotten truth. Known as the Baghdad Battery, this relic from 2000 years ago hums with possibility, a spark of power, perhaps from a world long vanished. You lean closer, and the desert whispers, what light did this vessel hold? The jar is humble, no taller than your hand, one of several found near Baghdad's ancient sands. Its surface is smooth, etched only by the years. The copper tube within gleams, faintly rolled tight around the iron rod, suspended in a space where something vinegar, wine, or a lost elixir once rested. You trace its contours with your eyes, imagining the hands that shaped it. Was it a tool, a talisman, a dream? Other jars similar were found nearby, each with its own silent rod and tube scattered like stars in the earth. They are relics of the Parthian or Sasanian age, yet their purpose slips through the fingers of time. Scholars gather their voices soft as the dusk. Archaeologists peering into the jars propose a startling idea: batteries. Experiments show that filled with an acidic liquid, the copper and iron could generate a small electric current enough to tingle the skin or plate metal with gold. Electroplating, they suggest, might explain the gilded treasures of ancient Mesopotamia. Others hypothesize medical uses, the current easing pain in ways now forgotten. Chemists testing replicas confirm the jar's potential, yet frown. No wires, no circuits, no records of such craft exist. Could a people so ancient have harnessed this spark? The jars remain mute, their truth a flicker just beyond reach. You hold the jar in your mind's eye, its clay cool against your thoughts. In the spiritual heart of the desert, it becomes more than a vessel. To some, it is a chalice of hidden knowledge, a gift from gods who walked the Tigris's banks. Zoroastrian priests, their chants rising like smoke, might have seen it as a vessel for divine fire, its spark a mirror of the cosmos. Modern mystics, their words like starlight, speak of alchemy, a tool to transmute matter or soul. In distant lands, seekers whisper of a lost science, a wisdom buried with Babylon's fall. The jar hums not with sound, but with presence, as if it knows more than it tells. Stories weave through the sands, fragile as a spider's thread. A merchant centuries ago swore his amulet glowed when placed near such a jar, its light faint but steady. A healer in a village lost to time claimed the jar's touch cured fevers, though none could say how. Another tale speaks of a scribe who dreamed of lightning trapped in clay, his visions guiding the rod's design. Excavators in the 1930s found the first jar near Ctesiphon, its discovery hushed as if the desert itself wished it hidden. These tales, like the jars, are fleeting, glimpsed, then gone, their edges softened by the wind. The jar shifts in your gaze. From one angle, it is a tool, practical and plain. From another, a relic, sacred and untouchable. Its copper heart gleams, a spiral of metal coiling around the iron's core. You reach for it, but the jar is dust now, preserved only in fragments and memory. Its spark, if it ever burned, is long extinguished, yet the idea of it lingers, a light you can imagine but never see. Did they seek power healing or the divine? The question drifts gentle as the desert sighs. Scientists return their instruments humming. Some propose the jars as storage, not for electricity but for scrolls, the rods mere supports. Others suggest ritual, the jars holding offerings to gods of storm or fire. A few cautious argue for misinterpretation, modern minds seeing batteries where none existed. The Parthians, skilled in metalwork, knew chemistry, yet their texts are silent on such devices. Could they have stumbled upon a science they did not name? The jars, unyielding, offer only their form, a riddle wrapped in clay. In the spiritual glow, the jar becomes a beacon. To some, it is a gate to the stars, its spark a whisper of creation's first light. Bedouin storytellers, their voices like the night, speak of a time when the earth shared her secrets, and the jars were her voice. Esoteric thinkers from far shores see it as a key to the soul's awakening, its current stirring truths within. You feel their warmth, a pulse in the still air. The jar, they murmur, is not for understanding but for dreaming, a vessel that carries the heart beyond the known. Its copper spiral turns endless as you breathe, and the desert hums in answer. History's echoes are faint. A smith perhaps shaped the copper under a Mesopotamian moon, his purpose unclear. A priestess in a temple, now dust, held the jar aloft, its contents gleaming. A child playing in the ruins saw it spark, then ran, her story lost. These moments, real or woven, fade into the sands, leaving only their afterglow. You sit, the earth warm beneath you, and the jar feels alive, though it is long gone. Did they see it glow, those ancient ones, in the dark of their world? The silence deepens, and you let it cradle you. The Baghdad battery rests, a fragment in a museum, a shadow in your mind. You rise, the desert stretching wide, and the jar's form blurs in the heat. Its copper and iron, its clay and asphalt, they are there, yet not there. A spark that never fully ignites. Was it a battery, a relic, a dream? The question lingers soft as a breath as the sands shift beneath your feet. The jar waits, its truth safe, in the desert's embrace, a light that flickers but never fades. You step forward, the horizon endless. The jar's spiral follows, though it does not move. It is a fleeting thing, this vessel seen by curious eyes, yet never fully grasped. The clay crumbles, the spark dims, and still it endures, a whisper in the dust. What did they hope? Those who shaped it as they worked under the same stars? The desert hums and you walk on the jar's light, flickering in your dreams. The sands settle and the jar's mystery grows quiet. You feel its weight, though you cannot hold it. The spiral of copper, the rod of iron, they are symbols now turning in your thoughts. Were they chasing lightning, healing, or the gods themselves? The silence answers, and you drift, carried by the desert's gentle sigh, toward another enigma. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. On a speck of land adrift in the Pacific, where waves sing lullabies to the cliffs you arrive, Easter Island or Rapa Nui stretches before you, its hills rolling under a sky too vast. Scattered across the grass stand the Moai, giant stone faces carved from volcanic rock, their eyes empty yet piercing. Each statue, some 30 feet tall, gazes toward the horizon as if waiting for a ship that never comes. Built by a people lost to time, their movement and meaning linger, like a half-remembered song. You stand in their shadow, and the wind hums. What vigil do these giants keep? The Moai are many, nearly 1,000, dotting the island like stars fallen to earth. Their faces are stern lips, pursed brows, heavy carved from tuff in the quarries of Rano Raraku. Some wear pukao, redstone hats balanced impossibly atop their heads. You walk among them, your fingers brushing the air near their weathered surfaces. They stand on ahu stone platforms or lie half-buried as if sinking back into the earth. The largest unfinished rests in the quarry 60 feet long, a titan never raised. How were they moved, these monoliths, across miles of rugged land? The question settles around you, soft as sea mist. Scholars, their voices steady as the tide, ponder the Moai's journey. Archaeologists suggest ropes and sledges, the Rapa Nui people pulling in unison, inch by inch. Experiments show it possible statues rocked forward, walking on their bases, with synchronized effort. Others propose rollers, logs cut from now-vanished forests, though the island's barrenness raises doubts. Engineers marvel at the precision each Moai fitted to its ahu with care. Some hypothesize ramps, others levers, but no tools remain, no records explain. The cultural role, ceremonial, ancestral, or protective, eludes them. Could a small island with few resources birth such giants? The Moai stand silent, their secrets carved too deep. You pause before a Moai, its gaze fixed on the sea. Its eyes once inlaid with coral are gone, yet you feel watched. In the spiritual heart of Rapa Nui, the statues are more than stone. Elders, their words like waves, speak of mana, a sacred power flowing through the Moai, linking the living to the dead. The statues, they say, are ancestors watching over the clans. Polynesian shamans from distant islands see them as guardians, their eyes warding off spirits or storms. Modern seekers, their voices soft, call them beacons, channeling energies of earth and sky. The Moai's presence hums a spiral of intent you cannot trace, winding toward the infinite. Stories drift across the island light as seabirds' cries. Long ago, a priestess claimed the Moai sang at dawn, their voices low felt in the chest. A fisherman lost in fog swore a statue's gaze guided him home, its shadow looming through the mist. Another tale speaks of a Moai that fell untouched during a storm, as if choosing rest. In the 1700s, European sailors arrived their logs, noting the statue's eerie stillness, yet none could say why they stood. These stories like the Moai endure, but shift seen heard, then fading before they can be held. The Moai change as you wander. From one hill they are a procession marching toward the sea. From another, solitary sentinels, each alone in its vigil. Their faces so alike feel distinct, one stern, another sorrowful. You reach for them, but the stone is cold, distant, a gate you cannot pass. Their meaning, honor, power, prayer, slips away, a whisper carried by the wind. Did they stand to protect, to remember, to defy the sea? The question lingers, gentle as the grass sways beneath your feet. Scientists return their tools gleaming. Some propose astronomical roles, the Moai aligned with solstices or stars, guiding rituals or harvests. Others suggest social symbols, clans competing to carve the grandest statue, their unity forged in labor. A few cautious argue for practical uses, markers for water sources or boundaries. The Rapa Nui skilled navigators built the Moai between 1200 and 1600 CE, yet their society collapsed, perhaps from deforestation or strife. No texts, no relics reveal the full truth. Could they have poured their soul into these silent giants, knowing they would fall? The stone listens but does not answer. In the spiritual light, the Moai grow taller. To some, they are a bridge to the divine, their gaze a path to the god's realm. Local storytellers, their voices like dusk, tell of a time when the island lived and the Moai were its heartbeat. Mystics from far shores see them as a mandala, their arrangement, a map of the cosmos. You feel their truth, a warmth in the cool breeze. The Moai, they whisper, are not for solving, but for feeling, pillars that hold the sky above the sea. Their empty eyes watch unblinking as you breathe, and the island sighs in harmony. History's echoes are soft. A carver perhaps chiseled under starlight, his hammer singing to the stone. A chief standing on an ahu called to the Moai, his voice lost to the waves. A child playing in the quarry laughed as dust rose, her joy now dust itself. These moments, real or dreamed, are gone, leaving only their weight. You sit, the earth firm beneath you, and the Moai seem to lean closer, though they do not move. Did they see them stand, those ancient ones, as gods or kin? The silence wraps you warm and still. The Easter Island Moai endure, some toppled, some restored, their faces weathered but unyielding. You rise, the sea's song louder now, and the statues blur in the twilight. Their eyes, their hats, their silent march, they are there yet, not there a vision you can see but never grasp. Were they ancestors, sentinels, or prayers to the stars? The question drifts soft as a wave as the island holds you in its gaze. The Moai wait, their truth safe in the sea's embrace. You step back, the cliffs falling away. The Moai's eyes follow, though they are hollow. They are fleeting things, these giants seen by countless souls, yet never fully known. The stone erodes, the grass grows, and still they stand, sentinels of a silent sea. What did they hope? Those who raised them as they carved under the same sky. The wind hums, and you walk on the Moai's gaze, lingering in your dreams. The island grows quiet, its mysteries settling like dust. You feel the Moai's weight, though you cannot touch them. Their faces, their vigil, their unspoken song, they are symbols now turning in your heart. Were they calling to the heavens, the ancestors, or the sea itself? The silence answers, and you drift, carried by the island's gentle breath toward another unknown. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. In the golden haze of Saqqara, where Egypt's dunes cradle the bones of eternity, you pause. The air shimmers heavy with the warmth of forgotten suns. Before you rests a small wooden figure no larger than your hand, carved with the grace of a bird. Its wings curve gently, its beak sharp, its tail flared like a rudder. Known as the Saqqara bird, this relic from 200 BCE seems poised to soar, a fleeting dream from a tomb's embrace. You gaze, and the desert hums. What flight did this bird seek? The bird is delicate, crafted from sycamore, its wood smoothed by hands long stilled. Its wings slightly upturned catch the light, suggesting motion frozen in time. No legs adorn it, only a sleek body, aerodynamic, as if meant for the sky. Found in a tomb near the step pyramid, it bears no markings, no name, only a faint notch where something, a string, a weight might have rested. You turn it in your mind's eye, its form both simple and strange. Was it a toy, a tool, a talisman? The bird sits silent, its purpose, a shadow that dances just beyond your grasp. Scholars, their voices soft as papyrus, circle the bird with care. Aerodynamicists testing replicas marvel at its design. In wind tunnels it lifts, gliding briefly, its shape echoing modern aircraft. Could it be a model, they wonder, a prototype for flight known to the ancients? Archaeologists hesitate, suggesting a ceremonial object, perhaps a votive for the god Horus, the falcon of the sky. Others propose a weather vane tracking desert winds for priests. Egyptologists note the Ptolemaic era, a time of Greek influence, yet find no texts, no tools to confirm such craft. The bird's flight, if it ever flew, remains a theory unproven, a breeze that slips through their hands. You hold the bird in your thoughts, its wood warm against the cool of your mind. In the spiritual heart of Egypt it takes wing. Priests of old, their chants rising to Ra, might have seen it as a soul's vessel carrying the dead to the stars. Local mystics, their words like lotus petals, speak of a sacred bird, a bridge to the divine, its form a prayer for ascent. Across seas, some dreamers call it a relic of lost wisdom, a hint of technologies gifted by gods or forgotten kings. The bird hovers not in air but in meaning, a spiral of possibility curling toward the heavens. You feel its gaze, though it has no eyes, and the sands sigh softly. Stories cling to Saqqara, faint as a hawk's cry. A tomb keeper centuries past swore the bird trembled in moonlight, its wings casting shadows that moved. A Greek traveler visiting the Nile wrote of wooden birds that flew in temples, though his scrolls are dust. Another tale speaks of a child buried with the bird whose spirit soared as it was placed beside her. In 1898, the bird was unearthed, its discovery hushed as if the sands wished it hidden. These whispers, like the bird, are fleeting, glimpsed, then gone, their truth a flicker in the desert's heat. The bird shifts as you linger. From one angle, it is a toy simple, meant for a child's joy. From another, a marvel, its curves too precise for mere play. Its tail angled upward suggests control, a rudder for unseen skies. You reach for it, but the wood is distant, locked in glass or memory. Its flight, if it ever knew flight, is a dream you can imagine but never touch. Did they carve it to soar, to pray, to wonder? The question settles gentle as the dunes ripple under the sun. Scientists return their instruments, humming. Some hypothesize a ritual tool, the bird swung on strings to mimic flight in ceremonies. Others suggest a scientific model, Ptolemaic scholars testing air's mysteries, blending Greek and Egyptian minds. A few cautious argue it's merely decorative, its shape a coincidence of craft. The Egyptians sailed rivers, not skies yet, their kites and gliders known in later tales tease the mind. Could they have dreamed of flight, their eyes on the ibis and hawk? The bird unyielding offers only its form, a riddle wrapped in wood. In the spiritual glow the bird ascends. To some it is a gate to the afterlife, its wings carrying souls through the duat. Bedouin elders, their voices like dusk, tell of a time when the sky was near and birds of wood spoke to gods. Modern seekers from far lands see it as a spark of cosmic truth, its design a whisper of universal laws. You feel their warmth, a pulse in the still air. The bird, they murmur, is not for solving but for dreaming, a wing that lifts the heart beyond the known. Its spiral of intent turns endless as you breathe, and the desert hums in answer. History's echoes are faint. A carver perhaps shaped the wood under a Saqqara moon, his purpose unclear. A priest in a temple, now sand, held the bird aloft, its shadow dancing. A child playing in the tomb's shadow laughed as it flew, her joy now dust. These moments, real or woven, fade into the dunes, leaving only their weight. You set the earth warm beneath you, and the bird feels alive though it is long still. Did they see it glide, those ancient ones, in the dark of their world? The silence deepens and you let it cradle you. The Saqqara bird rests a fragment in a museum, a shadow in your thoughts. You rise the desert stretching wide, and the bird's form blurs in the heat. Its wings, its beak, its silent flight, they are there yet not there, a dream that never fully lands. Was it a model, a prayer, a child's delight? The question lingers soft as a breath as the sands shift beneath your feet. The bird waits its truth safe in the desert's embrace. You step forward, the horizon endless. The bird's spiral follows, though it does not move. It is a fleeting thing, this relic seen by curious eyes, yet never fully grasped. The wood weathers, the sands shift, and still it endures, a whisper in the dunes. What did they hope, those who shaped it, as they worked under the same stars? The desert hums and you walk on the bird's wings, fluttering in your dreams. The sands settle and the bird's mystery grows quiet. You feel its weight, though you cannot hold it. The curve of its wings, the angle of its tail, they are symbols now soaring in your heart. Were they chasing flight divinity or the joy of creation? The silence answers, and you drift, carried by the desert's gentle sigh toward another enigma. So we drift again toward what cannot be named. In the cradle of the Indus, where rivers weave silver threads through ancient dust, you wander. The air hums with the warmth of a sun that has seen empires fade. Before you lies a small clay seal, no larger than a child's palm, etched with signs that dance like shadows. The Indus Valley script, born 400-500 years ago, speaks in symbols no one can unravel, lines, curves, and cryptic shapes from a civilization lost to time. You trace their edges with your gaze, and the earth murmurs, what voices did these signs carry? The script is delicate, found on seals, tablets, and pots across the cities of Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro. Each symbol, a fish, a tree, a grid, a horned figure, feels alive, carved with precision into baked clay or stone. Some seals bear unicorns, others bulls, their forms paired with signs that might be names, prayers, or counts. You imagine the scribe stylus in hand, pressing meaning into the clay. Thousands of inscriptions exist, yet none are long, none yield to translation. The script is a gate locked, its key dissolved in the river's flow. What did it guard, this silent tongue? Linguists, their voices, soft as monsoon rain, pour over the signs. Some propose a language like Dravidian, rooted in South India's ancient speech. Others suggest Proto-Indo-European, a cousin to Sanskrit, or a lost tongue unique to the Indus. Computational models count symbols 250 to 400, too many for an alphabet, too few for pictographs. Were they words, numbers, or sacred codes? Archaeologists note the seal's use in trade, perhaps marking goods or clans. Yet no Rosetta Stone, no bilingual text unlocks the script. The Indus people, sophisticated with planned cities and weights, left no clue. Could they have written stories, laws, or gods' names? The signs stare back, unyielding, a puzzle no hand can solve. You hold a seal in your mind's eye, its symbols curling like a river's bend. In the spiritual heart of the Indus, the script becomes a chant. Vedic sages, their hymns echoing, might have seen it as a map to the divine, each sign a step toward Brahman. Local storytellers, their words like lotus blooms, speak of a sacred script written by gods to hide their truths. Across continents, mystics call it a key to the cosmos, its symbols mirroring stars or souls. The seal hums not with sound, but with intent, a spiral of meaning you cannot follow. You feel its weight, though it has no form, and the river sighs eternal. Tales drift through the ruins, faint as a sitar's note. A merchant long ago swore his seal glowed under starlight, its signs shifting as he dreamed. A priestess in Mohenjo-Daro's citadel claimed the script sang when touched, a melody only the pure could hear. Another story speaks of a scribe who vanished, his final seal bearing a single unknown sign. In the 1920s, excavators unearthed the first seals, their symbols sparking wonder, then silence as the script defied all tongues. These whispers, like the signs, are fleeting, seen then lost their truth, a shimmer in the dust. The script shifts as you linger. On one seal, a tree beside a grid feels like a prayer. On another, a fish and a line suggest a tally. Their brevity, 5 signs, 10 at most, teases the mind. You reach for them, but the clay is cold, distant, a door you cannot open. The symbols are there, yet not there, a language you can see but never speak. Did they record trade rituals or the names of the dead? The question settles soft as a leaf as the river's current carries it away. Scientists return their tools aglow. Some hypothesize a proto-writing system, not a full language but a shorthand for commerce. Others suggest religious notation, each sign a deity or rite. A few daring propose a syllabary, each symbol a sound, though no phonetics emerge. The Indus civilization, thriving from 2600 to 1900 BCE, built baths and drains, yet left no books, no temples named. Could they have encoded their world in these fleeting signs, knowing it would fade? The clay listens but holds its silence. In the spiritual glow, the script shines. To some, it is a labyrinth, each sign a turn toward enlightenment. Village elders, their voices like dusk, tell of a time when the river spoke and the script was her song. Esoteric seekers from far shores see it as a mandala, its symbols aligning heart and universe. You feel their truth, a warmth in the cool air. The script, they whisper, is not for reading but for dreaming a path that leads beyond the known. Its spiral of signs turns endless as you breathe and the earth hums in answer. History's echoes are faint. A trader perhaps pressed a seal into clay under a Harappan sun, his purpose unclear. A child playing in the streets traced the signs, her laughter now dust. A scholar in a city, now ruins, gazed at the script, seeking its heart, then turned away. These moments, real or woven, fade into the riverbank, leaving only their breath. You sit the ground firm beneath you, and the signs feel alive though they are still. Did they see it speak? Those ancient ones in the quiet of their world. The silence wraps you warm and deep. The Indus Valley script endures, scattered in fragments, a shadow in your thoughts. You rise the river glinting below, and the signs blur in the heat. Their lines, their curves, their silent song, they are there yet, not there a voice you can hear but never understand. Was it a language, a code, a prayer? The question lingers soft as a ripple as the dust settles beneath your feet. The script waits its truth safe in the river's embrace. You step forward, the horizon wide. The seal's spiral follows, though it does not move. It is a fleeting thing, this script, seen by countless eyes, yet never fully known. The clay crumbles, the river flows, and still it endures, a whisper on silent clay. What did they hope, those who carved it, as they worked under the same sky? The river hums, and you walk on the script's signs, dancing in your dreams. The dunes grow quiet, their mysteries settling like mist. You feel the script's weight, though you cannot touch it. The fish, the tree, the horned figure, they are symbols now curling in your heart. Were they calling to the gods, the market, or the stars? The silence answers, and you drift, carried by the river's gentle sigh toward another unknown. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. In the lush embrace of Mexico's Gulf Coast, where jungle vines weave tales with the breeze, you stand. The earth pulses softly warm beneath your feet. Before you looms an Olmec colossal head, a massive basalt face carved from stone older than empires. Its lips are full, its eyes half closed, gazing through you to a horizon lost in time. Crafted 3,000 years ago, these giants, 17 known, scattered across ancient Olmec lands, carry secrets no one can name. You linger, and the forest whispers. Whose face is this, and what power did it hold? The head is immense, some 10 feet tall, its surface smoothed by hands that vanished long ago. Weighing up to 50 tons, it sits heavy on the earth, its helmet-like cap carved with faint patterns. Each head is unique, some broad, some narrow, their features bold yet serene. You circle one, its basalt cool despite the sun, and note the precision, nostrils flared, cheeks sculpted as if the stone breathed once. Found in San Lorenzo, La Venta, and beyond, they were dragged from quarries miles away across rivers and swamps. How did they move such weight, and who do these faces mourn? The jungle hums, offering no reply. Archaeologists, their voices gentle as falling leaves, study the heads with care. The Olmec, thriving from 1200 to 400 BCE, were masters of stone, yet their methods elude. Some suggest sledges, logs, rolled under the basalt, pulled by hundreds. Others propose rafts. The heads floated down rivers, though the terrain resists such ease. Geologists marvel at the quarries 60 miles distant, where basalt was hewn without metal tools. Were the heads portraits of kings, gods, or warriors? No texts, no bones confirm their role. Could a people so ancient have carved these titans to defy time itself? The stone gazes unyielding its truth, a shadow you cannot grasp. You kneel before the head, its eyes seeming to follow, though they do not move. In the spiritual heart of Mesoamerica, the heads are more than stone. Indigenous elders, their words like twilight, see them as ancestors, their faces holding the land's memory. Mayan descendants from nearby jungles call them guardians, their gaze warding off chaos. Modern shamans, their chants, soft sense, a cosmic pulse, the heads, as anchors for earth and sky. Across oceans, some dreamers whisper of star beings, their likeness is etched in basalt. The head watches a spiral of intent curling inward, and you feel its presence heavy yet warm, like a hand you cannot hold. Stories drift through the jungle, faint as fireflies. A farmer centuries past swore a head spoke at dusk, its voice a rumble in the earth. A priest in Leventa's shadow claimed the heads glowed when rains came, their light guiding lost souls. Another tale speaks of a head buried, then unearthed by floods, as if the earth refused its sleep. In the 1860s, explorers found the first head, its discovery hushed, as if the jungle wished it hidden. These tales, like the heads, endure but fade seen, then lost their edges, softened by the vines. The head shifts in your gaze. From one angle it is a king, regal and stern. From another, a deity, serene and eternal. Its cap etched with lines suggests rank or ritual, but no two are alike. You reach for it, but the basalt is distant, rooted too deep. The heads are there, yet not their faces you can see but never know. Did they honor the living, the dead, or the divine? The question settles soft as a petal, as the jungle's breath carries it away. Scientists return their tools aglow. Some hypothesize ceremonial roles, the heads marking sacred spaces or royal courts. Others suggest territorial markers, each face a claim to Olmec power. A few propose astronomical ties, their alignment tracking stars or seasons, though no patterns hold. The Olmec built platforms, canals, yet left no writing to explain. Could they have sculpted these faces to bind their world to eternity? The stone listens its silence, a weight that lingers. In the spiritual glow, the heads grow vast. To some they are gates to the underworld, their eyes a path through life and death. Local storytellers, their voices like mist, tell of a time when the earth sang and the heads were her chorus. Mystics from far lands see them as resonators, their basalt humming with the universe's rhythm. You feel their truth, a warmth in the humid air. The heads they murmur are not for naming, but for dreaming faces that hold the stars in place. Their spiral gaze turns endless as you breathe, and the jungle sighs in harmony. History's echoes are soft. A carver perhaps chipped basalt under a tropical moon, his purpose unclear. A mother in San Lorenzo's fields told her child the heads watched over them, her voice now dust. A warrior standing before a head offered maize his prayer, lost to the rain. These moments, real or woven, fade into the earth, leaving only their glow. You sit the ground soft beneath you, and the head feels alive, though it is still. Did they see it speak, those ancient ones, in the quiet of their world? The silence wraps you deep and warm. The Olmec colossal heads endure, half buried, half revealed, their faces weathered but unbowed. You rise, the jungle alive around you, and the head blurs in the twilight. Its eyes, its lips, its silent vigil, they are there, yet not there, a presence you can feel but never claim. Were they kings, gods, or dreams carved in stone? The question drifts soft as a breeze as the vines curl beneath your feet. The heads wait their truth safe in the jungle's embrace. You step back, the forest closing in. The head's gaze follows, though it does not move. They are fleeting things, these giants seen by countless hearts, yet never fully known. The basalt weathers, the vines grow, and still they stand, faces of the forgotten. What did they hope, those who shaped them, as they toiled under the same sky? The jungle hums, and you walk on the head's eyes, lingering in your dreams. The leaves grow quiet, their mysteries settling like dew. You feel the head's weight, though you cannot touch it. The curve of its lips, the depth of its gaze, they are symbols now etched in your heart. Were they calling to the heavens, the earth, or the souls of their kin? The silence answers, and you drift, carried by the jungle's gentle sigh toward another unknown. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. In the windswept fields of Brittany, where the heather hums beneath a sky of endless gray, you walk. The earth is cool, kissed by the salt of a distant sea. Before you stretch the Karnak stones, thousands of megaliths standing in rows like silent pilgrims, their granite faces weathered by 6,000 years. They march across the landscape straight and wavering a procession to nowhere. You pause, and the breeze carries a faint chant. Who raised these stones, and what starlight did they follow? The stones are countless, over 3,000, aligned in vast avenues that ripple across the hills. Some tower 10 feet, others barely reach your knee. Their surfaces are rough, flecked with lichen, yet their placement feels deliberate. Rows, circles, solitary menhirs, all pointing to a purpose lost. You trace their lines with your eyes, the alignment stretching toward the horizon, some ending in cromlechs, curved like half-forgotten gates. No tools, no bones mark their makers, only the stones themselves standing as if they grew from the earth. What vigil do they keep, these sentinels of stone archaeologists, their voices soft as the mist tread lightly among the rows? The stones, they say, rose between 4,500 and 3,000 BCE in a Neolithic world of farmers and dreamers. Some propose astronomical markers, the alignments tracking solstices, equinoxes, or stars like Sirius. Tests with theodolites show precision, yet no consensus holds. Others suggest burial sites, though few graves remain. Engineers marvel at the labor, tons of granite hauled perhaps on rollers raised with levers and ropes. Were they a calendar, a temple, a map of the heavens? The stones stand unmoving, their meaning, a breath that slips away. You stand within an avenue, the stones flanking you like silent guides. Their shadows shift, though the sun is still. In the spiritual heart of Brittany, the megaliths are more than rock. Celtic druids, their chants long faded, might have seen them as a path to the gods, each stone a step toward the eternal. Local elders, their words like hearthfire, speak of earth spirits, the stones, their bones anchoring land to sky. Across time, modern pagans call them a ley line, a current of energy pulsing unseen. The stones hum a spiral of purpose you cannot touch, winding toward the infinite. You feel their gaze, though they have no eyes, and the heather sighs. Tales weave through the fields, delicate as spider silk. A shepherd centuries ago swore the stones walked at midnight, their shadows dancing under the moon. A maiden lost in fog claimed a menhir's warmth guided her home, its surface glowing faintly. Another story speaks of a priest who prayed among the rows, his visions of starlit gates never shared. In the 18th century, travelers wrote of lights flickering among the stones, though no fire was found. These whispers, like the megaliths, endure, but vanish seen then gone, their truth a shimmer in the mist. The stones shift as you wander. From one hill they are an army marching in unison. From another a choir, each menhir a note in a silent hymn. Their alignments, so precise, feel alive as if they pulse with intent. You reach for one, but the granite is cold, rooted too deep. The stones are there yet, not there, a truth you can see but never hold. Did they mark time, honor the dead, or call to the stars? The question drifts soft as a cloud as the wind carries it onward. Scientists return their instruments clicking. Some hypothesize a ritual landscape, the stones linking sacred sites across Brittany. Others suggest social symbols, tribes uniting to raise them, their labor a bond. A few propose seismic markers, the stones placed where Earth's tremors whispered warnings. The Neolithic people, skilled with flint and faith, left no writing, only these rows. Could they have built this to bind their world to the cosmos? The granite listens its silence, a weight that lingers. In the spiritual glow, the stones grow vast. To some, they are a gate to the other world, their rows a path for souls to wander. Village storytellers, their voices like dusk, tell of a time when the earth was young and the stones were her voice. Mystics from far shores see them as a mandala, their pattern aligning heart and heavens. You feel their warmth, a pulse in the cool air. The stones, they murmur, are not for solving but for dreaming pillars that hold the sky's secrets. Their spiral purpose turns endless as you breathe, and the fields hum in harmony. History's echoes are faint. A farmer perhaps stood here offering grain to the stone's spirits. A child in a time before bronze ran among the rows, her laughter now dust. A seer gazing at the stars saw meaning in their lines, her truth lost to the wind. These moments, real or woven, fade into the heather, leaving only their glow. You sit, the grass soft beneath you, and the stones feel alive, though they are still. Did they see them move, those ancient ones, in the twilight of their world? The silence wraps you deep and warm. The Karnak stones endure their rows, unbroken, their faces weathered but unbowed. You rise, the fields stretching wide, and the stones blur in the twilight. Their lines, their circles, their silent march, they are there yet not there, a vision you can feel but never claim. Were they a temple, a calendar, or a prayer to the stars? The question lingers soft as a breeze as the heather sways beneath your feet. The stones wait their truth safe in the earth's embrace. You step back, the hills falling away. The stone's gaze follows, though they do not move. They are fleeting things, these megaliths seen by countless souls yet never fully known. The granite weathers, the grass grows, and still they stand guardians of the unseen path. What did they hope, those who raised them, as they toiled under the same sky? The wind hums and you walk on the stone's presence, lingering in your dreams. The fields grow quiet, their mysteries settling like dew. You feel the stone's weight, though you cannot touch them. The rows, the circles, the unspoken song, they are symbols now etched in your heart. Were they calling to the heavens, the earth, or the souls of their kin? The silence answers, and you drift carried by the breeze's gentle sigh toward another unknown. So we drift again toward what cannot be named. High in the Bayan Kara Ula mountains, where the winds of China and Tibet weave a tapestry of solitude, you climb. The air is thin sharp with the scent of ancient stone. In a cave, half hidden by the earth's embrace, you imagine a glint, a stone disk, circular at surface, etched with spirals that twist like the paths of forgotten stars. The Dropa stones, so the tales whisper, are 716 relics from 12,000 years ago, inscribed with signs no one can read. You kneel, and the mountain hums. Were these carved by hands, or by visitors from the sky? The discs, if they exist, are small, a foot across, crafted from granite or myth. Each bears a hole at its center, from which twin grooves spiral outward, delicate as a spider's thread. Tiny markings, like hieroglyphs too fine for the eye, are said to line these grooves, a script from a tongue long silent. You picture them scattered in the cave's dust alongside bones of beings small and strange, their skulls too large for their fragile frames. The cave walls, it's told, bear drawings, suns, moons, and figures in rounded helms linked by dots to distant stars. Yet the stones themselves are gone, vanished from museums, their traces as fleeting as a dream. What story did they hold, these circles of stone? Scholars tread warily here, their voices hushed as the alpine wind. Archaeologists question the tale's roots, noting no record of a 1938 expedition led by a Chipute, the professor named in the story. The stones, they say, resemble Bai discs, jade artifacts from Neolithic China, symbols of heaven, not alien craft. Geologists suggest natural granite, perhaps etched by time, not tools. Linguists scoff at claims of a 4-year decipherment by Etsum Nui, whose name rings false in Chinese or Japanese. Could the discs be a merchant's tally, a ritual offering, or a fiction born in the 1960s? No photographs show the hieroglyphs, no museums hold the stones. The tale, they murmur, smells of hoax, yet its persistence teases the mind. Could a truth, however small, lie buried in the legend? You sit in the cave's imagined dark, a disc balanced in your thoughts. Its spirals turn a labyrinth leading nowhere. In the spiritual heart of these mountains, the stones take on a celestial glow. Tibetan monks, their prayers like soft bells, might see them as mandalas, maps of the soul's journey to the stars. Local herders, the Drokpa, speak of beings from the clouds, small and strange, woven into tales older than their fires. Across the world, seekers whisper of extraterrestrial scribes their message, a gift or warning lost to time's theft. The disc hums not with sound but with mystery, a gate to realms you cannot enter. You feel its pull, though it has no form, and the cave's silence deepens. Stories swirl through the peaks, fragile as frost. A shepherd long ago claimed a disc sang when touched, its hum rising like a storm's approach. A monk meditating nearby saw lights flicker in the cave, pale as moonlight, then vanish. Another tale speaks of a Russian scientist, Vyacheslav Syzev, who tested the stones in the 1960s, finding cobalt and a strange vibration as if they held a charge. In 1974, an Austrian Ernst Wegerer swore he held 2 discs in Xi'an's Bampo Museum, photographing them before they and the curator disappeared. These tales, like the stones, are shadows glimpsed, then gone, their edges blurred by the years. The disc shifts in your mind's eye. From one angle, it is a tool practical, perhaps a weight for looms. From another, a relic sacred, a plea to the heavens. Its spirals so fine suggest intent, but whose you reach for it, but the stone is air, a vision locked in rumor. The Dropa stones are there yet, not there a truth you can chase but never catch. Did they record a crash, a prayer, or nothing at all? The question settles soft as snow as the mountain's breath carries it away. Scientists linger their doubts sharp. Some propose the story as a misread of bidiscs, their holes and grooves mistaken for alien script. Others suggest folklore, the Drakpa and Ham tribes' tales of cloud people spun into modern myth. A few cautious entertain a lost culture, its artifacts misnamed, but no graves, no discs support the claim. The 1962 German magazine Das Vegetarische Universum birthed the tale its source, a fictional news agency. Could a grain of truth, a real find exaggerated, hide in the fiction? The stones, if they were, are gone, their absence a louder silence than any proof. In the spiritual light, the discs shimmer. To some they are a cosmic diary, etched by beings who fell from Sirius, their story, a mirror of humanity's own search. Village elders, their voices, like embers, tell of a time when the sky was near and stones held its secrets. Mystics from distant lands see them as resonators, their spirals tuning the heart to the universe's hum. You feel their truth, a warmth in the cold air. The discs they whisper are not for reading but for dreaming, signs that point beyond the known. Their spiral paths turn endless as you breathe, and the mountains sigh in answer. History's echoes are faint. A scribe, perhaps, carved the spirals under a Himalayan dawn, his purpose unclear. A child playing in the cave ran her fingers along the grooves, her wonder now dust. A wanderer seeking shelter saw the discs and fled, his tale half told. These moments, real or woven, fade into the peaks, leaving only their afterglow. You sit the stone cool beneath you, and the disc feels alive, though it is myth. Did they hear it hum, those ancient ones, in the stillness of their world? The silence wraps you deep and soft. The Dropa stones, if they ever were, rest nowhere now, their story a flicker in the mind. You rise the mountains vast around you, and the disc's spirals blur in the twilight. Their grooves, their signs, their silent song, they are there yet not there, a vision you can feel but never hold. Were they a message, a myth, or a dream of the stars? The question lingers soft as a star's light, as the wind curls beneath your feet. The stones wait their truth safe in the mountain's embrace. You step back, the peaks falling away. The disc's spiral follows, though it does not move. It is a fleeting thing, this relic, seen by no eyes, yet known by countless hearts. The granite weathers the cave's close, and still the story endures, a whisper from the stars. What did they hope, those who carved it, if they carved it all under the same sky? The mountain hums and you walk on the disc's mystery, lingering in your dreams. The winds grow quiet, their secrets settling like dusk. You feel the disc's weight, though you cannot touch it. The spirals, the signs, the unspoken tale, they are symbols now turning in your heart. Were they calling to the heavens, the earth, or a people lost to time? The silence answers, and you drift, carried by the mountain's gentle sigh toward another unknown. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Beneath the acacia's dappled shade, where Zimbabwe's savanna breathes with the warmth of ancient summers, you stand. The great Zimbabwe ruins rise before you, their granite walls curving like the spine of a sleeping giant. Towers without mortar enclosures, woven from stone, whisper of a kingdom that flourished 800 years ago. The air hums heavy with the scent of earth and time. You step closer and the stones murmur. Who built this citadel, and what dreams did they trade across the seas? The ruins are vast, sprawling across hills in Masvingo. The great enclosure, its walls 30 feet high, arcs in a perfect ellipse, its stones fitted so tightly no blade can slip between. The conical tower solid and windowless looms like a sentinel, its purpose veiled. Smaller enclosures scattered like petals hold traces of hearths, beads, and gold. You wander the hill complex where boulders frame doorways to chambers unseen. Soapstone birds, their wings chipped, perch on broken pillars, gazing at a sky that has forgotten their names. The builders, their culture, their networks, these are shadows, half glimpsed, slipping through the cracks of history. Archaeologists, their voices soft as the savanna's breeze sift through the dust. The kingdom thriving from 1100 to 1450 CE was Bantu, likely Shona ancestors, they say. The walls built without mortar suggest mastery stones, shaped by fire and hand-hauled from nearby hills. Some hypothesize a royal palace, the great enclosure housing chiefs or queens. Others propose a trade hub linking Africa's interior to Indian Ocean ports, where gold, ivory, and copper bought silk and porcelain. Chinese celadon and Persian glass found in the ruins hint at far-flung ties, yet no texts name the kingdom's heart. Could a people so skilled have raised these walls to rival the stars? The stones stand silent, their secrets a veil you cannot lift. You pause within the great enclosure, its walls curving like a mother's embrace. The stones seem to watch, their edges worn but unyielding. In the spiritual heart of this land, the ruins are alive. Shona elders their words like river stones, call them a sacred seat where ancestors commune with the living. The soapstone birds, they say, are spirits, their flight a bridge to Moai, the creator god. Sangomas from distant villages see the walls as a spiral of energy channeling Earth's pulse. Across cultures, some whisper of a lost Eden, a city blessed by divine hands. The tower looms a gate to the unseen, and you feel its hum, though it has no voice, a warmth that lingers in the cool shade. Tales drift through the ruins light as a heron's wing. A chief long ago swore the conical tower sang at dawn, its stones humming with the land's heartbeat. A trader returning from the coast claimed the bird's eyes glowed under moonlight, guiding him through storms. Another story speaks of a queen, her gold buried beneath the hill, complex her spirit guarding it still. In the 16th century, Portuguese explorers wrote of a stone city vast and empty, its people vanished like mist. These whispers, like the ruins, endure but fade touched, then lost their truth, a flicker in the grass. The stones shift as you move. From the valley, the great enclosure is a fortress, its walls defiant. From the hill, a temple, its curves soft as prayer. The birds ate found their soapstone cracked, seem to turn though they are still. You reach for them, but the stone is distant, rooted in a time you cannot cross. The ruins are there yet, not there a kingdom you can see but never enter. Did they build to honor, to trade, to pray? The question settles soft as a leaf, as the acacia's shade sways. Scientists return their tools gleaming. Some propose a ceremonial center, the enclosures hosting rites of passage or harvest. Others suggest a defensive stronghold, though no war's scars mark the stones. A few hypothesize astronomy. The walls align to solstices or Orion's belt guiding farmers or priests. The kingdom's collapse, drought, trade's end, or migration left no record. Could they have woven a city so grand only to let it slip into silence? The granite listens its weight, a quiet answer. In the spiritual glow, the ruins shine. To some, they are a labyrinth, each wall a turn toward the divine. Local storytellers, their voices like embers, tell of a time when the land was whole and the stones were its song. Mystics from far shores see them as a beacon, their spiral layout tuning the soul to the cosmos. You feel their truth, a pulse in the warm air. The ruins, they murmur, are not for mapping, but for dreaming walls that hold the earth's secrets. The bird's gaze turns endless as you breathe, and the savannah sighs in answer. History's echoes are faint. A mason perhaps stacks stones under a Zimbabwean moon, his purpose unclear. A child playing in the enclosures laughed as she touched a bird, her joy now dust. A merchant bearing glass from Persia gazed at the tower, his wonder lost to the wind. These moments, real or woven, fade into the hills, leaving only their light. You sit, the earth firm beneath you, and the stones feel alive, though they are still. Did they hear the city sing those ancient ones in the twilight of their world? The silence wraps you deep and soft. The great Zimbabwe ruins endure their walls, unyielding, their birds weathered but proud. You rise the savannah, stretching wide, and the stones blur in the dusk. Their curves, their towers, their silent birds, they are there yet, not there a kingdom you can feel but never claim. Were they a palace, a shrine, or a dream of eternity? The question lingers soft as a breeze, as the grass bends beneath your feet. The ruins wait their truth safe in the earth's embrace. You step back, the hills rolling away. The tower's shadow follows, though it does not move. They are fleeting things, these ruins, seen by countless hearts, yet never fully known. The granite weathers, the acacias grow, and still they stand echoes of a vanished crown. What did they hope, those who built them, as they toiled under the same sky? The savannah hums, and you walk on the bird's gaze, lingering in your dreams. The hills grow quiet, their mysteries settling like twilight. You feel the ruins wait, though you cannot touch them. The walls, the birds, the unspoken song, they are symbols now carved in your heart. Were they calling to the ancestors, the stars, or the soul of the land? The silence answers, and you drift carried by the savannah's gentle sigh toward another unknown. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. High in the Andes, where the sky bends close to kiss the earth you stand, the altiplano stretches wide, its air thin and sharp with the chill of eternity. Before you rises the Gate of the Sun, a monolithic arch carved from a single slab of andesite, its surface alive, with figures that dance in the fading light. Built by the Tiahuanaco people over 1,500 years ago, this portal gleams with secrets no one can name. You step closer, and the mountains hum. What wisdom did this gate guard? The gate is grand, 10 feet tall, its stone hewn with precision that defies the years. Across its lintel, a central figure, perhaps a god, perhaps a king, stares forward, rays like sunbeams or serpents framing its head. Flanking it are winged attendants, their forms etched in rows, clutching staffs or scepters. Below a frieze of smaller faces, some human, some beast, spirals in patterns that tease the eye. The stone quarried miles away bears no trace of how it was shaped or raised. You trace its carvings with your gaze, each line a whisper of a world vanished. Was this a doorway, a calendar, or a prayer to the heavens? Scholars, their voices soft as the Andean wind, circle the gate with care. Archaeologists place Tiahuanaco's peak between 200 and 1000 CE, a culture of aqueducts and temples. The gate's carvings, they suggest, may chart the stars Venus perhaps, or solar cycles guiding farmers through seasons. Astronomers note alignments, the gate facing east, catching dawn's first light at equinoxes. Engineers puzzle over its craft, andesite, harder than steel, shaped without iron tools, moved across rugged plains. Some propose it as a ceremonial arch, others a marker of sacred space, yet no texts, no relics name its purpose. Could a people so ancient have carved a map to the cosmos? The gate stands, its figures, frozen their meaning, a cloud that drifts beyond reach. You pause beneath the gate, its shadow cool against your skin. The central figure, often called Viracocha, the creator god, seems to watch, its eyes unyielding. In the spiritual heart of the Andes, the gate is more than stone. Aymara elders, their words like woven alpaca, see it as a portal to the divine, where earth meets sky. Quechua shamans from distant peaks call it a mirror of the soul, its carvings a path through time's layers. Across cultures, mystics whisper of a stargate, its symbols a code to other worlds. The gate hums a spiral of intent, curling outward, and you feel its presence heavy yet soft, like a dream you cannot hold. Tales drift through Tiahuanaco faint, as the cry of a condor. A priest, centuries past, swore the gate glowed at solstice, its figures shimmering as the sun rose. A herder lost in a storm claimed the carvings sang their voices, guiding him to safety. Another story speaks of a child who vanished beneath the gate, her laughter echoing from a place unseen. In the 19th century, explorers sketched the gate, their journals noting lights that flickered in its shadow, though no source was found. These whispers, like the carvings, endure but fade touched, then lost their truth, a glimmer in the altiplano's dust. The gate shifts as you circle it. From one side, it is a throne, the central figure reigning over the stone. From another, a window, its carvings framing a sky too vast. The winged attendants, their steps precise, seem to march, though they are still. You reach for them, but the andesite is cold-rooted in a time you cannot cross. The gate is there, yet not there, a threshold you can see but never pass. Did they carve it to mark time, to worship, to dream? The question settles soft as a feather as the mountain's breath carries it away. Scientists return their instruments aglow. Some hypothesize a ritual calendar, the carvings, tracking lunar phases or harvests. Others suggest a political symbol, the gate proclaiming Tiahuanaco's power over trade routes. A few propose mythology, the figures retelling creation stories, though no oral tales align. The Tiahuanaco built pyramids, canals, yet their collapse, drought, invasion, or exodus left no record. Could they have raised this gate to bind their world to the eternal? The stone listens its silence, a weight that lingers. In the spiritual glow, the gate shines. To some, it is a labyrinth, each carving a turn toward the divine. Local storytellers, their voices, like embers, tell of a time when the sky was near and the gate was its voice. Mystics from far shores see it as a resonator, its symbols humming with the universe's rhythm. You feel their truth, a warmth in the cold air. The The gate, they murmur, is not for crossing, but for dreaming a portal that holds the stars in place. The central figure's rays turn endless as you breathe, and the Andes sigh in harmony. History's echoes are faint. A mason perhaps carved the stone under a Bolivian dawn, his purpose unclear. A mother in Tiahuanaco's fields told her child the gate led to the gods, her voice now dust. A traveler bearing coca leaves gazed at the carvings, his wonder lost to the wind. These moments, real or woven, fade into the altiplano, leaving only their light. You sit, the earth firm beneath you, and the gate feels alive, though it is still. Did they see it open, those ancient ones, in the twilight of their world? The silence wraps you deep and soft. The Tiahuanaco Gate of the Sun endures, its carvings unweathered, its presence unbowed. You rise the mountains vast around you, and the gate blurs in the dusk. Its figures, its rays, its silent hymn, they are there yet not there, a vision you can feel but never claim. Was it a calendar, a shrine, or a plea to the stars? The question lingers soft as a breeze as the dust settles beneath your feet. The gate waits its truth safe in the mountain's embrace. You step back, the altiplano stretching wide. The gate's shadow follows, though it does not move. It is a fleeting thing, this portal, seen by countless hearts, yet never fully known. The andesite weathers, the winds sing, and still it stands a threshold to the stars. What did they hope, those who carved it, as they toiled under the same sky? The mountains hum, and you walk on the gate's carvings, lingering in your dreams. The peaks grow quiet, their mystery settling like twilight. You feel the gate's weight, though you cannot touch it. The rays, the attendants, the unspoken song, they are symbols now etched in your heart. Were they calling to the heavens, the earth, or the souls of their kin? The silence answers, and you drift, carried by the Andes' gentle sigh, toward another unknown. So we drift again toward what cannot be named. Across the shadowed fields of Europe, where the echoes of Roman legions linger in the dew, you pause. The earth is soft, cradling secrets beneath its surface. In your hands, you imagine a small bronze object, no larger than an apple, its 12 pentagonal faces gleaming faintly in the twilight. The Roman dodecahedron, a relic from the 2nd to 4th centuries CE, is hollow, each face pierced with a circular hole of varying size, adorned with knobs at its vertices. Found from Britain to the Rhine, its purpose remains a whisper unwoven. You turn it gently, and the wind sighs. What riddle did this shape conceal? The dodecahedron is intricate, its bronze polished by hands long gone. Each face, perfectly symmetrical, bears a hole, some wide, some narrow, framed by the metal's cool embrace. The knobs, 20, in all jut like tiny sentinels, suggesting a grip or a stand. Over 100 have been unearthed in villas, forts, and hoards, yet no two are identical. You trace its edges, feeling the weight of its mystery. No texts, no carvings, no tools explain its use. Was it a game, a tool, a sacred charm? The bronze gleams, a star fallen to earth, its truth just beyond your fingertips. Archaeologists, their voices hushed as the dusk ponder the dodecahedra's enigma. Some propose a surveying tool, the holes aligning with stars or angles for Roman engineers. Tests with replicas show precision, yet no survey records mention such a shape. Others suggest a candle holder, the holes venting heat, though no wax stains remain. Historians hypothesize a knitting gauge, the holes sizing wool for gloves, but the bronze seems too fine for such work. A few propose a game piece rolled like dice, though no rules survive. The dodecahedra found across the Roman Empire's northern fringes defy all theories. Could a civilization so vast have crafted an object with no name? The bronze rests silent, its purpose, a mist that drifts away. You hold the dodecahedron in your mind's eye, its facets catching the light like a faceted jewel. In the spiritual heart of ancient Europe, it becomes a talisman. Celtic druids, their chants fading into the oaks, might have seen it as a map of the cosmos, its 12 faces mirroring the heaven's cycle. Roman priests offering incense to Jupiter could have deemed it a vessel for divine will, its holes channeling sacred breath. Across time, modern mystics whisper of a geometric key, its shape, Plato's symbol of the universe, unlocking hidden truths. The dodecahedron hums a spiral of intent. You cannot follow its knobs like eyes that watch without seeing. You feel its presence, though it is distant, and the fields murmur softly. Stories cling to the dodecahedra, delicate as morning frost. A soldier stationed at Hadrian's wall swore his dodecahedron glowed in the dark, its holes casting starlight on his tent. A merchant in Gaul claimed one rolled on its own, stopping at a hole that pointed north. Another tale speaks of a priestess who buried hers in a hoard, her prayers sealed within only to vanish with her village. In the 19th century, farmers plowing fields found the first dodecahedra, their discoveries hushed, as if the earth wished them secret. These tales, like the bronze, are fleeting glimpsed, then lost their edges softened by the years. The dodecahedron shifts as you turn it. From one angle, it is a tool practical, its holes, a measure of some forgotten craft. From another, a relic sacred, its shape, a prayer to unseen forces. The knobs evenly spaced suggest balance, but for what? You reach for it, but the bronze is locked in museums or memory, a puzzle you can see but never solve. The dodecahedra are there yet. Not there a truth you can hold but never know. Did they guide, adorn, or worship? The question settles soft as a leaf as the twilight deepens. Scientists return their tools aglow. Some hypothesize a religious token, the dodecahedron offered in temples, its holes for libations or incense. Others suggest a navigational aid, the knobs aligning with constellations, though no maps confirm it. A few propose a status symbol carried by elites to flaunt wealth, yet their presence in modest sites resists this. The Romans, masters of roads and aqueducts, left no hint of this object's role. Could they have crafted a mystery? Even they forgot. The bronze listens its silence, a weight that lingers. In the spiritual glow, the dodecahedron shines. To some it is a gate to the divine, its 12 faces a path through the zodiac. Village elders, their voices like embers, tell of a time when the earth was young and bronze held its secrets. Mystics from far shores see it as a resonator, its geometry humming with the universe's pulse. You feel their truth, a warmth in the cool air. The dodecahedron, they murmur, is not for solving but for dreaming a shape that cradles the stars. Its spiral of holes turns endless as you breathe and the fields sigh in answer. History's echoes are faint. A smith perhaps cast the bronze under a Roman moon, his purpose unclear. A child playing in a villa's courtyard rolled the dodecahedron, her laughter now dust. A seer gazing at its holes saw visions of distant lands, her truth lost to the wind. These moments, real or woven, fade into the earth, leaving only their light. You sit the grass soft beneath you, and the dodecahedron feels alive, though it is still. Did they see it shine, those ancient ones, in the quiet of their world? The silence wraps you deep and warm. The Roman dodecahedra endure scattered in fragments, their bronze unweathered. You rise the fields stretching wide, and the dodecahedron blurs in the dusk. Its faces, its holes, its silent knobs, they are there yet, not there, a vision you can feel but never claim. Was it a tool, a charm, or a dream of the cosmos? The question lingers soft as a breeze as the dew settles beneath your feet. The dodecahedron waits its truth, safe in the earth's embrace. You step back, the horizon fading. The dodecahedron's spiral follows, though it does not move. It is a fleeting thing, this relic, seen by countless hearts, yet never fully known. The bronze tarnishes, the fields grow, and still it endures an enigma in bronze. What did they hope, those who shaped it, as they toiled under the same sky? The wind hums and you walk on the dodecahedron's mystery, lingering in your dreams. The fields grow quiet, their secrets settling like twilight. You feel the dodecahedron's weight, though you cannot touch it. The holes, the knobs, the unspoken song, they are symbols now turning in your heart. Were they calling to the heavens, the earth, or the souls of their kin? The silence answers, and you drift carried by the night's gentle sigh toward another unknown. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. On the windswept shores of Easter Island, where the Pacific weaves dreams with its endless tides, you rest. The cliffs stand sentinel, their basalt kissed by salt and time. In your hands you envision a wooden tablet, smooth as driftwood, its surface carved with rows of glyphs, birds, fish spirals, and figures that dance like shadows on water. The Rongo script, born perhaps 800 years ago, speaks in a language no one can hear, a mystery unique to Rapa Nui. You trace its lines, and the ocean whispers, what song did these signs carry? The tablets are rare, only 26, known scattered in museums far from their island home. Crafted from Toromiro wood or driftwood, they vary, some small as a hand, others long as an arm. The glyphs, over 800 distinct, march in Bostrofeden, reversing direction with each line like waves turning back to sea. Birds with human heads, crescent moons, and stick-like men weave a tapestry of meaning, incised with obsidian or shark teeth. You imagine the carver hunched in torchlight, etching secrets into wood. Found in caves or houses, the tablets offer no context, no tools, no graves to name their makers. What tale do they tell these silent boards? Linguists, their voices soft as the tide's retreat gather around the glyphs. The Rapa Nui descendants of Polynesian voyagers had no writing before European contact, they say. Some propose a script born after Spanish arrival in 1770, inspired by their books, yet the glyphs feel older, rooted in the island's soul. Others suggest a proto-writing system recording genealogies or chants with signs for sounds or ideas. Computational models count the glyphs, hinting at a language, but no key unlocks it. Archaeologists note their late discovery in 1864 by missionaries, when few could read them. Could a people so isolated have woven a script to rival the stars? The tablets lie still their signs, a tide that ebbs away. You cradle the tablet in your mind's eye, its wood warm with the island's breath. In the spiritual heart of Rapa Nui, the glyphs become a prayer. Elders their chants, like sea foam, call them a gift from Hotu Matua, the first king, each sign a thread to the ancestors. Polynesian kahunas from distant atolls see them as a map of the spirit guiding souls across the ocean's veil. Modern dreamers their words like choral whisper of a cosmic code, its spirals linking Earth to the Pleiades. The tablet hums a gate to the unseen, its glyphs curling like a current you cannot ride. You feel its pull, though it is distant and the waves sigh gently. Tales drift across the island, fragile as a frigate bird's wing. A priest long ago swore the tablets sang at dusk, their glyphs glowing as the sun sank. A fisher lost at sea claimed a tablet's signs appeared in the stars, leading him home. Another story speaks of a cave where tablets were hidden, their keepers vanishing when strangers came. In 1868, Bishop Tupano Jausen received the first tablet, its glyphs copied by a dying elder Mitoro whose chants failed to unlock them. These whispers, like the glyphs, are fleeting, seen then lost their truth, a shimmer in the salt air. The tablet shifts as you linger. On one line, a birdman soars, perhaps a ritual's echo. On another, a spiral twists, a riddle without end. The glyphs, so varied, tease with purpose. Some repeat, others stand alone. You reach for them, but the wood is locked in glass, a relic of a world you cannot enter. The Rongo Rongo script is there yet, not there a voice you can see but never hear. Did they carve it to remember, to worship, to dream? The question settles soft as a shell as the ocean's rhythm carries it away. Scientists return their tools aglow. Some hypothesize a mnemonic aid the glyphs, prompting oral chants of chiefs or gods. Others suggest a ceremonial record tied to the Tangata Manu, the Birdman cult, though no glyphs match its rites. A few propose a trade code marking goods or alliances, yet the island's isolation resists this. The Rapa Nui, with their moai and canoes, thrived until collapsed disease slavers or deforestation silenced their scribes. Could they have etched their soul into wood knowing it would fade? The tablets listen their silence, a weight that lingers. In the spiritual glow, the script shines. To some, it is a labyrinth, each glyph a turn toward the divine. Village storytellers, their voices like embers tell of a time when the sea was alive and the tablets were its song. Mystics from far shores see them as a mandala, their spirals tuning the heart to the cosmos. You feel their truth, a warmth in the cool air. The script they murmur is not for reading but for dreaming, a wave that carries the soul beyond the known. The bird, man's gaze turns endless as you breathe and the cliffs hum in answer. History's echoes are faint. A scribe perhaps carved under a Rapa Nui moon, his purpose unclear. A child playing in a cave traced the glyphs, her wonder now dust. A navigator gazing at the stars saw meaning in their lines, his truth lost to the tide. These moments, real or woven, fade into the basalt, leaving only their light. You sit the sand soft beneath you, and the tablet feels alive, though it is still. Did they hear it speak, those ancient ones in the twilight of their world? The silence wraps you deep and warm. The Rongo Rongo script endures its tablets, scattered its glyphs unvoiced. You rise the ocean stretching wide, and the tablet's spirals blur in the dusk. Its birds, its spirals, its silent chant, they are there yet not there, a vision you can feel but never claim. Was it a history, a prayer, or a map to the stars? The question lingers soft as a breeze as the waves lap beneath your feet. The script waits its truth safe in the sea's embrace. You step back, the cliffs towering above. The tablet spiral follows, though it does not move. It is a fleeting thing, this script seen by countless hearts, yet never fully known. The wood weathers, the tides sing, and still it endures glyphs of the sea's forgotten voice. What did they hope? Those who carved it as they toiled under the same sky? The ocean hums and you walk on the script's mystery, lingering in your dreams. The shores grow quiet, their secrets settling like twilight. You feel the tablet's weight, though you cannot touch it. The Birdman, the spiral, the unspoken song, they are symbols now etched in your heart. Were they calling to the ancestors, the sea, or the heavens above? The silence answers, and you drift, carried by the tide's gentle sigh toward another unknown. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. In the sun-scorched deserts of Chihuahua, where the earth cradles secrets beneath its cracked skin, you wander. The air shimmers heavy with the weight of forgotten tales. Before you, in the quiet of your mind, rests the Star-Child skull, a small, fragile relic, its elongated dome and wide-eye sockets gazing upward as if searching for a distant home. Unearthed a century ago in a Mexican cave, this skull, dated to perhaps 900 years old, stirs whispers of origins beyond the human. You lean closer, and the desert breathes what being wore this fragile crown. The skull is delicate, no larger than a child's, its bones smoothed by time's gentle hand. Its cranium stretches backward, impossibly long, with sutures fused in ways unlike most human skulls. The eye sockets, vast and almond-shaped, dominate its face, giving it an otherworldly gaze. No jaw remains, only the upper dome, its surface pale as moonlight. Found in a mine tunnel near El Fuerte, alongside a second, more human skull, it lay buried in dust and silence. You trace its curves in your thoughts, feeling the strangeness of its form. Was it a child, a traveler, or something not of this earth? The skull rests silent, its truth a star too far to reach. Scientists, their voices soft as the desert's dusk, approach with caution. Anthropologists note its deformities, suggesting hydrocephalus or cradleboarding practices that elongate skulls in ancient cultures. Yet the skull's capacity, larger than expected for its size, raises doubts. Geneticists testing samples found mitochondrial DNA suggesting human maternal lineage, but the nuclear DNA remains elusive, degraded, or strange. Some propose a congenital anomaly, a rare mutation lost to time. Others wary question the skull's authenticity, citing its murky provenance. Could a child born so different have walked these lands? The skull offers no answers, its socket staring into the void. You gaze into those hollow eyes, feeling a pull, as if they see you still. In the spiritual heart of Mexico, the skull becomes a beacon. Indigenous shamans, their chants like cactus blooms, call it a child of the stars, a visitor from realms beyond the Pleiades. Local elders, their words woven with care, speak of sky beings who walked the earth, leaving their mark in bone. Across borders, seekers whisper of extraterrestrial lineage, the skull, a relic of cosmic kin. The skull hums a spiral of mystery, winding inward its eyes, a gate to worlds unseen. You feel its presence, though it is distant, and the dunes sigh gently. Stories drift through Chihuahua, faint as a coyote's call. A miner in the 1930s swore the cave glowed when the skull was found, its light fading as he carried it out. A curandera tending the sick claimed the skull's shadow healed a child, though none could say how. Another tale speaks of a traveler who dreamed of the skull's eyes alive, with stars guiding him through a storm. The skull passed from hand to hand, vanished for decades, reappearing in the 1990s, its journey a mystery. These whispers, like the skull, are fleeting, glimpsed then gone, their truth a shimmer in the heat. The skull shifts in your mind's light. From one angle, it is human, a child shaped by ancient hands or nature's whim. From another, alien, its form too strange for earthly kin. The sockets so wide seem to hold a universe, their edges soft but unyielding. You reach for it, but the bone is locked in private hands or legend, a relic you can see but never touch. The Star-Child skull is there yet, not there, a being you can imagine but never know. Did it dream of stars of earth, or of nothing at all? The question settles soft as sand as the desert's breath carries it away. Scientists linger, their tools humming. Some hypothesize a medical anomaly, the skull, a tragic case of deformity preserved by chance. Others suggest cultural modification, though no local tribes practice such extreme shaping. A few daring entertain hybrid theories, though no evidence supports extraterrestrial claims. The skull's age, roughly 900 years, places it in a time of Toltec influence, yet no artifacts link it to their world. Could a child so marked have been revered or shunned? The bone listens its silence, a weight that lingers. In the spiritual glow, the skull shines. To some, it is a mirror reflecting humanity's longing for the stars. Village storytellers, their voices like embers, tell of a time when the sky was near, and such children were its messengers. Mystics from far shores see it as a vessel, its form holding truths of cosmic unity. You feel their warmth, a pulse in the dry air. The skull, they murmur, is not for proving, but for dreaming a bridge to realms beyond the known. Its spiral of mystery turns endless as you breathe, and the desert hums an answer. History's echoes are faint. A mother perhaps cradled this child under a Chihuahuan moon, her love unspoken. A healer in a village now dust gazed at its eyes, seeking meaning in their depth. A wanderer lost in the cave found the skull and wept, his story lost to the wind. These moments, real or woven, fade into the dunes, leaving only their glow. You sit the earth warm beneath you, and the skull feels alive, though it is still. Did they see it shine, those ancient ones, in the quiet of their world? The silence wraps you deep and soft. The star-child skull endures a solitary relic, its eyes unseeing yet profound. You rise the desert stretching wide, and the skull's form blurs in the twilight. Its dome, its sockets, its silent gaze, they are there yet not there, a vision you can feel but never claim. Was it a child, a starborn, or a dream of the unknown? The question lingers soft as a breeze as the sand shifts beneath your feet. The skull waits its truth safe in the desert's embrace. You step back, the dunes rolling away. The skull's eyes follow, though they do not move. It is a fleeting thing, this relic seen by countless hearts yet never fully known. The bone weathers, the stars turn, and still it endures a whisper from the unknown. What did they hope, those who buried it? As they knelt under the same sky, the desert hums and you walk on the skull's mystery, lingering in your dreams. The sands grow quiet, their secrets settling like dusk. You feel the skull's weight, though you cannot touch it. The eyes, the dome, the unspoken song, they are symbols now etched in your heart. Were they calling to the heavens, the earth, or the souls of their kin? The silence answers, and you drift carried by the desert's gentle sigh toward another unknown. So we drift again toward what cannot be named. In the heart of the Nubian desert, where the sands sing under a sky vast as eternity, you stand. The sun burns low, casting long shadows across the dunes. Before you lies the Nabta Playa stone circle, a scattering of megaliths arranged with quiet precision, older than Stonehenge, older than the pyramids born 7000 years ago. These stones, small yet resolute, mark a place where ancient hands traced the stars' paths. You linger, and the desert whispers who gaze through these stones, and what heavens did they seek? The circle is modest, a ring of upright slabs, some no taller than your waist, others toppled by time's gentle hand. At its center, a cluster of stones forms a focal point aligned with precision to the solstice sunrise. Nearby tumuli-mounded graves hold cattle bones, offerings to a world unseen. Calendar stones, flat and broad, lie scattered, their edges pointing to Orion's belt or the summer solstice. You walk the circle's edge, feeling the sand's warmth, noting the alignments that stretch toward the horizon. No tools, no names remain, only the stones, silent witnesses to a culture vanished. What truths did they etch into this barren plain, archaeologists? Their voices soft as the desert's breath tread lightly here. The Nabta Playa, once a seasonal lake, drew nomadic herders between 7000 and 4000 BCE, they say. The circle, dated to 4800 BCE, suggests an astronomical observatory, its stones marking solstices and stars for rituals or navigation. Astronomers confirm the alignments Orion-Sirius, the sun's annual arc crafted with care. Some hypothesize a ceremonial site, the tumuli, linking the living to the dead. Others propose a social hub uniting scattered tribes under the stars. Yet no settlements, no texts reveal the builder's ways. Could a people so transient have built a monument to eternity? The stones stand their shadows, shifting their purpose, a veil you cannot pierce. You kneel beside a megalith, its surface rough under your gaze. The stone seems to hum, though the air is still. In the spiritual heart of the Sahara, the circle is a sacred compass. Bedouin elders, their tales, like woven reeds, call it a window to the divine where earth and sky embrace. Ancient shamans, their chants lost to the dunes, might have seen it as a spiral of time, each stone a step toward the ancestors. Across cultures, modern seekers whisper of a cosmic altar, its alignments tuning the soul to the universe's rhythm. The circle glows a gate to the unseen, its stones like eyes that watch without blinking. You feel their presence though they are silent, and the sands sigh gently. Tales drift through Nabta Playa faint as a mirage. A herder millennia ago swore the stones moved at dawn, their shadows tracing paths to water. A priestess under a starlit sky claimed the circle sang its voice, a low hum felt in the bones. Another story speaks of a child buried beneath a tumulus, her spirit guiding travelers through storms. In the 1990s, archaeologists uncovered the circle, its discovery hushed as if the desert wished it secret. These whispers, like the stones, endure, but fade glimpsed, then lost their truth, a shimmer in the heat. The circle shifts as you circle it. From one angle it is a clock, its stones ticking with the sun's rise. From another, a shrine, its tumuli cradling sacred offerings. The calendar stones, their edges precise, seem to point beyond the desert to stars or seasons long gone. You reach for them, but the granite is distant, rooted in a time you cannot cross. The Nabta Playa stone circle is there, yet not there, a truth you can see but never touch. Did they build to mark the heavens, to honor the dead, or to dream? The question settles soft as a dune's curve as the wind carries it onward. Scientists return their instruments gleaming. Some propose a navigational aid, the stones guiding nomads across the Sahara's shifting sands. Others suggest a ritual calendar, the alignments tracking, planting, or migrations. A few hypothesize a symbolic landscape, the circle uniting tribes in shared worship. The builders, likely pre-pastoralists, left cattle bones and hearths, but no trace of their lives. Could they have poured their soul into stones, knowing the desert would claim them? The megaliths listen, their silence, a weight that lingers. In the spiritual glow, the circle shines. To some, it is a labyrinth, each stone a turn toward enlightenment. Local storytellers, their voices like embers, tell of a time when the stars were near and the circle was their song. Mystics from far shores see it as a resonator, its alignments humming with the cosmos's pulse. You feel their truth, a warmth in the dry air. The circle, they murmur, is not for solving, but for dreaming a map that holds the heavens in place. The stone's gaze turns endless as you breathe, and the desert hums in answer. History's echoes are faint. A stargazer perhaps stood here, aligning stones under a Nubian night, his purpose unclear. A mother beside a tumulus offered milk to the earth, her prayer now dust. A wanderer lost in the dunes saw the circle's shadow and found rest, his story lost to the wind. These moments, real or woven, fade into the sand, leaving only their light. You sit the ground warm beneath you, and the stones feel alive, though they are still. Did they see the stars dance, those ancient ones, in the quiet of their world? The silence wraps you deep and soft. The Nabta Playa stone circle endures its megaliths, weathered but unyielding. You rise the desert, stretching wide, and the stones blur in the twilight. Their alignments, their tumuli, their silent hymn, they are there yet not there, a vision you can feel but never claim. Was it a telescope, a tomb, or a plea to the stars? The question lingers soft as a breeze as the sand shifts beneath your feet. The circle waits its truth safe in the desert's embrace. You step back, the dunes rolling away. The stone's shadows follow, though they do not move. They are fleeting things, these megaliths seen by countless hearts, yet never fully known. The granite weathers, the stars turn, and still they stand, sentinels of the desert sky. What did they hope, those who raised them, as they toiled under the same heavens? The desert hums, and you walk on the circle's mystery, lingering in your dreams. The sands grow quiet, their secrets settling like dusk. You feel the circle's weight, though you cannot touch it. The stones, the alignments, the unspoken song, they are symbols now etched in your heart. Were they calling to the cosmos, the ancestors, or the soul of the earth? The silence answers, and you drift, carried by the desert's gentle sigh toward another unknown. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. In the mist-shrouded valleys of Japan, where the cedar forests hum with the breath of ancient dawns, you wander. The air is cool, scented with damp earth and pine. Before you, in the quiet of your mind, rests a dogu figurine, a small clay figure from the Jomon period, its humanoid form gazing upward, with eyes too large for its face. Crafted 10,000 years ago, these enigmatic relics with their goggle-like stares and strange proportions whisper of a time beyond memory. You hold its image close, and the forest murmurs. What beings did these figures dream into being? The dogu is delicate, no taller than a forearm, its clay baked to a soft terracotta hue. Its body is squat with stumpy legs and arms, often adorned with cord-marked patterns like the Jomans' pottery. The face, though, captivates eyes wide and slanted a slit for a mouth and sometimes a helmet-like crown. Some figures bear breasts or rounded bellies, others are genderless, their forms blending human and otherworldly. Over 18,000 have been found scattered across Japan's northern islands, often broken as if offered in ritual. You trace its contours in your thoughts, feeling the strangeness of its gaze. Was it a deity, a guardian, or a visitor from the stars? The figurine sits, silent its truth, a mist that slips through your fingers. Archaeologists, their voices hushed as falling leaves study the dogu with care. The Joman hunter-gatherers from 14,000 to 300 BCE crafted these figures with skill, they say. Some propose fertility idols, the rounded forms symbolizing birth or abundance. Others suggest shamanic tools used in trance to summon spirits their broken state, a sign of ritual sacrifice. Anthropologists note their alien-like features, but caution against modern bias, perhaps they mirrored masks or tattoos. Chemical analyses show local clays, yet no texts or tools explain their role. Could a people so ancient have sculpted dreams of beings beyond the earth? The clay gazes unyielding its purpose, a shadow you cannot grasp. You cradle the dogu in your mind's eye, its eyes seeming to shimmer though they are still. In the spiritual heart of Japan, the figurines become more than clay. Shinto priests, their prayers like soft bells, might see them as kami spirits of the land, their forms a bridge to the divine. Ainu elders from Hokkaido's shores speak of star beings who walk the forest, their likenesses shaped in clay. Across seas, modern mystics whisper of extraterrestrial visitors, the dogu, their portraits left as signs of cosmic kin. The figurine hums a spiral of mystery, curling inward its eyes, a gate to realms unseen. You feel its presence, though it is distant and the cedars sigh gently. Tales weave through the Joman lands, faint as a fox's tread. A hunter millennia ago swore a dogu glowed in his hut, its eyes casting light on the walls. A shaman deep in trance claimed the figurines danced their forms alive under the moon. Another story speaks of a village that buried its dogu, their fragments shielding it from spirits, only to vanish in a flood. In the 19th century, farmers unearthed the first figures, their discoveries hushed as if the forest wished them secret. These whispers, like the dogu, endure but fade glimpsed, then lost their truth, a glimmer in the mist. The dogu shifts as you linger. From one angle, it is a mother, its curves nurturing life. From another, a stranger, its eyes too vast for earthly kin. The cord marks, like ripples, suggest a story, but it remains untold. You reach for it, but the clay is locked in museums or memory, a relic you can see but never touch. The dogu figurines are there yet, not there a dream you can hold but never know. Did they call to gods, to spirits, or to the stars? The question settles soft as a pine needle as the forest's breath carries it away. Scientists return their tools aglow. Some hypothesize healing idols, the figures used in rituals to mend body or soul. Others suggest clan totems, each design marking a tribe's identity. A few propose astronomical symbols, the eyes mirroring stars or constellations, though no alignments confirm it. The Jomon, with their pottery and pit houses, left no writing, only these enigmatic forms. Could they have sculpted their fears or hopes into clay, knowing time would erase them? The figurine listens its silence, a weight that lingers. In the spiritual glow, the dogu shines. To some, it is a mirror reflecting humanity's longing for the divine. Village storytellers, their voices, like embers, tell of a time when the earth was young and clay held its secrets. Mystics from far shores see it as a beacon, its form humming with the cosmos's pulse. You feel their truth, a warmth in the cool air. The dogu, they murmur, is not for naming, but for dreaming a shape that cradles the stars. Its spiral of mystery turns endless as you breathe and the forest hums in answer. History's echoes are faint. A potter perhaps shaped the clay under a Joman moon, her purpose unclear. A child playing in the snow clutched a dogu, her wonder now dust. A seer gazing at its eyes saw visions of distant worlds, her truth lost to the wind. These moments, real or woven, fade into the cedars, leaving only their light. You sit the earth soft beneath you, and the dogu feels alive, though it is still. Did they see it move, those ancient ones, in the quiet of their world? The silence wraps you deep and soft. The Dogu figurines endure their clay, weathered but unbowed. You rise the forest stretching wide, and the Dogu's eyes blur in the twilight. Its form, its gaze, its silent song, they are there yet not there, a vision you can feel but never claim. Was it a deity, a spirit, or a dream of the stars? The question lingers soft as a breeze as the leaves fall beneath your feet. The Dogu waits its truth safe in the forest's embrace. You step back, the trees closing in. The Dogu's eyes follow, though they do not move. They are fleeting things, these figurines seen by countless hearts, yet never fully known. The clay crumbles, the forests grow, and still they stand shadows of the starborn. What did they hope? Those who shaped them as they toiled under the same sky, the cedars hum, and you walk on the Dogu's mystery, lingering in your dreams. The forest grows quiet, its secrets settling like dusk. You feel the Dogu's weight, though you cannot touch it. The eyes, the curves, the unspoken song, they are symbols now etched in your heart. Were they calling to the heavens, the earth, or the souls of their kin? The silence answers, and you drift, carried by the forest's gentle sigh, toward another unknown. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Beneath the star-strewn canopy of New Mexico's desert, where the night hums with the pulse of unseen rivers, you stand. The air is crisp, scented with sage, and the earth's quiet breath. Before you looms the Los Lunas Decalogue stone, a massive basalt boulder, its surface etched with angular script that echoes the ancient Hebrew commandments. Hidden on Hidden Mountain, this relic, perhaps centuries old, speaks of a time before Columbus, before known explorers reached these shores. You trace its letters with your gaze, and the desert murmurs, who carved this stone, and what faith did they carry across the sea? The boulder is vast, 10 feet high, its surface weathered yet resolute. 9 rows of text chiseled deep march across it, resembling Paleo-Hebrew, a script from 1000 BCE. The words, some say, mirror the 10 Commandments, though shorter, with phrases like, I am YHWH, your God, and honor your father. The letters are sharp, their strokes deliberate, untouched by modern tools' telltale marks. Nearby petroglyphs, spirals, stars hint at older hands, perhaps Native American, yet the script stands alone, alien to this land. You linger, feeling the stone's weight, its mystery a veil no hand can lift. Was it a prayer, a claim, or a message lost to time? Scholars, their voices soft as the desert's dusk, approach with caution. Epigraphers note the script's archaic form akin to pre-exilic Hebrew, but question its context in pre-Columbian America. Some hypothesize a Mormon artifact crafted in the 19th century to bolster claims of ancient Israelites in the New World, though the stone's weathering resists this. Others propose a hoax, a modern carving, aged by time or artifice, yet no forger has been named. Archaeologists finding no artifacts nearby suggest a solitary act, perhaps a lost traveler's work, but no tools or campsites confirm it. Could a Hebrew speaker so far from home have etched their law into this stone? The boulder stands its letters, silent their truth, a wind that slips away. You kneel before the stone, its script glowing faintly in your mind's light. The letters seem to pulse a heartbeat from another age. In the spiritual heart of this desert, the stone becomes a sacred echo. Navajo elders, their tales like woven blankets, might see it as a visitor's mark, a stranger's prayer to their God. Jewish mystics from distant synagogues call it a sign of the diaspora, a covenant carried to the ends of the earth. Across cultures, seekers whisper of a lost tribe, their faith etched in basalt, guided by divine winds. The stone hums a spiral of belief, curling outward its letters, a gate to the divine. You feel its warmth, though it is cold, and the sagebrush sighs gently. Tales drift through Hidden Mountain, faint as a jackrabbit's tread. A rancher in the 1880s swore the stone, spoke at midnight, its letters shimmering under the stars. A prospector lost in a sandstorm claimed the boulder's shadow sheltered him, its script glowing like a lamp. Another story speaks of a traveler who saw the stone in a dream, its words guiding him to water only to vanish when he woke. In 1933, archaeologist Frank Hibben documented the stone, its discovery, hushed as if the desert wished it secret. These whispers, like the script, are fleeting, glimpsed, then gone, their truth a shimmer in the starlight. The stone shifts as you circle it. From one angle, it is a monument, its commandments, a claim to sacred ground. From another, a relic lonely, its carver's story buried with them. The petroglyphs nearby, older and simpler, seem to watch as if guarding the boulder's secret. You reach for it, but the basalt is distant, rooted in a time you cannot cross. The Los Lunas Decalogue stone is there, yet not there, a truth you can see but never touch. Did they carve it to worship, to mark, or to remember? The question settles soft as a cactus bloom as the night's breath carries it away. Scientists linger, their tools aglow. Some hypothesize a pre-Columbian contact, Phoenicians or Hebrews sailing west, though no ships or settlements support this. Others suggest a medieval Jewish exile fleeing persecution, yet no European records hint at such a journey. A few propose a Native American origin, the script mimicking Hebrew by chance, though the precision resists this. The stone's age uncertain, without direct dating, teases with possibilities, ancient, colonial, or modern. Could a lone wanderer bearing an ancient tongue have left this mark in the wilderness? The letters listen their silence, a weight that lingers. In the spiritual glow the stone shines. To some it is a testament, a covenant renewed in a land unknown. Pueblo storytellers, their voices like embers, tell of a time when strangers walked the desert, their words carved in stone. Mystics from far shores see it as a beacon, its script humming with the divine's pulse. You feel their truth, a warmth in the chill air. The stone, they murmur, is not for proving, but for dreaming, a tablet that holds the heaven's law. Its spiral of letters turns endless as you breathe, and the desert hums in answer. History's echoes are faint. A scribe perhaps carved the stone under a New Mexican sky, his purpose unclear. A child playing on the mountain traced the letters, her wonder now dust. A pilgrim lost in the dunes saw the stone and knelt, his prayer lost to the wind. These moments, real or woven, fade into the sagebrush, leaving only their light. You sit, the earth firm beneath you, and the stone feels alive though it is still. Did they hear it speak, those ancient ones in the quiet of their world? The silence wraps you deep and soft. The Los Lunas Decalogue stone endures its script unweathered, its presence unbowed. You rise, the desert stretching wide, and the boulder blurs in the starlight. Its letters, its spirals, its silent prayer, they are there yet, not there, a vision you can feel but never claim. Was it a covenant, a hoax, or a cry to the divine? The question lingers soft as a breeze as the sand shifts beneath your feet. The stone waits, its truth safe in the desert's embrace. You step back, the stars wheeling above. The stone's script follows, though it does not move. It is a fleeting thing, this relic seen by countless hearts, yet never fully known. The basalt weathers, the winds sing, and still it stands, a whisper of a distant covenant. What did they hope, those who carved it, as they knelt under the same stars? The desert hums, and you walk on the stone's mystery, lingering in your dreams. The dunes grow quiet, their secrets settling like twilight. You feel the stone's weight, though you cannot touch it. The letters, the spirals, the unspoken song, they are symbols now etched in your heart. Were they calling to their god, their kin, or the soul of the land? The silence answers, and you drift, carried by the desert's gentle sigh toward another unknown. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. High in the Andes of Peru, where clouds weave veils around jagged peaks you climb, the air is thin, scented with damp moss and the breath of ancient rains. Before you, the Chachapoya ruins cling to cliffs, fortresses of stone and sarcophagi perched like silent sentinels. Known as the Cloud Warriors, this lost culture, flourishing from 800 to 1470 CE, left tombs and citadels in the sky. You pause, gazing at their handiwork, and the mist whispers, who were these people, and where did their voices fade? The ruins are breathtaking, scattered across the Utcubamba Valley. Cuelapa fortress atop a ridge sprawls with circular stone houses, its walls rising 20 feet, guarding a city of thousands. Cliffside tombs like Karagia hold clay sarcophagi, human-shaped, their painted faces staring into eternity. Mummies wrapped in cotton rest within, adorned with feathers and beads. You trace the stonework's precision, the blocks fitted without mortar, the paths winding through fog. No texts, few artifacts name their makers. The Chachapoya, fierce yet elusive, vanished before the Inca's fall. What secrets did they bury in these clouds? Archaeologists, their voices soft as the mountain's sigh, tread lightly among the stones. The Chachapoya, they say, built Cuelap as a stronghold, its narrow entrances defying invaders. Radiocarbon dating places their peak between 900 and 1400 CE, a culture of weavers and warriors. Some hypothesize trade networks linking Andes to Amazon, exchanging coca for gold. Others propose a ritual landscape, the tombs aligned to stars or solstices, though no clear patterns emerge. Bioarchaeologists studying mummies note light skin and hair unlike their neighbors, sparking tales of distant origins. Yet no records explain their end disease conquest or exodus. Could a people so bold have vanished without a trace? The stones stand their silence, a mist that cloaks the truth. You stand before a sarcophagus, its painted eyes meeting yours through the fog. The figure, clay and solemn, seems to breathe, though it is still. In the spiritual heart of these peaks, the Chachapoya are more than memory. Quechua shamans, their chants like woven threads, call the tombs portals where spirits ascend to the stars. Local villagers, their tales soft as alpaca wool, speak of cloud gods. The Chachapoya, their chosen kin. Across time, mystics whisper of a sky-born race, their fortresses altars to celestial powers. The sarcophagus hums a spiral of eternity, curling upward its eyes, a gate to the divine. You feel its presence, though it is distant, and the mist sighs gently. Tales drift through the Andes, faint as a condor's glide. A herder centuries ago swore a sarcophagus wept at dawn, its tears guiding him to water. A warrior fleeing the Inca claimed Cuelap's walls glowed, shielding him from pursuit. Another story speaks of a priestess who vanished into a tomb, her voice echoing from the cliffs for days. In the 1840s, explorers stumbled on Karagia, their journals, noting lights flickering among the sarcophagi, though no fire was found. These whispers, like the Chachapoya, endure but fade, glimpsed, then lost their truth, a shimmer in the fog. The ruins shift as you wander. From the valley, Cuelap is a crown, its walls defiant against the sky. From the cliffs, the tombs are watchers, their clay faces guarding secrets. The stone paths worn smooth wind like veins through the mountains leading nowhere. You reach for a sarcophagus, but the clay is high, untouchable, rooted in a time you cannot climb. The Chachapoya ruins are there yet not there, a world you can see but never enter. Did they build to defy, to worship, or to dream? The question settles soft as a cloud's edge as the mist curls around you. Scientists return their tools aglow. Some hypothesize a defensive network, Cuelap, and its outposts shielding against Amazonian raiders. Others suggest a ceremonial hub, the tombs honoring chiefs or deities, though no graves hold royalty. A few propose astronomical ties, the fortresses aligned to constellations, yet the fog obscures such patterns. The Chachapoya, conquered by the Inca in 1470, faded soon after, perhaps absorbed or scattered. Could they have built these heights knowing their name would vanish? The stones listen, their silence, a weight that lingers. In the spiritual glow, the ruins shine. To some, they are a labyrinth, each tomb a turn toward the eternal. Village storytellers, their voices like embers, tell of a time when the clouds were alive and the Chachapoya were their song. Mystics from far shores see the sarcophagi as resonators, their forms humming with the earth's pulse. You feel their truth, a warmth in the damp air. The ruins, they murmur, are not for mapping, but for dreaming citadels that hold the sky's secrets. The sarcophagus's eyes turn endless as you breathe, and the Andes hum in answer. History's echoes are faint. A mason perhaps shaped stone under a Chachapoyan dawn, his purpose unclear. A child playing in Cuelap's lanes laughed as she touched a wall, her joy now dust. A mourner placing a mummy in a tomb whispered prayers, her words lost to the wind. These moments, real or woven, fade into the cliffs, leaving only their light. You sit, the rock cool beneath you, and the ruins feel alive, though they are still. Did they hear the mountains sing, those ancient ones, in the quiet of their world? The silence wraps you deep and soft. The Chachapoya cloud warriors endure their fortresses, unyielding their tombs eternal. You rise, the mist swirling around you, and the ruins blur in the twilight. Their walls, their sarcophagi, their silent gaze, they are there yet not there, a vision you can feel but never claim. Were they warriors, priests, or dreamers of the clouds? The question lingers soft as a breeze, as the fog settles beneath your feet. The ruins wait their truth safe in the Andes' embrace. You step back, the peaks fading into the haze. The sarcophagus's eyes follow, though they do not move. They are fleeting things, these ruins, seen by countless hearts, yet never fully known. The stone weathers, the mist drifts, and still they stand shadows in the mist. What did they hope, those who built them, as they toiled under the same sky? The mountains hum and you walk on the Chachapoya's mystery, lingering in your dreams. The cliffs grow quiet, their secrets settling like dusk. You feel the ruins wait, though you cannot touch them. The tombs, the walls, the unspoken song, they are symbols now etched in your heart. Were they calling to the stars, the ancestors, or the soul of the earth? The silence answers, and you drift carried by the mist's gentle sigh toward another unknown. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. In the sun-parched expanse of Peru's Ica region, where the desert holds its breath beneath a sky of endless blue, you wander. The air shimmers, carrying the faint tang of ancient dust. Before you, in the quiet of your mind, rests an Ica stone, a smooth, dark andesite, pebble its surface, carved with scenes that defy time, dinosaurs, star maps, and surgeons, wielding tools of uncanny precision. These enigmatic relics, numbering in the thousands, whisper of a past no one can name. You cradle its image close, and the desert sighs. What truths did these stones seek to share? The stones are varied, some small as a palm, others heavy as a heart, their surfaces etched with intricate designs. Triceratops and stegosaurs roam alongside humans' telescopes, peer at comets, and hearts are transplanted in vivid detail. The carvings deep and polished cover thousands of stones reportedly found in caves and riverbeds near Okukaje. You trace their lines in your thoughts, marveling at their strangeness, scenes of advanced knowledge woven with creatures long extinct. First collected in the 1960s by Dr. Javier Cabrera, they bear no clear maker's mark, no context to anchor their tale. Are they ancient, modern, or something else entirely? The stone gleams a riddle locked in andesite, its story just beyond your reach. Scholars, their voices hushed as the desert's dusk approached the stones with skepticism. Archaeologists note their lack of provenance. No stratified digs, no associated artifacts confirm their age. Geologists testing the patina find signs of recent carving, perhaps sandblasted to mimic age, though some argue natural weathering. Anthropologists dismiss the dinosaurs, citing no evidence of human coexistence 65 million years ago. Many propose a hoax crafted by local farmers like Basilio Ushuya, who admitted to carving some, yet the sheer volume over 15 stones teases the mind. Could a modern hand have forged such a vast enigma? Others suggest colonial art inspired by fossil finds, but no records support this. The stones lie still, their carvings, a mirage that fades under scrutiny. You hold the stone in your mind's light, its triceratops gazing back with unyielding eyes. In the spiritual heart of the Andes, the Ica stones become a vision. Quechua shamans, their chants like woven reeds, might see them as messages from the Apis mountain spirits, sharing forbidden wisdom. Local elders, their tales soft as coca leaves, speak of star beings who walk the desert, etching their knowledge in stone. Across borders, modern seekers whisper of a lost civilization, perhaps Atlantean, its technology preserved in andesite. The stone hums a spiral of mystery, curling inward, its carvings a gate to realms unseen. You feel its weight, though it is distant, and the dunes murmur gently. Tales drift through Ica, faint as a puma's tread. A farmer in the 1960s swore a stone glowed in his hut, its star map pulsing with light. A healer tending the sick claimed a carved surgeon's image guided her hands, saving a child. Another story speaks of a cave sealed by a quake, where stones were found only to vanish when sought again. Dr. Cabrera, collecting thousands, spoke of a library of lost knowledge, his museum now quiet, its relics scattered or sold. These whispers, like the stones, are fleeting, glimpsed, then lost their truth, a shimmer in the heat. The stone shifts as you linger. On one face, a dinosaur roars, its form too vivid for myth. On another, a telescope aims at a comet, its lens impossibly clear. The carvings so precise suggest intent, but whose you reach for it, but the andesite is locked in private hands or legend, a relic you can see but never touch. The Ica stones are there yet, not there, a vision you can hold but never know. Did they depict truth, fantasy, or a dream of the impossible? The question settles soft as a desert bloom as the wind carries it away. Scientists return their tools aglow. Some hypothesize a cultural satire, locals mocking archaeologists with anachronistic art. Others suggest a visionary's work, an artist blending fossils and imagination, though no single hand could carve so many. A few cautious entertain ancient contact, a civilization with lost technology, but no ruins support this. The stone's context, found loose, not in tombs, resists dating their patina, debated as natural or faked. Could a forgotten people have seen dinosaurs, or known the stars' paths? The carvings listen, their silence a weight that lingers. In the spiritual glow, the stones shine. To some, they are a codex, each scene a chapter of cosmic truth. Village storytellers, their voices like embers, tell of a time when the earth was young and stones held its secrets. Mystics from far shores see them as resonators, their carvings humming with the universe's pulse. You feel their truth, a warmth in the dry air. The stones they murmur are not for proving, but for dreaming tablets that cradle the stars' song. The Triceratops' gaze turns endless as you breathe, and the desert hums in answer. History's echoes are faint. A carver perhaps etched the stone under an Ica moon, his purpose unclear. A child playing in the riverbed clutched a stone, her wonder now dust. A seer gazing at the carvings saw visions of lost worlds, his truth lost to the wind. These moments, real or woven, fade into the dunes, leaving only their light. You sit, the sand warm beneath you, and the stone feels alive, though it is still. Did they see it glow, those ancient ones, in the quiet of their world? The silence wraps you deep and soft. The Ica stones endure their carvings unweathered, their mystery unbowed. You rise, the desert stretching wide, and the stone's images blur in the twilight. Its dinosaurs, its telescopes, its silent saga, they are there yet not there, a vision you can feel but never claim. Were they a record, a jest, or a dream of the impossible? The question lingers soft as a breeze as the dust settles beneath your feet. The stones wait their truth safe in the desert's embrace. You step back, the dunes rolling away. The stone's spiral follows, though it does not move. They are fleeting things, these relics seen by countless hearts, yet never fully known. The andesite weathers the sand's shift, and still they endure visions etched in stone. What did they hope, those who carved them, as they toiled under the same sky? The desert hums, and you walk on the stone's mystery, lingering in your dreams. The sands grow quiet, their secrets settling like dusk. You feel the stone's weight, though you cannot touch it. The dinosaurs, the stars, the unspoken song, they are symbols now etched in your heart. Were they calling to the past, the future, or the soul of the earth? The silence answers, and you drift, carried by the desert's gentle sigh toward another unknown. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Beneath the whispering oaks of Ohio, where the land hums with the memory of forgotten summers, you walk. The breeze carries the scent of damp grass and ancient soil. Before you unfurls the serpent mound, a vast earthwork, its sinuous form stretching nearly a quarter-mile across a hilltop, shaped like a serpent swallowing an oval, perhaps an egg. Built by hands unknown, perhaps 1000 years ago, its coils align with the stars' silent dance. You trace its curves with your eyes, and the earth sighs. What wisdom did this serpent guard? The mound is grand, its body rising 3 feet high, crafted from earth and stone, its 7 undulations curling through the grass. The head open mouth faces, west grasping an oval mound, while the tail spirals inward, a triple coil tightening to a point. Aligned with solstices and lunar standstills, it seems to breathe with celestial rhythm. No artifacts, pottery, bones, or tools mark its makers, only the mound itself, a silent guardian of Adams County. You wander its length, feeling the ground's gentle pulse, the serpent's form a riddle etched in soil. Was it a temple, a map, or a prayer to the heavens? Archaeologists, their voices soft as the morning mist, study the mound with care. Radiocarbon dating links it to the fort ancient culture around 800–1200 CE, though some argue for the earlier Adena 300 BCE. Astronomers marvel at its precision. The head points to the summer solstice sunset, the coils to lunar extremes every 18.6 years. Some hypothesize a ceremonial site where tribes gathered to honor seasons or spirits. Others propose a territorial marker at scale proclaiming power, yet no burials, no altars clarify its role. Could a people so attuned to the stars have shaped this earth to mirror them? The mound lies still its curves, a mystery that slips through their hands. You pause at the serpent's head, its open jaws seeming to speak, though no sound comes. In the spiritual heart of Ohio, the mound becomes a living symbol. Shawnee elders, their tales like woven bark, call it a guardian spirit, its coils protecting the land's heart. Cherokee storytellers from distant ridges see it as a serpent of creation, its egg birthing the world. Modern pagans whisper of a ley line, the mound channeling Earth's energy, its alignments, a bridge to the divine. The serpent hums a spiral of eternity, curling through time, its jaws a gate to the unseen. You feel its presence heavy yet soft, and the oaks murmur gently. Tales weave through the mound, faint as a deer's tread. A farmer centuries past swore the serpent's coils glowed at solstice, their light tracing paths to hidden springs. A medicine woman under a moonlit sky claimed the mound sang its voice, a low drone felt in the chest. Another story speaks of a hunter who vanished near the tail, his shadow seen dancing in the coils at dusk. In the 1840s, surveyors mapped the mound, their notes hinting at strange lights flickering along its spine, though no source was found. These whispers like the serpent endure but fade glimpsed, then lost their truth a shimmer in the grass. The mound shifts as you circle it. From above it is a creature alive, its body rippling with intent. From below a constellation its coils mirroring stars above. The oval, some say, an egg, others an eye holds your gaze, its meaning elusive. You reach for the earth, but the mound is vast, untouchable, rooted in a time you cannot breach. The serpent mound is there yet, not there a vision you can walk but never grasp. Did they shape it to worship, to guide, or to dream? The question settles soft as a fallen leaf, as the breeze carries it onward. Scientists return their instruments aglow. Some propose an astronomical calendar, the alignments tracking, planting, or rituals. Others suggest a social symbol uniting clans under a shared labor, its scale, a testament to unity. A few hypothesize a mythological map, the serpent retelling creation stories, though no oral tales align. The builders, whether Edina or Fort Ancient, left no writing, only this coiled enigma. Could they have poured their soul into earth, knowing it would outlast them? The mound listens its silence, a weight that lingers. In the spiritual glow, the serpent shines. To some, it is a labyrinth, each coil, a turn toward enlightenment. Village storytellers, their voices like embers, tell of a time when the land was young and the serpent was its song. Mystics from far shores see it as a resonator, its form humming with the cosmos's pulse. You feel their truth, a warmth in the cool air. The mound, they murmur, is not for solving but for dreaming, a creature that holds the stars in its coils. The serpent's jaws open endless as you breathe, and the oaks hum in answer. History's echoes are faint. A builder perhaps heaped earth under an Ohio dawn, his purpose unclear. A child playing on the coils laughed as she ran, her joy now dust. A stargazer aligning the mound saw meaning in the heavens, her truth lost to the wind. These moments, real or woven, fade into the hills, leaving only their light. You sit the grass soft beneath you, and the serpent feels alive, though it is still. Did they see it slither, those ancient ones, in the quiet of their world? The silence wraps you deep and soft. The serpent mound endures its coils unbroken, its presence unbowed. You rise the hills stretching wide, and the serpent blurs in the twilight. Its jaws, its coils, its silent hymn, they are there yet. Not there a vision you can feel but never claim. Was it a shrine, a star chart, or a plea to the divine? The question lingers soft as a breeze as the grass bends beneath your feet. The mound waits its truth safe in the earth's embrace. You step back, the oaks rustling above. The serpent's coils follow, though they do not move. It is a fleeting thing, this earthwork, seen by countless hearts, yet never fully known. The soil settles, the stars turn, and still it endures, a coiled enigma in the earth. What did they hope? Those who shaped it as they toiled under the same sky. The hills hum, and you walk on the serpent's mystery lingering in your dreams. The fields grow quiet, their secrets settling like dusk. You feel the mound's weight, though you cannot touch its heart. The coils, the egg, the unspoken song, they are symbols now etched in your soul. Were they calling to the heavens, the ancestors, or the spirit of the land? The silence answers, and you drift, carried by the night's gentle sigh, toward another unknown. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. In the vast emptiness of Jordan's desert, where the sun paints the sands with fleeting gold, you wander. The horizon shimmers a canvas of heat and silence. Before you stretches the Khat Shabib wall, a low crumbling line of basalt stones snaking over 150 kilometers through the arid expanse. Built by hands unknown, perhaps 2000 years ago, this fragile barrier whispers of a purpose lost to time. You follow its path with your eyes, and the desert hums who trace this line, and what did they seek to hold? The wall is humble, rarely taller than a meter, its stones stacked without mortar, weathered by wind and sun. It meanders across the Hara Jordan's black basalt desert, weaving around hills and wadis, sometimes straight, sometimes curving like a river's echo. Cairns and small enclosures dot its length, their shapes hinting at camps or markers. No inscriptions, no tools, no bones mark its builders, only the stones themselves, a thread stitched into the earth. You kneel beside a section, feeling the basalt's rough warmth, its silence, a riddle older than the dunes. Was it a boundary, a guide, or a prayer to the wilderness? Archaeologists, their voices soft as the desert's breath, tread lightly along the wall. Surveys date it to the Roman or Nabatean era, around 100 BCE to 300 CE, though some argue for earlier Bedouin origins. Some hypothesize a territorial marker dividing grazing lands for nomadic tribes. Others suggest a trade route guide its cairns, pointing caravans to water or rest. Aerial studies reveal its length, once thought shorter, now vast, yet no settlements anchor its ends. Geologists note the local basalt easily gathered, but the labor to stack it across such distance puzzles them. Could a people so transient have built a line to defy the sands? The stones lie still, their purpose, a shadow that slips away. You pause where the wall curves its stones, glinting like dark eyes in the fading light. In the spiritual heart of the Hara, the Khat Shabib becomes a sacred thread. Bedouin elders, their tales woven like camel hair tents, call it a path of the jinn, its line guiding spirits through the desert's heart. Nabatean priests, their chants lost to time, might have seen it as a ribbon to the gods, tying earth to sky. Modern mystics, their words like starlight whisper of a lay, line its stones, channeling the desert's pulse. The wall hums a spiral of intent, stretching to the horizon, its cairns like gates to the unseen. You feel its presence, though it crumbles, and the sands sigh gently. Stories drift across the desert, faint as a gazelle's tread. A herder long ago swore the wall's stones shifted at dusk, their line pointing to hidden springs. A trader crossing the Hara claimed a cairn glowed its light, guiding him through a storm. Another tale speaks of a child who vanished, where the wall bends her laughter, echoing from the basalt for nights. In the 1920s, RAF pilots spotted the wall from above their maps, noting its strange path, though no one knew its name. These whispers, like the stones, endure but fade, glimpsed, then lost their truth, a shimmer in the heat. The wall shifts as you follow it. From a hill, it is a serpent, its curves alive with purpose. From the plain, a scar faint and fleeting, swallowed by the sand. The enclosures, some square, some round, suggest rest or ritual, but their emptiness teases the mind. You reach for a stone, but the basalt is rooted, its story locked in the earth's deep silence. The Khat Shabib wall is there yet, not there a line you can trace but never grasp. Did they build it to divide, to guide, or to dream? The question settles soft as a desert bloom as the wind carries it onward. Scientists linger, their tools aglow. Some propose a defensive barrier, though its low height resists invaders. Others suggest a water management system, the wall channeling rare rains to grazing lands, yet no reservoirs remain. A few hypothesize a ritual path, the cairns marking sacred stops, though no altars or offerings confirm this. The builders, whether Nabatean, Roman, or Bedouin, left no record, only this fragile line. Could they have woven their lives into stone, knowing the desert would erase them? The wall listens, its silence, a weight that lingers. In the spiritual glow, the wall shines. To some, it is a pilgrimage, each stone, a step toward the divine. Village storytellers, their voices like embers, tell of a time when the desert was alive and the wall was its song. Mystics from far shores see it as a resonator, its line humming with the earth's hidden pulse. You feel their truth, a warmth in the cool air. The wall, they murmur, is not for solving but for dreaming, a thread that ties the stars to the sand. The cairn's shadows turn endless as you breathe, and the desert hums in answer. History's echoes are faint. A nomad perhaps stacked stones under a Jordanian dawn, his purpose unclear. A child playing among the cairns laughed as she ran, her joy now dust. A pilgrim following the wall saw meaning in its curves, his truth lost to the wind. These moments, real or woven, fade into the basalt, leaving only their light. You sit, the sand soft beneath you, and the wall feels alive, though it crumbles. Did they see it stretch forever, those ancient ones in the quiet of their world? The silence wraps you deep and soft. The Khat Shabib wall endures its stones, scattered, its line unbroken. You rise the desert stretching wide, and the wall blurs in the twilight. Its curves, its cairns, its silent path, they are there yet not there, a vision you can feel, but never claim. Was it a boundary, a beacon, or a plea to the desert's heart? The question lingers soft as a breeze as the sand shifts beneath your feet. The wall waits its truth safe in the desert's embrace. You step back, the dunes fading into dusk. The wall's line follows, though it does not move. It is a fleeting thing, this relic seen by countless hearts, yet never fully known. The basalt weathers, the sands drift, and still it endures a thread across the desert. What did they hope, those who built it, as they toiled under the same sky? The desert hums, and you walk on the wall's mystery, lingering in your dreams. The sands grow quiet, their secrets settling like twilight. You feel the wall's weight, though. You cannot touch its heart. The stones, the cairns, the unspoken song, they are symbols now etched in your soul. Were they calling to the tribes, the spirits, or the stars above? The silence answers, and you drift, carried by the desert's gentle sigh toward another unknown. So we drift again toward what cannot be named. In the rugged folds of Uzbekistan's mountains, where the wind carries echoes of a world long still, you stand. The air is sharp-scented with juniper and the dust of ancient stone. Before you, in the quiet of a cave's embrace, lies the memory of the Teshik-Tash child, a Neanderthal youth buried 70,000 years ago, surrounded by ibex horns arranged with care. This delicate grave, found in the heart of Central Asia, hints at rituals no one can name. You kneel, feeling the cave's cool breath, and the earth murmurs what heart shaped this burial, and what did it mourn. The grave is small, tucked into the Teshik-Tash cave, its floor softened by millennia of silence. The child, perhaps 9 years old, rests in a shallow pit, bones fragile as whispers curled as if in sleep. Around the skeleton, 6 pairs of ibex horns form a circle, their points turned inward, deliberate like a crown of stone. Traces of ochre dust. The bones, a faint blush of red, and nearby charcoal flecks suggest a fire once burned. You imagine the hands that place the horns, their fingers steady, yet heavy with purpose. No tools, no carvings mark the grave's meaning, only the child and its silent guard. Was this a farewell, a rite, or a plea to the unseen archaeologists? Their voices hushed as the cave's shadows study the burial with reverence. The Neanderthals, thriving from 400,000 to 40,000 years ago, left few such graves, they say. Radiocarbon dating confirms the child's age, its bones unmistakably Neanderthal, robust, with a heavy brow. Some hypothesize a ritual, the ibex horns, symbolizing protection or rebirth, a practice rare among early humans. Others propose a practical act, the horns marking the grave to ward off scavengers, though their arrangement resists this. Paleoanthropologists note the ochre often linked to symbolism in later cultures, but no consensus emerges. Could a Neanderthal heart have woven meaning into death? The bones lie still, their mystery, a veil you cannot lift. You sit within the cave, the child's grave glowing in your mind's light. The ibex horns seem to watch, their curves alive with intent. In the spiritual heart of Central Asia, the Teshik-Tash child becomes a beacon. Uzbek shamans, their chants like woven silk, might see it as a soul's cradle, the horns guiding the child to the sky's embrace. Ancient nomads, their tales lost to the steppe, could have deemed it a star child buried to join the heavens. Modern seekers, their words soft as moonlight, whisper of a primal faith, the grave, a bridge to the eternal. The horns form a spiral curling toward the infinite, their points a gate to realms unseen. You feel their warmth, though the cave is cold and the stone sighs gently. Tales drift through Teshik-Tash, faint as a wolf's howl. A herder, centuries past, swore the cave hummed at dusk, its walls alive with the child's breath. A wanderer seeking shelter claimed the horns glowed their light, guiding him to rest. Another story speaks of a hunter who dreamed of the child, its eyes pleading for peace, only to vanish at dawn. In 1938, Soviet archaeologist Alexei Okladnikov uncovered the grave, its discovery hushed as if the mountains wished it secret. These whispers, like the horns, endure but fade, glimpsed, then gone, their truth a flicker in the cave's dark. The grave shifts as you linger. From one angle, it is a child's rest, simple, a family's grief. From another, a shrine, the horns and ochre heavy with meaning. The charcoal flecks, faint and scattered, suggest a fire's warmth, but for whom you reach for the horns, but they are dust now, their image locked in memory's hold. The Teshik-Tash child is there, yet not there a soul you can mourn but never know. Did they bury it, to honor, to protect, or to dream? The question settles soft as a snowflake as the cave's breath carries it away. Scientists return their tools aglow. Some propose a symbolic rite, the horns and ochre marking the child's passage to an afterlife. Others suggest a social signal, the grave, uniting a clan in shared loss, though no other burials nearby confirm this. A few hypothesize a practical marker, the horns deterring predators, yet their careful placement resists this. Neanderthals with their tools and fires showed care for their dead, but Teshik-Tash stands alone, its ritual, if it was one unique. Could they have seen death as a journey, their hearts as vast as ours? The bones listen, their silence, a weight that lingers. In the spiritual glow, the grave shines. To some, it is a portal, the horns a ladder to the stars. Village storytellers, their voices like embers, tell of a time when the earth was young, and children joined the sky. Mystics from far shores see the grave as a resonator, its ochre humming with the cosmos's pulse. You feel their truth, a pulse in the still air. The child, they murmur, is not for naming, but for dreaming a soul that holds the heaven's light. The horn's spiral turns endless as you breathe, and the cave hums in answer. History's echoes are faint. A mother perhaps placed the horns under a Central Asian dusk, her tears unspoken. A sibling scattering ochre whispered farewell, their voice now dust. A clan gathered by firelight sang for the child, their song lost to the wind. These moments, real or woven, fade into the stone, leaving only their glow. You sit the cave floor cool beneath you, and the grave feels alive, though it is still. Did they see it rise, those ancient ones, in the quiet of their world? The silence wraps you deep and soft. The Teshik-Tash child endures its grave, a fleeting trace, its horns eternal in memory. You rise the mountains vast around you, and the child's image blurs in the twilight. Its bones, its horns, its silent rite, they are there, yet not there, a vision you can feel but never claim. Was it a burial, a ritual, or a cry to the stars? The question lingers soft as a breeze as the dust settles beneath your feet. The child waits its truth safe in the cave's embrace. You step back, the peaks fading into night. The horn's spiral follows, though they do not move. It is a fleeting thing, this grave seen by countless hearts, yet never fully known. The bones crumble, the winds sing, and still it endures, a whisper from the deep past. What did they hope? Those who buried it, as they knelt under the same sky. The mountains hum, and you walk on the child's mystery lingering in your dreams. The cave grows quiet, its secrets settling like dusk. You feel the grave's weight, though you cannot touch its heart. The horns, the ochre, the unspoken song, they are symbols now etched in your soul. Were they calling to the spirits, the stars, or the child's eternal rest? The silence answers, and you drift, carried by the mountain's gentle sigh toward another unknown. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. In the rolling fields of Saxony-Anhalt, where the wind weaves tales through ancient grasses, you stand. The air is cool, scented with earth, and the faint memory of forgotten fires. In your hands, you envision the Nebra sky disk, a bronze circle no larger than a shield, its surface aglow with gold symbols, a sun, a crescent moon, and stars that shimmer like dreams. Unearthed from a hilltop 600 years ago, this relic, one of the oldest star maps known, holds the secrets of a people who read the sky. You turn it in your mind, and the fields hum what eyes gaze through this disk to the stars. The disk is exquisite, its bronze patina deep green inlaid with gold that catches the light like a distant galaxy. A radiant sun, or perhaps a full moon, dominates its center, flanked by a crescent, and 32 stars, 7 clustered as if the Pleiades. Arcs along the edges mark solstices, their curves precise, while a golden boat curved like a smile rests near the bottom. Found buried with axes and swords on Nebra Hill, it bears the marks of a Bronze Age culture around 1600 BCE. You trace its symbols, feeling their weight, their silence, a riddle etched in metal. Was it a tool, a talisman, or a hymn to the cosmos? Scholars, their voices soft as the twilight's glow, gather around the disk with wonder. Archaeoastronomers marvel at its precision. The solstice arcs align with the Middleburg Hills horizon, framing the sun's yearly path. Some hypothesize a calendar guiding farmers through planting and harvest. Others propose a ritual object used in ceremonies to honor celestial deities. Metallurgists note the tin from Cornwall, the gold from the Carpathians, suggesting vast trade networks. Yet no texts, no temples explain its craft or use. Could a people so ancient have mapped the heavens with such care? The disk gleams its stars, unyielding their meaning, a breeze that slips away. You hold the disk in your thoughts, its gold sun warming your mind's touch. In the spiritual heart of ancient Europe, it becomes a sacred mirror. Germanic shamans, their chants, lost to time, might have seen it as a portal, its stars guiding souls to the gods. Celtic druids from distant groves could have deemed it a wheel of fate, its arcs spinning the season's cycle. Modern pagans, their words like candlelight whisper of a cosmic compass, its Pleiades cluster a beacon to other worlds. The disk hums a spiral of light curling outward, its boat a gate to the eternal. You feel its pulse, though it is still, and the grasses sigh gently. Tales drift through Nebra's hills, faint as a lark's song. A farmer centuries past swore the hill glowed at solstice, its light tracing the disk's arcs across the sky. A seer under a starlit night claimed the disk sang its notes, a melody of stars felt in the heart. Another story speaks of a warrior who buried the disk, his offering to the heavens, only to vanish with his clan. In 1999, looters unearthed the disk, its discovery hushed, until science claimed it as if the earth wished it secret. These whispers, like the stars, endure, but fade glimpsed, then gone their truth a shimmer in the fields. The disk shifts as you linger. From one angle it is a map, its symbols charting the sky's rhythm. From another, a relic sacred, its gold, a prayer to unseen powers. The boat, its hull curved, seems to sail, carrying meaning across time's sea. You reach for it, but the bronze is distant, locked in glass or memory's hold. The Nebra sky disk is there yet, not there a truth you can see but never touch. Did they craft it to measure, to worship, or to dream? The question settles soft as a dewdrop as the wind carries it onward. Scientists return their instruments aglow. Some propose an educational tool teaching priests or chiefs the stars' paths. Others suggest a political symbol, its craft proclaiming a tribe's mastery over time. A few hypothesize a mythological narrative, the sun and boat retelling creation tales, though no stories survive. The Unitis culture, skilled in bronze, left no writing, only this celestial enigma. Could they have woven their cosmos into metal, knowing it would outlast them? The disk listens its silence, a weight that lingers. In the spiritual glow, the disk shines. To some, it is a mandala, each star a step toward enlightenment. Village storytellers, their voices like embers, tell of a time when the sky was near and bronze held its secrets. Mystics from far shores see it as a resonator, its arcs humming with the universe's pulse. You feel their truth, a warmth in the cool air. The disk, they murmur, is not for solving, but for dreaming, a mirror that holds the heaven's light. The Pleiades cluster turns endless as you breathe, and the fields hum an answer. History's echoes are faint. A smith, perhaps, hammered gold under a Bronze Age dawn, his purpose unclear. A child playing on the hill gazed at the disk, her wonder now dust. A priest, lifting it to the sky, saw meaning in its stars, his truth lost to the wind. These moments, real or woven, fade into the earth, leaving only their glow. You sit the grass soft beneath you, and the disk feels alive, though it is still. Did they see the stars align, those ancient ones, in the quiet of their world? The silence wraps you deep and soft. The Nebra sky disk endures its bronze, unweathered, its gold eternal. You rise the fields, stretching wide, and the disk's stars blur in the twilight. Its sun, its arcs, its silent boat, they are there yet not there. A vision you can feel, but never claim. Was it a chart, a charm, or a song to the stars? The question lingers soft as a breeze as the grass sways beneath your feet. The disk waits its truth safe in the earth's embrace. You step back, the hills fading into dusk. The disk's spiral follows, though it does not move. It is a fleeting thing, this relic seen by countless hearts yet never fully known. The bronze tarnishes the star's turn, and still it endures, a whispered map of the heavens. What did they hope? Those who crafted it as they toiled under the same sky. The fields hum, and you walk on the disk's mystery lingering in your dreams. The grasses grow quiet, their secrets settling like twilight. You feel the disk's weight, though you cannot touch its heart. The stars, the boat, the unspoken song, they are symbols now etched in your soul. Were they calling to the cosmos, the gods, or the spirit of their kin? The silence answers, and you drift carried by the night's gentle sigh toward another unknown. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. In the mist-draped valleys of Sichuan, where the Minjiang River hums a lullaby to the ancient earth you stand, the air is soft, heavy with the scent of wet bamboo and time's quiet breath. Before you, in the glow of your imagination, looms a Sangxing dewy bronze, a towering mask with eyes that bulge like lanterns gazing beyond the horizon of 3000 years. Unearthed from a lost civilization, these artifacts, strange and majestic whisper of a culture no history names. You linger, and the valley murmurs, what dreams did these faces hold? The bronzes are extraordinary, crafted between 1300 and 1100 BCE, found buried in sacrificial pits near Guanghan. Massive masks, some 3 feet wide, dominate their eyes, tubular, protruding as if to pierce the veil of the unseen. Human-like figures, robed and serene, stand tall, their hands clasped as if in prayer. Trees of bronze, their branches laden with birds, and jade rise like cosmic pillars. Gold masks, thin as whispers, shimmer alongside jade blades and ivory. You trace their forms in your mind, marveling at their scale, their strangeness. No other Chinese culture matches their art. Were they gods, kings, or echoes of a forgotten cosmos? The bronze gazes silent, its eyes a gate you cannot pass. Archaeologists, their voices hushed as the rivers flow, study the bronzes with awe. The Sangsingdui culture, unknown until 1986, built no cities like the Shang, left no oracle bones to speak their name. Some hypothesize a ritual purpose, the pits as offerings to deities, the bronzes smashed or burned before burial. Others suggest a royal cult, the masks depicting ancestors or divine rulers, their eyes symbolizing omniscience. Metallurgists marvel at the casting lost wax techniques advanced for their time, crafting hollow forms of immense size. Yet no texts, no graves clarify their role. Could a civilization so skilled have vanished without a trace? The bronzes stand their faces, unyielding their truth, a mist that drifts away. You kneel before a mask, its eyes seeming to pulse, though the bronze is still. In the spiritual heart of Sichuan, the Sangsingdui bronzes become sacred relics. Taoist hermits, their chants like falling leaves, might see them as mirrors of the Tao, their eyes beholding the universe's flow. Local elders, their tales woven like silk, speak of sky gods who descended, their faces cast in metal to guide the living. Across time, mystics whisper of a star-born race, the bronzes their legacy, linking earth to heavens unseen. The mask hums a spiral of mystery, curling inward its gaze, a portal to the eternal. You feel its warmth though it is cold, and the bamboo sighs gently. Tales drift through Sangsingdui, faint as a heron's call. A farmer long ago swore a bronze tree glowed at moonrise, its birds singing in the night. A priestess tending a pit claimed the masks spoke their voices, a low hum felt in the soul. Another story speaks of a child who vanished near the river, her shadow seen dancing among the bronzes in dreams. In 1929, a jade was found, but the pit's true wealth, thousands of artifacts, lay hidden until 1986, as if the earth wished them secret. These whispers, like the bronzes, endure, but fade glimpsed, then gone their truth, a shimmer in the mist. The mask shifts as you linger. From one angle, it is a deity, its eyes, all-seeing divine. From another, a king, its features regal yet distant. The bronze trees, their branches spiraling, seem to grow, their birds poised to fly. You reach for them, but the metal is locked in museums or memory, a relic you can see but never touch. The Sangsingdui bronzes. Are there yet not there a world you can dream but never enter? Did they craft them to worship, to rule, or to reach the stars? The question settles soft as a lotus petal as the river's breath carries it away. Scientists return their tools aglow. Some propose a shamanic tradition, the bronzes used in trance to summon spirits, their eyes guiding visions. Others suggest a political symbol, the masks proclaiming a ruler's cosmic power, though no palaces remain. A few hypothesize astronomical ties, the trees mimicking constellations, yet no alignments confirm this. The Sangsingdui, thriving alongside the Shang, collapsed, perhaps drought, flood, or war, leaving only these pits. Could they have buried their gods knowing their name would fade? The bronzes listen, their silence a weight that lingers. In the spiritual glow, the bronzes shine. To some they are a cosmic tapestry, each mask a thread in the universe's weave. Village storytellers, their voices like embers, tell of a time when the heavens were near and bronze was their song. Mystics from far shores see them as resonators, their forms humming with the cosmos's pulse. You feel their truth, a pulse in the damp air. The bronzes they murmur are not for naming, but for dreaming faces that hold the star's light. The mask's eyes turn endless as you breathe, and the valley hums in answer. History's echoes are faint. A smith perhaps cast bronze under a Sichuan dawn, his purpose unclear. A child playing by the pits gazed at a mask, her wonder now dust. A seer lifting a tree to the sky saw meaning in its branches, her truth lost to the river. These moments, real or woven, fade into the earth, leaving only their glow. You sit the grass soft beneath you, and the bronzes feel alive, though they are still. Did they see them shine, those ancient ones, in the quiet of their world? The silence wraps you deep and soft. The Sangxingdui bronzes endure, their faces unweathered, their mystery unbowed. You rise the valley stretching wide, and the mask's eyes blur in the twilight. Its gaze, its trees, its silent hymn. They are there yet. Not there, a vision you can feel but never claim. Were they gods, ancestors, or dreams of the cosmos? The question lingers soft as a breeze as the mist settles beneath your feet. The bronzes wait their truth safe in the valley's embrace. You step back, the bamboo fading into dusk. The mask's spiral follows, though it does not move. They are fleeting things, these relics seen by countless hearts yet never fully known. The bronze tarnishes, the river flows, and still they endure, faces from a forgotten realm. What did they hope, those who crafted them, as they toiled under the same sky? The valley hums, and you walk on the bronze's mystery, lingering in your dreams. The mist grows quiet, its secrets settling like twilight. You feel the bronze's weight, though you cannot touch their heart. The eyes, the trees, the unspoken song, they are symbols now etched in your soul. Were they calling to the heavens, the ancestors, or the spirit of their kin? The silence answers, and you drift, carried by the valley's gentle sigh toward another unknown. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. In the sun-scorched heart of California's Colorado desert, where the sands shimmer like a sea of forgotten dreams, you stand. The air is warm-laced, with the faint scent of creosote and ancient stillness. Before you stretch the blithe intaglios, vast figures scraped into the earth, humans, animals, and spirals, their forms visible only from above, etched by hands lost to time. Created perhaps 1000 years ago, these geoglyphs whisper of a purpose no one can name. You gaze across their silent forms, and the desert hums. Who carved these shadows, and what did they seek to say? The intaglios are immense, scattered across the desert floor near Blythe. 6 figures stand out, 3 human-like giants, one over 100 feet tall, their arms outstretched, legs striding as if in dance. A horse, its mane flowing, gallops beside a coiled serpent, its curves tightening inward. Spirals and lines, some geometric, others abstract, weave between them, scraped into the gravel by removing dark surface stones to reveal pale earth beneath. You walk their edges, feeling the crunch of desert varnish, noting their scale, invisible from the ground, yet bold from the sky. No artifacts, no tools mark their makers, only the figures, silent and enduring. Were they a map, a prayer, or a mirror of the stars? Archaeologists, their voices soft as the desert's dusk, tread lightly across the sands. Radiocarbon dating of nearby sites suggests creation between 900 and 1200 CE, possibly by ancestral human or Mojave peoples. Some hypothesize a ceremonial purpose, the figures marking solstice rituals, though no clear alignments emerge. Others propose clan markers, each shape claiming territory for desert tribes. Geomorphologists note the desert varnishes slow regrowth, hinting at ancient origins, but wind and footfalls blur the edges. Could a people so attuned to the land have drawn such giants for the sky to see? The figures lie still, their outlines a riddle fading into dust. You pause beside a human figure, its outstretched arms seeming to beckon, though the earth is mute. In the spiritual heart of the Colorado desert, the intaglios become sacred emblems. Mojave elders, their tales woven like mesquite branches, call them footprints of the Creator guiding souls across the sands. Hopi storytellers from distant mesas see them as star beings, their forms etched to honor celestial kin. Modern shamans, their chants like starlight whisper of a dreamtime map, the spirals channeling Earth's hidden pulse. The figure hums a spiral of mystery, curling skyward its arms, a gate to the unseen. You feel its presence, though it fades, and the creosote sighs gently. Tales drift through Blythe, faint as a lizard's skitter. A hunter centuries past swore the figures glowed at dawn, their lines tracing paths to water. A medicine man under a moonless sky claimed the serpent sang its coils, vibrating with the desert's heart. Another story speaks of a child who vanished near a spiral, her shadow seen dancing in the dust at twilight. In 1932, a pilot spotted the intaglios from above, their discovery hushed as if the desert wished them secret. These whispers, like the figures, endure but fade, glimpsed, then lost their truth, a shimmer in the heat. The intaglios shift as you wander. From the ground they are faint, their edges blending with the sand. From above they leap to life, giants, striding animals, bounding spirals, turning. The horse, its legs poised, seems to gallop yet remains still. You reach for the lines, but the earth is vast, untouchable, its story locked in the desert's deep silence. The blithe intaglios are there yet, not there, a vision you can trace but never hold. Did they draw them to honor, to guide, or to dream? The question settles soft as a yucca bloom as the wind carries it onward. Scientists linger, their tools aglow. Some propose an astronomical role, the figures aligning with stars like Orion, though erosion obscures such patterns. Others suggest a social bond, tribes uniting to scrape the earth, their labor a shared song. A few hypothesize a mythological narrative, the human and animal forms retelling creation tales, yet no oral stories align. The builders likely desert nomads, left no writing, only these silent shapes. Could they have drawn their world for the gods to see, knowing the sands would claim it? The outlines listen, their silence a weight that lingers. In the spiritual glow, the intaglios shine. To some, they are a sacred canvas, each figure a stroke of divine intent. Village storytellers, their voices like embers, tell of a time when the desert was young and the earth was its song. Mystics from far shores see them as resonators, their spirals humming with the cosmos's pulse. You feel their truth, a warmth in the dry air. The intaglios, they murmur, are not for solving but for dreaming shapes that hold the sky's secrets. The serpent's coils turn endless as you breathe, and the desert hums in answer. History's echoes are faint. A carver perhaps scraped stones under a California dawn, their purpose unclear. A child playing among the figures laughed as she ran, her joy now dust. A seer gazing at the spirals saw meaning in the stars, their truth lost to the wind. These moments, real or woven, fade into the sands, leaving only their glow. You sit the earth warm beneath you, and the intaglios feel alive, though they are still. Did they see them dance, those ancient ones, in the quiet of their world? The silence wraps you deep and soft. The blithe intaglios endure, their outlines weathered but unbroken. You rise the desert stretching wide, and the figures blur in the twilight. Their arms, their coils, their silent hymn, they are there yet, not there, a vision you can feel but never claim. Were they a ritual, a map, or a cry to the heavens? The question lingers soft as a breeze, as the sand shifts beneath your feet. The intaglios wait, their truth safe in the desert's embrace. You step back, the dunes fading into dusk. The serpent's spiral follows, though it does not move. They are fleeting things, these geoglyphs seen by countless hearts, yet never fully known. The earth erodes, the winds sing, and still they endure, shadows drawn in desert dust. What did they hope, those who scraped them, as they toiled under the same sky? The desert hums, and you walk on the intaglios' mystery, lingering in your dreams. The sands grow quiet, their secrets settling like twilight. You feel the figures wait, though you cannot touch their heart. The giants, the spirals, the unspoken song, they are symbols now etched in your soul. Were they calling to the stars, the ancestors, or the spirit of the land? The silence answers, and you drift, carried by the desert's gentle sigh toward another unknown. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Deep in the verdant hills of Dordogne, where the earth cradles secrets in its shadowed folds, you descend. The air grows cool, heavy with the scent of damp limestone and ancient stillness. Within the Lascaux cave, a labyrinth of chambers unfolds their walls, adorned with paintings that pulse with life, bison horses and stags galloping across stone crafted 17,000 years ago. These prehistoric masterpieces, vibrant and enigmatic, hide the intentions of their creators. You step closer, your breath a soft echo, and the cave whispers. What stories did these artists weave in the dark? The paintings are breathtaking, sprawling across the cave's undulating walls. In the Hall of the Bulls, massive aurochs charge their hooves, vivid in ochre and charcoal, some stretching 20 feet long. The axial gallery glows with horses, their manes flowing alongside deer with antlers like branching rivers. Red and black pigments, blown or brushed, dance with manganese and hematite, their colors unfaded by time. Handprints stenciled in silhouette mark the stone, as if the artist reached out to touch eternity. You trace their outlines in your mind, feeling the cave's cool pulse, its art a riddle sealed in darkness. Were these visions, rituals, or dreams of the hunt? Archaeologists, their voices hushed as the cave silence study the paintings with reverence. Radiocarbon dating places them in the Upper Paleolithic around 15000 BCE, likely by Cro-Magnon hands. Some hypothesize a hunting ritual, the images invoking success or honoring prey, though no kill scenes appear. Others propose a teaching tool guiding young hunters in animal lore, yet the deep chambers suggest secrecy. Art historians marvel at the technique perspective, shading motion rare for its time. Could a people so ancient have painted not just to survive but to dream? The walls gleam, their figures alive, their purpose, a shadow that slips away. You stand in the shaft where a lone man faces a bison, a bird on a stick nearby, his form stark against the stone. The scene feels heavy, as if the cave holds its breath. In the spiritual heart of Lascaux, the paintings become sacred emblems. Modern shamans, their chants like flickering flames, see them as portals, the animals, spirits, guiding souls through the underworld. Local folklore, woven like ivy, speaks of star beings, their stories etched in ochre to teach humanity. Across cultures, mystics whisper of a dreamtime canvas, the paintings a map of the soul's journey. The bison's eyes pulse, a spiral of mystery curling inward, its gaze, a gate to the unseen. You feel its presence, though the cave is still and the stone sighs gently. Tales drift through Dordogne, faint as a bat's wing beat. A shepherd centuries past swore the cave glowed at midnight, its animals galloping across the walls. A hunter lost in the hills claimed the paintings sang their hum, leading him to safety. Another story speaks of a child who wandered into Lascaux, her laughter echoing from chambers never found. In 1944, boys stumbled upon the cave, its discovery hushed until war's end, as if the earth wished it secret. These whispers, like the paintings, endure but fade, glimpsed, then gone, their truth a shimmer in the dark. The paintings shift as you move deeper. In the chamber of felines, lions stalk, their forms fluid, almost alive. From another angle, the horses leap, their motion frozen yet vibrant. The handprints, scattered like stars, seem to reach out yet remain untouchable, sealed behind time's veil. You stretch toward them, but the stone is cold distant, its story locked in the cave's deep heart. The Lascaux paintings are there yet not there, a vision you can see but never grasp. Did they paint to summon, to honor, or to dream? The question settles soft as a falling leaf, as the cave's breath carries it away. Scientists linger, their tools aglow. Some propose a shamanic trance, the paintings born in visions, the deep chambers amplifying their power. Others suggest a social bond, the art uniting clans in shared creation, though no communal spaces remain. A few hypothesize astronomical ties. The animals are dots mimicking constellations, yet no clear patterns align. The Cro-Magnons with their flint and fire left no writing, only these vivid walls. Could they have poured their soul into stone, knowing darkness would guard it? The paintings listen, their silence, a weight that lingers. In the spiritual glow, the cave shines. To some, it is a womb, each figure, a birth of the spirit. Village storytellers, their voices like embers, tell of a time when the earth was alive and caves were its song. Mystics from far shores see the paintings as resonators, their forms humming with the cosmos' pulse. You feel their truth, a warmth in the chill air. The paintings, they murmur, are not for solving, but for dreaming canvases that hold the stars' light. The bison's gaze turns endless as you breathe, and the cave hums in answer. History's echoes are faint. An artist perhaps painted by torchlight under a Paleolithic sky, their purpose unclear. A child watching the brush gasped as horses took form, their wonder now dust. A shaman tracing the walls saw visions of the hunt, their truth lost to the wind. These moments, real or woven, fade into the stone, leaving only their glow. You sit the cave floor cool beneath you, and the paintings feel alive though they are still. Did they see them move, those ancient ones, in the flicker of their world? The silence wraps you deep and soft. The Lascaux cave paintings endure their colors, vivid, their mystery unbowed. You rise, the chambers fading behind you, and the animals blur in the twilight. Their hooves, their antlers, their silent hymn, they are there yet not there, a vision you can feel but never claim. Were they a ritual, a story, or a cry to the spirits? The question lingers soft as a breeze as the earth settles beneath your feet. The paintings wait, their truth safe in the cave's embrace. You step back, the hills closing around you. The bison's eyes follow, though they do not move. They are fleeting things, these paintings seen by countless hearts, yet never fully known. The stone weathers, the shadows deepen, and still they endure whispers on eternal stone. What did they hope? Those who painted them as they worked in the dark. The oaks hum and you walk on the painting's mystery, lingering in your dreams. The cave grows quiet, its secrets settling like dusk. You feel the painting's weight though. You cannot touch their heart. The animals, the handprints, the unspoken song, they are symbols now etched in your soul. Were they calling to the spirits, the stars, or the soul of the earth? The silence answers, and you drift carried by the cave's gentle sigh toward another unknown. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Across the windswept hills of Sardinia, where the sea's breath weaves through gnarled olive trees, you roam. The air is warm, scented with wild thyme and the faint echo of ancient stones. Before you rises a nurag, a towering edifice of basalt, its conical form standing resolute against the sky. Thousands of these structures built 300-500 years ago by a vanished people dot the island like sentinels of a forgotten realm. You approach, your footsteps soft on the earth, and the stones hum. Who raised these towers, and what secrets did they guard? The nurage is imposing, its massive stones stacked without mortar, some weighing tons, fitted with precision that defies the ages. Sunaraxi, the grandest, looms with 3 tiers, its central tower soaring 30 feet, flanked by lesser cones within a walled village. Corridors twist inside, dark and cool, leading to chambers with corbelled roofs, their walls unadorned yet alive with presence. Scattered across Sardinia, over 7000, nuragi remain, some solitary, others clustered, their forms varying but eternal. You trace the rough basalt, feeling its ancient pulse, yet no inscriptions, no relics. Name their purpose. Were they fortresses, temples, or beacons to the stars? Archaeologists, their voices gentle as the island's breeze, study the nuragi with care. Radiocarbon dating places their construction in the Bronze Age between 1800 and 1100 BCE by the Nuragic civilization. Some hypothesize defensive strongholds, their high walls and narrow entrances shielding against invaders, though few show battle scars. Others propose communal hubs, housing clans, or storing grain. Yet the chambers are small, impractical for daily life. Engineers marvel at the masonry stones hauled from quarries, lifted without pulleys, aligned with precision. Could a people without writing have built such towers to rival time itself? The stones stand their silence, a veil you cannot pierce. You climb a nurage's spiral stair, its darkness enfolding you like a cloak. The summit opens to the sky where the sea glints in the distance. In the spiritual heart of Sardinia, the nuragi become more than stone. Local shepherds, their tales woven like wool, call them homes of giants, their towers bridging earth and heavens. Ancient priests, their chants lost to the waves, might have seen them as altars where stars whispered divine truths. Modern mystics, their words like moonlight whisper of sacred observatories, the towers aligned to solstices or Orion's arc. The nurag hums a spiral of eternity, rising upward its stones, a gate to the unseen. You feel its weight, though it stands firm, and the time sighs softly. Tales drift across the island, faint as a gull's cry. A farmer centuries past swore a nurage glowed at dusk, its stones casting light across the hills. A maiden seeking her lost love claimed a tower's chamber, sang its voice, guiding her to peace. Another story speaks of a child who vanished within a nurage's corridors, his shadow seen dancing at twilight. In the 19th century, explorers mapped the towers, their journals, noting strange hums near Sunaraxi, though no source was found. These whispers, like the nuragi, endure but fade, glimpsed, then gone, their truth a shimmer in the olive groves. The nuragi shifts as you wander. From the valley it is a fortress, its walls unyielding against the sky. From above, a constellation, its towers mirroring stars upon the earth. The corridors winding like veins lead to chambers that feel alive, their silence heavy with intent. You reach for the stones, but they are rooted, their story locked in the island's deep heart. The nuragi are there, yet not there, a world you can touch but never fully know. Did they build to protect, to worship, or to dream? The question settles soft as a fallen olive as the breeze carries it onward. Scientists linger, their tools aglow. Some propose astronomical observatories, the towers' slits framing solstice suns, though alignments are debated. Others suggest social symbols, each nurage a clan's pride, their scale uniting tribes. A few hypothesize ritual spaces, the chambers hosting rites of passage, yet no altars or offerings confirm this. The Nuragic people skilled in bronze and trade faded as Phoenicians and Romans came, their culture absorbed or lost. Could they have raised these towers knowing their name would vanish? The basalt listens its silence, a weight that lingers. In the spiritual glow the Nuragi shine. To some they are a labyrinth, each stone a turn toward the divine. Village storytellers, their voices like embers, tell of a time when the island was young and towers were its song. Mystics from far shores see them as resonators, their forms humming with the cosmos's pulse. You feel their truth, a warmth in the cool air. The Nuragi, they murmur, are not for solving, but for dreaming sentinels that hold the stars' secrets. The tower spiral rises endless as you breathe, and the sea hums in answer. History's echoes are faint. A mason perhaps stacked stones under a Sardinian dawn, his purpose unclear. A child playing in a Nuragi's shadow laughed as she ran, her joy now dust. A seer gazing from a tower's summit saw meaning in the stars, her truth lost to the wind. These moments, real or woven, fade into the hills, leaving only their glow. You sit the earth soft beneath you, and the Nurag feels alive, though it stands still. Did they hear it sing, those ancient ones, in the quiet of their world? The silence wraps you deep and soft. The Nuragi of Sardinia endure their stones, weathered but unbowed. You rise the hills stretching wide, and the tower blurs in the twilight. Its walls, its corridors, its silent hymn, they are there, yet not there, a vision you can feel but never claim. Were they fortresses, temples, or dreams of eternity? The question lingers soft as a breeze, as the time bends beneath your feet. The Nuragi wait their truth safe in the island's embrace. You step back, the olive trees fading into dusk. The Nuragi's spiral follows, though it does not move. They are fleeting things, these towers, seen by countless hearts, yet never fully known. The basalt erodes, the winds sing, and still they stand, towers of the silent past. What did they hope, those who built them? As they toiled under the same sky, the hills hum, and you walk on the Nuragi's mystery, lingering in your dreams. The groves grow quiet, their secrets settling like twilight. You feel the Nuragi's weight, though you cannot touch its heart. The stones, the chambers, the unspoken song, they are symbols now etched in your soul. Were they calling to the gods, the stars, or the spirit of their kin? The silence answers, and you drift, carried by the island's gentle sigh, toward another unknown. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. In the lush embrace of Costa Rica's Diquís Delta, where the river's song weaves through tangled mangroves, you wander. The air is thick, scented with wet earth and the breath of ancient ferns. Before you lies a boulder, its surface alive with petroglyphs, spirals, human figures, and cryptic shapes, etched deep into the stone near the enigmatic stone spheres of a lost people. Crafted perhaps 2,000 years ago, these carvings pulse with a mystery no one can name. You trace their lines with your gaze, and the jungle hums. What truths did these stones hold? The petroglyphs are intricate, scattered across boulders along the Teraba and Sierp rivers. Some depict humans, their arms raised, faces featureless yet expressive, dancing or standing in rows. Others swirl with spirals tight and hypnotic, or trace animals, jaguars, birds, crocodiles, their forms vivid yet abstract. The carvings pecked into granite and basalt vary in depth, some faint, others bold, resisting the jungle's relentless green. Nearby, massive stone spheres, perfect and polished, rest in silent vigil, their purpose equally elusive. You linger by a boulder, feeling the stone's cool weight, its silence a riddle woven into the delta's heart. Were these carvings stories, prayers, or maps to the unseen archaeologists? Their voices soft as the river's murmur study the petroglyphs with care. Radiocarbon dating of nearby sites places them between 300 BCE and 800 CE, likely by the Diquís culture masters of the stone spheres. Some hypothesize a ritual purpose, the carvings marking sacred spaces for ceremonies, though no altars remain. Others suggest territorial signs, each boulder claiming land for clans, yet their placement seems random, not strategic. Epigraphers note the spiral's universality, echoing global motifs, but no script emerges to decode them. Could a people so skilled have etched their soul into stone, knowing time would shroud it? The carvings gleam their lines, unyielding their meaning, a mist that slips away. You kneel beside a spiral, its curves drawing your eyes inward as if to a hidden center. The stone seems to pulse, though the jungle is still. In the spiritual heart of the Diquís Delta, the petroglyphs become sacred sigils. Bribery shamans, their chants like woven vines, call them gateways, the spirals guiding spirits through the earth's veins. Local elders, their tales soft as palm fronds, speak of star ancestors, their wisdom carved to guide the living. Across cultures, mystics whisper of a cosmic code, the figures and spirals aligning with unseen energies. The spiral hums a vortex of eternity, curling skyward its lines, a portal to the divine. You feel its warmth though, the stone is cool and the mangroves sigh gently. Tales drift through the delta faint as a toucan's call. A fisherman, centuries past, swore a boulder glowed at twilight, its figures dancing in the river's reflection. A healer seeking herbs claimed a petroglyph spiral sang its hum, easing her patient's pain. Another story speaks of a child who vanished near a carved jaguar, her laughter echoing from the stone at dusk. In the 1930s, farmers found the petroglyphs. While clearing land, their discovery hushed, as if the jungle wished them secret. These whispers, like the carvings, endure but fade, glimpsed, then gone, their truth a shimmer in the humid air. The petroglyphs shift as you wander. On one boulder, a human figure raises its arms, a plea or a dance. On another, a crocodile glides its form, both predator and guardian. The spirals, tight or sprawling, seem to turn, though they are etched in stone. You reach for them, but the granite is distant, rooted in a time you cannot breach. The Diquís Delta petroglyphs are there, yet not there, a vision you can see, but never fully grasp. Did they carve to honor, to mark, or to dream? The question settles soft as a fallen leaf, as the river's breath carries it onward. Scientists linger, their tools aglow. Some propose an astronomical role, the spirals or figures, tracking stars or solstices, though no alignments confirm this. Others suggest social symbols, the carvings uniting clans in shared identity, yet no communal sites anchor them. A few hypothesize mythological narratives, the figures retelling creation tales, though no oral stories align. The Diquís, skilled in stonework, vanished before the Spanish came, their culture absorbed or lost. Could they have etched these stones knowing their voice would fade? The boulders listen, their silence, a weight that lingers. In the spiritual glow, the petroglyphs shine. To some, they are a sacred script, each line a verse of the earth's song. Village storytellers, their voices like embers, tell of a time when the jungle was young and stones were its heart. Mystics from far shores see them as resonators, their spirals humming with the cosmos's pulse. You feel their truth, a pulse in the warm air. The petroglyphs, they murmur, are not for decoding, but for dreaming symbols that hold the stars' secrets. The spiral's gaze turns endless as you breathe, and the jungle hums in answer. History's echoes are faint. A carver perhaps pecked stone under a Diquís dawn, their purpose unclear. A child playing by the river traced a spiral, their wonder now dust. A priest standing before a boulder saw meaning in its lines, their truth lost to the vines. These moments, real or woven, fade into the mangroves, leaving only their glow. You sit, the earth soft beneath you, and the petroglyphs feel alive, though they are still. Did they hear the stones sing, those ancient ones, in the quiet of their world? The silence wraps you deep and soft. The Diquís Delta petroglyphs endure, their carvings weathered but bold. You rise the jungle stretching wide, and the boulder's lines blur in the twilight. Its spirals, its figures, its silent hymn, they are there yet not there, a vision you can feel but never claim. Were they rituals, maps, or dreams of the divine? The question lingers soft as a breeze as the ferns sway beneath your feet. The petroglyphs wait, their truth safe in the delta's embrace. You step back, the mangroves closing around you. The spiral's path follows, though it does not move. They are fleeting things, these carvings seen by countless hearts, yet never fully known. The stone weathers, the river flows, and still they endure, whispers carved in stone. What did they hope, those who etched them, as they toiled under the same sky? The jungle hums and you walk on the petroglyphs' mystery, lingering in your dreams. The delta grows quiet, its secrets settling like dusk. You feel the petroglyphs wait, though you cannot touch their heart. The spirals, the figures, the unspoken song, they are symbols now etched in your soul. Were they calling to the spirits, the stars, or the soul of the earth? The silence answers, and you drift, carried by the river's gentle sigh toward another unknown. So we drift again toward what cannot be named. In the fertile valleys of Serbia, where the Danube weaves a silver thread through time's tapestry, you pause. The air is soft, scented with damp clay and the faint hum of ancient fields. Before you lies a shard of pottery, its surface etched with the Vinci symbols, lines, chevrons, and spirals that dance like thoughts too old to speak. Born 7000 years ago, in the Neolithic heart of the Balkans, these marks found on figurines and tablets hint at a script no one can read. You trace their shapes in your mind, and the river murmurs, what voices did these signs carry? The symbols are delicate, incised into clay vessels, amulets, and statuettes, unearthed from Vinci sites like Tartaria and Belo-Bordeaux. Over 150 distinct signs, crosses, grids, meanders, and cryptic forms like a double axe appear in clusters, sometimes repeating, sometimes alone. A tablet from Tartaria, small as a palm, bears rows of marks, their order suggesting intent, perhaps a message. You imagine the potter's hand steady yet reverent, carving meaning into the damp clay. Found across hundreds of sites, the symbols vanish after 4500 BCE, leaving no trace of their maker's tongue. Were they a script, a tally, or a prayer to the unseen archaeologists? Their voices hushed as the valley's mist study the symbols with care. The Vinci culture, flourishing from 5300 to 4500 BCE, built Europe's first proto-cities, yet left no clear writing system. Some hypothesize a protoscript, the signs representing sounds or words predating Sumerian cuneiform. Linguistic analyses count the symbols' frequency, suggesting a system, but no Rosetta Stone unlocks their meaning. Others propose ritual marks, each sign a sacred emblem for ceremonies, though no altars clarify this. Epigraphers note their uniqueness, no later scripts echo their forms. Could a people so ancient have woven their thoughts into clay only to let them fade? The symbols gleam their lines, unyielding their truth, a breeze that slips away. You hold a shard in your thoughts, its chevron pulsing like a heartbeat. The clay feels warm, though it is long cold. In the spiritual heart of the Balkans, the Vinci symbols become a sacred cipher. Modern pagans, their chants like woven reeds, see them as keys to the great goddess, each mark a step toward her embrace. Serbian elders, their tales soft as linden blooms, speak of star scribes, their wisdom etched to guide the soul. Across cultures, mystics whisper of a primal code, the symbols aligning with cosmic truths. The shard hums a spiral of mystery, curling inward, its signs, a gate to the eternal. You feel its pull, though it is distant, and the Danube sighs gently. Tales drift through Vinci's fields, faint as a thrush's song. A farmer, millennia ago, swore a figurine's symbols glowed at dawn, their light tracing paths to hidden springs. A priestess tending a hearth claimed the signs sang their hum, weaving dreams of harvest. Another story speaks of a child who vanished clutching a tablet, her shadow seen dancing in the clay at twilight. In 1961, the Tartaria tablets were unearthed, their symbols sparking wonder, then silence, as no tongue could read them. These whispers, like the signs, endure, but fade glimpsed, then gone their truth, a shimmer in the morning dew. The symbols shift as you linger. On one shard, a cross meets a spiral, a crossroads of meaning. On another, a grid aligns precise as a map, yet leading nowhere. Their brevity, 3 signs, 5 at most, teases with intent but offers no clarity. You reach for them, but the clay is locked in museums or memory, a relic you can see but never fully grasp. The Vinci symbols are there, yet not there, a language you can touch but never speak. Did they record a story, a rite, or a dream of the divine? The question settles soft as a river pebble as the valley's breath carries it onward. Scientists linger, their tools aglow. Some propose a tally system, the signs counting grain or livestock, though their variety resists this. Others suggest decorative motifs. Each mark an artist's whim, yet their consistency across sites suggests purpose. A few hypothesize a mnemonic aid prompting oral tales of gods or kin, though no chants survive. The Vinci, with their figurines and kilns, thrived until their decline, perhaps drought or invasion, erased their trace. Could they have etched their world into clay, knowing it would vanish? The symbols listen, their silence, a weight that lingers. In the spiritual glow, the symbols shine. To some, they are a labyrinth, each line a turn toward enlightenment. Village storytellers, their voices like embers, tell of a time when the earth was young and clay was its song. Mystics from far shores see them as resonators, their forms humming with the cosmos's pulse. You feel their truth, a warmth in the cool air. The symbols they murmur are not for reading, but for dreaming, marks that hold the stars' secrets. The spiral's gaze turns endless as you breathe, and the fields hum in answer. History's echoes are faint. A scribe perhaps carved signs under a Balkan dawn, their purpose unclear. A child playing by the river traced a chevron, their wonder now dust. A seer gazing at a tablet saw meaning in its lines, their truth lost to the wind. These moments, real or woven, fade into the clay, leaving only their glow. You sit the earth soft beneath you, and the shard feels alive, though it is still. Did they hear it speak, those ancient ones, in the quiet of their world? The silence wraps you deep and soft. The Vinci symbols endure their lines, etched in fragments, their mystery unbowed. You rise the valley stretching wide, and the shard's signs blur in the twilight. Its spirals, its crosses, its silent hymn, they are there yet, not there a vision you can feel but never claim. Were they a script, a charm, or a cry to the divine? The question lingers soft as a breeze as the grass sways beneath your feet. The symbols wait their truth safe in the river's embrace. You step back, the Danube glinting below. The spiral's path follows, though it does not move. They are fleeting things, these signs, seen by countless hearts, yet never fully known. The clay crumbles, the river flows, and still they endure whispers of a silent script. What did they hope? Those who carved them as they toiled under the same sky. The valley hums, and you walk on the symbol's mystery lingering in your dreams. The fields grow quiet, their secrets settling like dusk. You feel the shard's weight, though you cannot touch its heart. The chevrons, the spirals, the unspoken song, they are symbols now etched in your soul. Were they calling to the gods, the ancestors, or the spirit of the earth? The silence answers, and you drift, carried by the river's gentle sigh, toward another unknown. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Along the rugged cliffs of Pisco Bay, where the Pacific's breath weaves salt into the desert's embrace, you stand. The air is crisp, scented with brine, and the faint hum of eternal waves. Before you looms the Paracas candelabra, a massive geoglyph etched into a coastal hillside. Its form a towering branched figure like a trident or chandelier glowing pale against the earth. Crafted perhaps 2000 years ago, this enigma visible from the sea whispers of a people and purpose lost to time. You gaze at its silent arms, and the ocean murmurs, what light did this candelabra seek to cast? The geoglyph is vast, stretching over 600 feet tall, its lines carved 2 feet deep into the sandy slope of the Paracas Peninsula. 3 broad arms rise from a central spine flanked by smaller lines, forming a shape that sways between a cactus, a candelabra, or a sacred symbol. The earth, hardened by desert winds, preserves its form, the trenches cleared of loose stone to reveal a lighter hue beneath. You trace its outline from the shore, noting its scale best seen from boats miles out at sea. No relics, no markers name its creators, only the candelabra, a solitary beacon against the cliffs. Was it a guide, a shrine, or a plea to the heavens? Archaeologists, their voices soft as the tides retreat, study the geoglyph with care. Pottery shards nearby link it to the Paracas culture, thriving from 800 BCE to 100 CE, though some argue for later, Nazca hands famed for their desert lines. Some hypothesize a maritime beacon guiding fishermen or traders along the coast, its visibility a lifeline in fog. Others propose an astronomical marker, the arms aligning with solstices or constellations, though no precise patterns hold. Geomorphologists note the slope's stability, the trenches resisting erosion, but the labor to carve such a figure puzzles them. Could a people so tied to the sea have etched this sign for the sky to see? The candelabra stands its lines, unyielding its truth, a wave that slips away. You climb the hill, the candelabra's arms looming above like a silent guardian. The trenches seem to pulse, though the earth is still. In the spiritual heart of the Paracas Peninsula, the geoglyph becomes a sacred flame. Quechua elders, their tales woven like alpaca threads, call it a sign of Inti, the sun god, its arms lifting light to the heavens. Bribri shamans from distant jungles see it as a tree of life, its branches linking earth to the stars. Modern mystics, their words like seashells, whisper of a cosmic signal, its form a call to distant worlds. The candelabra hums a spiral of intent, rising skyward, its arms a gate to the unseen. You feel its warmth, though the sand is cool and the waves sigh gently. Tales drift through Pisco Bay, faint as a gull's cry. A sailor, centuries past, swore the candelabra glowed at dusk, its lines guiding his boat through storms. A fisherman lost in fog claimed the geoglyph's arms sang their hum, leading him to shore. Another story speaks of a child who vanished near the trenches, her shadow seen dancing in the sand at twilight. In the 19th century, mariners noted the figure in logs, its purpose, unknown, as if the desert wished it secret. These whispers, like the candelabra, endure but fade glimpsed, then gone their truth, a shimmer in the salt air. The geoglyph shifts as you gaze. From the shore, it is a trident, bold and commanding the sea. From a boat, a chandelier, its arms lifted in silent prayer. The smaller lines, like roots or flames, tease with meaning yet offer none. You reach for the trenches, but the sand is vast, untouchable, its story locked in the peninsula's deep heart. The Paracas candelabra is there, yet not there, a vision you can see but never fully grasp. Did they carve it to navigate, to worship, or to dream? The question settles soft as a seashell as the ocean's breath carries it onward. Scientists linger, their tools aglow. Some propose a territorial marker, the geoglyph, claiming fishing grounds for Paracas clans, though its scale seems impractical. Others suggest a ritual symbol, the arms honoring sea gods or ancestors, yet no offerings remain. A few hypothesize a trade signal visible to ships from distant ports, though no trade routes align precisely. The Paracas with their textiles and mummies faded as the Nazca rose, their culture absorbed or lost. Could they have drawn this beacon knowing their name would vanish? The trenches listen, their silence a weight that lingers. In the spiritual glow the candelabra shines. To some it is a sacred flame, each arm a spark of divine light. Village storytellers, their voices like embers, tell of a time when the sea was alive and sand was its song. Mystics from far shores see it as a resonator, its form humming with the cosmos's pulse. You feel their truth, a pulse in the salt air. The candelabra, they murmur, is not for solving but for dreaming, a beacon that holds the stars' secrets. The arm's spiral rises endless as you breathe, and the cliffs hum in answer. History's echoes are faint. A carver perhaps scraped sand under a Paracas dawn, their purpose unclear. A child playing by the trenches laughed as she ran, her joy now dust. A priest standing before the geoglyph saw meaning in its lines, their truth lost to the waves. These moments, real or woven, fade into the cliffs, leaving only their glow. You sit the sand soft beneath you, and the candelabra feels alive, though it is still. Did they see it shine, those ancient ones, in the quiet of their world? The silence wraps you deep and soft. The Paracas candelabra endures its trenches, weathered but bold. You rise the bay, stretching wide, and the geoglyph's arms blur in the twilight. Its lines, its branches, its silent hymn, they are there yet. Not there, a vision you can feel but never claim. Was it a guide, a shrine, or a cry to the divine? The question lingers soft as a breeze as the sand shifts beneath your feet. The candelabra waits its truth safe in the desert's embrace. You step back, the cliffs fading into dusk. The candelabra's spiral follows, though it does not move. It is a fleeting thing, this geoglyph, seen by countless hearts yet never fully known. The sand erodes, the waves sing, and still it endures, a beacon in the coastal sands. What did they hope, those who carved it, as they toiled under the same sky? The ocean hums, and you walk on the candelabra's mystery, lingering in your dreams. The bay grows quiet, its secrets settling like twilight. You feel the geoglyph's weight, though you cannot touch its heart. The arms, the trenches, the unspoken song, they are symbols now etched in your soul. Were they calling to the sea, the stars, or the spirit of their kin? The silence answers, and you drift, carried by the tide's gentle sigh, toward another unknown. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. In the sun-baked plains of Ottosdal, where South Africa's ancient rocks hum beneath a sky vast as memory, you pause. The air shimmers, scented with dust, and the faint pulse of forgotten ages. In your hands you envision a Klerksdorp sphere, a small metallic orb no larger than a walnut, its surface etched with fine grooves that spiral like the paths of distant stars. Found within 3-billion-year-old pyrophyllite deposits, these enigmatic objects, numbering in the hundreds, defy explanation. You cradle its image close, and the earth sighs. What hands or forces shaped these spheres? The spheres are peculiar, their forms ranging from perfect globes to flattened discs crafted from hematite or wollastonite metals, gleaming with a Phi-Hay strange luster. Some bear parallel grooves, precise as if machined, encircling their equator or crisscrossing in patterns too delicate for chance. Unearthed by miners in the 1980s from ancient sedimentary layers, they seem alien to their surroundings, too perfect for nature's random hand. You turn the sphere in your mind, feeling its weight, its surface, cool yet alive with mystery. Are they artifacts, natural oddities, or relics of a time beyond imagining? The orb gleams a riddle locked in stone, its truth a whisper you cannot catch. Geologists, their voices soft as the desert's dusk, approach the spheres with caution. The pyrophyllite beds, dated to 2.83 billion years, predate complex life, they say. Some hypothesize natural concretions formed by mineral precipitation in volcanic ash, their grooves the result of crystalline growth or erosion. Yet the precision of the grooves puzzles them. Nature rarely carves with such symmetry. Metallurgists note the sphere's hardness, resisting scratches, suggesting extreme conditions or unknown processes. Others propose ancient microbial activity shaping minerals into spheres, though no fossils remain. Could these be mere quirks of geology or something more? The spheres rest silent, their origin a shadow that slips away. You hold the sphere, close its grooves, tracing paths beneath your thoughts. The orb seems to pulse a heartbeat from the Earth's deep core. In the spiritual heart of Ottosdal, the Klerksdorp spheres become sacred emblems. San elders, their tales woven like acacia thorns, call them star seeds dropped by sky spirits to mark the world's birth. Zulu shamans, their chants, soft as baobab blooms, see them as eyes of the ancestors watching over the land. Across cultures, modern mystics whisper of cosmic relics. The sphere's a gift from starfarers, their grooves a code to the infinite. The sphere hums a spiral of wonder, curling inward its grooves, a gate to realms unseen. You feel its presence though it is distant, and the plains sigh gently. Tales drift through Ottosdal, faint as a springbok's tread. A miner decades ago swore a sphere glowed in his palm, its grooves casting light across the tunnel. A healer tending the sick claimed an orb's touch eased pain, its hum soothing the soul. Another story speaks of a child who vanished, clutching a sphere, her laughter echoing from the rocks at twilight. In the 1980s, the spheres surfaced in mining reports, their discovery hushed, as if the Earth wished them secret. These whispers, like the spheres, endure but fade, glimpsed, then gone their truth a shimmer in the heat. The sphere shifts in your gaze. From one angle, it is a pebble shaped by time's patient hand. From another, an artifact, its grooves too precise for nature's craft. The patterns, parallel lines, gentle curves, tease with intent, yet offer no meaning. You reach for it, but the metal is locked in collections or legend, a relic you can see but never fully grasp. The Klerksdorp spheres are there, yet not there, a dream you can hold but never know. Did they form by chance, by hands, or by forces beyond our ken? The question settles soft as a desert bloom as the wind carries it onward. Scientists linger, their tools aglow. Some propose sedimentary nodules, their shapes, and grooves the work of diagenesis over eons, though the symmetry resists this. Others suggest meteoritic fragments, their grooves etched by cosmic travel, yet no impact craters align. A few cautious entertain ancient technology, though no culture existed 3 billion years ago. The sphere's context embedded in Precambrian rock defies human hands, their age a barrier to artifact claims. Could a lost process, natural or otherwise, have crafted such perfection? The orbs listen, their silence, a weight that lingers. In the spiritual glow, the spheres shine. To some, they are a cosmic cipher, each groove a verse of the universe's song. Village storytellers, their voices like embers, tell of a time when the earth was molten and stars left their mark. Mystics from far shores see them as resonators, their forms humming with the cosmos's pulse. You feel their truth, a warmth in the dry air. The spheres, they murmur, are not for solving, but for dreaming orbs that hold the heaven's secrets. The groove's spiral turns endless as you breathe, and the plains hum in answer. History's echoes are faint. A miner perhaps pried a sphere from rock under an Ottosdal dawn, his wonder unspoken. A child playing in the dust rolled one in her palm, her joy now dust. A seer gazing at its grooves saw visions of worlds unborn, their truth lost to the wind. These moments, real or woven, fade into the stone, leaving only their glow. You sit, the earth warm beneath you, and the sphere feels alive, though it is still. Did they feel its pulse? Those who found them in the quiet of their world? The silence wraps you deep and soft. The Klerksdorp spheres endure their grooves unweathered, their mystery unbowed. You rise the plane stretching wide, and the sphere's lines blur in the twilight. Its curves, its spirals, its silent hymn, they are there, yet not there a vision you can feel but never claim. Were they nature's whim, a cosmic gift, or a dream of the earth's youth? The question lingers soft as a breeze as the dust settles beneath your feet. The spheres wait their truth safe in the rock's embrace. You step back the horizon, fading into dusk. The sphere's spiral follows, though it does not move. They are fleeting things, these relics seen by countless hearts, yet never fully known. The metal tarnishes the sand's shift, and still they endure whispers from the earth's deep heart. What did they mean, if anything, to the forces that shaped them? The plains hum and you walk on the sphere's mystery lingering in your dreams. The desert grows quiet, its secrets settling like twilight. You feel the sphere's weight, though you cannot touch its heart. The grooves, the curves, the unspoken song, they are symbols now etched in your soul. Were they calling to the stars, the earth, or the spirit of time itself? The silence answers, and you drift carried by the plain's gentle sigh toward another unknown. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. High in the Andes of Bolivia, where the Altiplano stretches beneath a sky that feels closer than the earth you stand, the air is thin-laced with the chill of ancient winds and the scent of dry grass. Before you lie the Pumapunku stones, massive blocks of andesite and diorite carved with a precision that defies the hand of time. Part of a ruined complex near Tiahuanaco, these stones, shaped perhaps 500 years ago, bear witness to a lost mastery. You approach their silent forms, and the mountains whisper what minds crafted these stones, and what purpose did they serve. The stones are extraordinary, scattered across a plateau like fragments of a forgotten dream. Some weigh over 100 tons, their surfaces smooth as glass, cut with edges so sharp they could slice the wind. Intricate grooves and interlocking joints, precise to fractions of a millimeter, suggest a puzzle meant to endure forever. H-shaped blocks notched with uncanny accuracy lie beside slabs drilled with holes, as if for metal clamps long vanished. You trace their contours, marveling at the craftsmanship. No tool marks mar the stone, no quarry scars reveal their birth. The complex, once vast, now crumbles its stones, a riddle etched in the earth's deep memory. Were they a temple, a fortress, or a gateway to the stars? Archaeologists, their voices soft as the Altiplano's breeze, study the stones with reverence. Radiocarbon dating links Pumapunku to the Tiahuanaco culture, thriving from 200 to 1000 CE, yet the stone's precision challenges known tools of the era. Some hypothesize advanced masonry using diamond-tipped tools or abrasive sands, though no such instruments remain. Others propose laser-like techniques, though no evidence supports such technology. Engineers marvel at the transport quarries lie miles away across Lake Titicaca's shores, suggesting rafts or rollers, yet the logistics defy reason. Could a people without wheels or iron have shaped such perfection? The stones rest unyielding, their secrets, a mist that drifts beyond reach. You kneel beside an H block, its grooves catching the fading light like veins of silver. The stone seems to hum a pulse from the earth's core. In the spiritual heart of the Andes, the Pumapunku stones become sacred relics. Aymara elders, their tales woven like coca leaves, call them the work of Viracocha, the creator god, his hands guiding the stone to sing. Quechua shamans from distant peaks see them as mirrors of the cosmos, their joints aligning earth to sky. Across cultures, mystics whisper of star builders, their knowledge etched in andesite to guide humanity. The block glows a spiral of intent, curling inward, its grooves a portal to the divine. You feel its presence, though it stands still, and the Altiplano sighs gently. Tales drift through Tiahuanaco, faint as a vicunha's tread. A herder centuries past swore the stones moved at dawn, their edges gleaming with a light not of this world. A priest standing among the ruins claimed the blocks sang their hum, weaving visions of a golden age. Another story speaks of a child who vanished in a stone's shadow, her laughter echoing from the grooves at dusk. In the 19th century, explorers sketched Pumapunku their journals, noting strange vibrations near the stones, though no source was found. These whispers, like the blocks, endure, but fade glimpsed, then gone their truth a shimmer in the high air. The stones shift as you wander. From one angle they are a fortress, their mass defying time's weight. From another, a temple, their precision, a prayer to eternity. The drilled holes, perfect and deep, suggest a mechanism lost to history, a machine of stone or spirit. You reach for a groove, but the andesite is cold, untouchable, its story locked in the plateau's deep silence. The Pumapunku stones are there, yet not there, a craft you can see but never fully grasp. Did they build to honor, to harness, or to dream? The question settles soft, as a condor's feather, as the wind carries it onward. Scientists linger, their tools aglow. Some propose a ceremonial complex, the stones framing rituals to sun or stars, though no altars remain. Others suggest a civic center, the blocks supporting vast halls, yet no foundations align. A few hypothesize extraterrestrial aid, though no evidence supports such claims. The Tiahuanaco with their canals and statues collapsed, perhaps drought or war, leaving Pumapunku incomplete, its stones scattered. Could they have mastered such craft only to let it vanish? The diorite listens, its silence, a weight that lingers. In the spiritual glow the stones shine. To some they are a sacred lattice, each joint a thread in the universe's weave. Village storytellers, their voices like embers, tell of a time when the mountains were young and stones were their song. Mystics from far shores see them as resonators, their grooves humming with the cosmos's pulse. You feel their truth, a warmth in the chill air. The stones they murmur are not for solving but for dreaming blocks that hold the stars' secrets. The groove's spiral turns endless as you breathe, and the Andes hum in answer. History's echoes are faint. A mason perhaps carved stone under an Andean dawn, their purpose unclear. A child playing among the blocks laughed as she ran, her joy now dust. A seer tracing the joints saw visions of worlds beyond their truth, lost to the wind. These moments, real or woven, fade into the altiplano, leaving only their glow. You sit, the earth firm beneath you, and the stones feel alive though they lie still. Did they hear them sing, those ancient ones, in the quiet of their world? The silence wraps you deep and soft. The Pumapunku stones endure, their edges sharp, their mystery unbowed. You rise the plateau, stretching wide, and the blocks blur in the twilight. Their grooves, their joints, their silent hymn, they are there yet, not there, a vision you can feel but never claim. Were they a temple, a machine, or a dream of the divine? The question lingers, soft as a breeze, as the grass bends beneath your feet. The stones wait, their truth safe in the Andes' embrace. You step back, the peaks fading into dusk. The block's spiral follows, though it does not move. They are fleeting things, these stones, seen by countless hearts, yet never fully known. The andesite weathers the winds sing, and still they endure, echoes of a craft beyond time. What did they hope? Those who shaped them as they toiled under the same sky. The mountains hum, and you walk on the stone's mystery, lingering in your dreams. The altiplano grows quiet, its secrets settling like twilight. You feel the stones' weight, though you cannot touch their heart. The grooves, the joints, the unspoken song, they are symbols now etched in your soul. Were they calling to the gods, the stars, or the spirit of their kin? The silence answers, and you drift, carried by the Andes' gentle sigh, toward another unknown. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Beneath the frost-kissed fields of Saxony-Anhalt, where the dawn weaves golden threads across the German plains, you stand. The air is crisp, scented with damp earth and the faint breath of ancient winters. Before you lies the Göbekli Circle, a Neolithic enclosure, its concentric ditches and palisades, tracing a ring in the soil, aligned with the solstice sun. Crafted 7,000 years ago, this silent monument hums with the mystery of a vanished people. You step into its embrace, and the earth whispers what rituals danced here under the stars. The circle is subtle, its form revealed more by shadow than stone. Two rings of ditches, deep and wide, encircle a central space once lined with wooden posts, now long decayed. 3 gates pierce the palisades, one facing the summer solstice sunrise, another the winter solstice sunset, their alignment precise as a heartbeat. Mounds of earth low and weathered frame the enclosure, while faint traces of hearths and bones hint at gatherings long past. You walk the outer ring, feeling the soil's gentle pulse, the circle's design, a riddle etched in the land. Was it a temple, an observatory, or a cradle for the seasons, archaeologists? Their voices hushed as the morning mists study the circle with reverence. Radiocarbon dating places its creation around 4,900 BCE in the heart of the linear pottery culture, a people of farmers and potters. Some hypothesize an astronomical observatory, the gates framing solstice suns to mark planting or harvest times. Others propose a ceremonial site where tribes gathered for rites of renewal, the bones suggesting feasts or offerings. Geophysicists marvel at the ditch's precision, dug with antler picks aligned without modern tools. Yet no inscriptions, no artifacts fully reveal its purpose. Could a people so ancient have woven the heavens into earth? The circle lies open its secrets, a breeze that slips through your fingers. You pause at the solstice gate, where the first light of winter would spill through a golden thread in the dawn. The earth seems to hum, though the fields are still. In the spiritual heart of Göbekli, the circle becomes a sacred compass. Modern druids, their chants like woven straw, see it as a wheel of time, its gates guiding souls through the season's cycle. Local folklore, soft as linden blooms, speaks of star keepers, their rituals binding earth to sky. Across cultures, mystics whisper of a cosmic mandala, the circle's rings aligning with unseen energies. The gate glows a spiral of eternity, curling outward its opening, a portal to the divine. You feel its call, though the air is silent and the grasses sigh gently. Tales drift through Saxony-Anhalt, faint as a sparrow's trill. A farmer centuries past swore the circle's ditches glowed at solstice, their light tracing paths to hidden wells. A healer under a starlit sky claimed the gates sang their hum, easing the sick. Another story speaks of a youth who vanished within the circle, his shadow seen dancing in the frost at dawn. In 1991, aerial surveys revealed the Göbekli circle, its form hidden until the sky unveiled it, as if the earth wished it secret. These whispers, like the ditches, endure but fade, glimpse, then gone their truth, a shimmer in the dew. The circle shifts as you circle it. From the center, it is a womb, its rings, enfolding you in quiet embrace. From the edge, a star chart, its gates pointing to the heavens' rhythm. The hearths, their ashes, long scattered, hint at fires that warmed ancient hands, but their purpose remains veiled. You reach for the soil, but the circle is vast, its story locked in the plain's deep silence. The Göbekli circle is there, yet not there, a vision you can walk but never fully grasp. Did they gather to pray, to watch, or to dream? The question settles soft as a snowflake as the wind carries it onward. Scientists linger, their tools aglow. Some propose a social hub, the circle uniting scattered clans in shared ritual, though no villages cluster nearby. Others suggest a defensive enclosure, the ditches warding off threats, yet no weapons mark the site. A few hypothesize a mythological map, the gates retelling creation tales, though no oral stories align. The linear pottery people with their longhouses and ceramics faded as new cultures rose, their traditions lost. Could they have shaped this circle knowing its song would vanish? The ditches listen their silence, a weight that lingers. In the spiritual glow, the circle shines. To some it is a sacred hoop, each gate a threshold to the divine. Village storytellers, their voices like embers, tell of a time when the stars were near and earth was their song. Mystics from far shores see it as a resonator, its rings humming with the cosmos's pulse. You feel their truth, a warmth in the chill air. The circle, they murmur, is not for solving, but for dreaming a ring that holds the heaven's light. The solstice gate's arc turns endless as you breathe, and the fields hum and answer. History's echoes are faint. A builder perhaps dug ditches under a Neolithic dawn, their purpose unclear. A child playing among the posts laughed as she ran, her joy now dust. A stargazer standing at the gate saw meaning in the sun's rise, their truth lost to the wind. These moments, real or woven, fade into the soil, leaving only their glow. You sit, the grass soft beneath you, and the circle feels alive, though it is still. Did they see the stars align, those ancient ones, in the quiet of their world? The silence wraps you deep and soft. The Göbekli circle endures its ditches, weathered but unbroken. You rise, the fields stretching wide, and the circle's rings blur in the twilight. Its gates, its mounds, its silent hymn, they are there yet. Not there, a vision you can feel but never claim. Was it an observatory, a shrine, or a dance with the divine? The question lingers soft as a breeze as the frost settles beneath your feet. The circle waits, its truth safe in the earth's embrace. You step back, the plains fading into dusk. The gate's spiral follows, though it does not move. It is a fleeting thing, this enclosure, seen by countless hearts yet never fully known. The soil erodes, the stars turn, and still it endures, a silent song of the stars. What did they hope those who shaped it as they toiled under the same sky? The fields hum and you walk on the circle's mystery, lingering in your dreams. The grasses grow quiet, their secrets settling like twilight. You feel the circle's weight, though you cannot touch its heart. The gates, the rings, the unspoken song, they are symbols now etched in your soul. Were they calling to the sun, the ancestors, or the spirit of the land? The silence answers, and you drift, carried by the plain's gentle sigh, toward another unknown. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. In the sun-scorched plains of Syria's Aleppo region, where the wind carves fleeting patterns in the dust, you pause. The air is heavy-laced with the scent of dry earth and the faint echo of forgotten footsteps. Beneath your feet lies the El Mara tomb, an ancient burial complex, its chambers filled with enigmatic artifacts and aligned with secrets older than memory. Crafted 400-500 years ago, this sacred site holds the mystery of a people whose intentions remain veiled. You kneel, feeling the earth's quiet pulse, and the desert murmurs what sorrow or hope was laid to rest here. The tomb is intricate, a series of subterranean chambers carved into the tell of El Mara, a Bronze Age city. Its central tomb, a corbelled stone structure, houses 4 human skeletons, adorned with gold and silver jewelry. Their bones mingled with equine, remains donkeys, perhaps sacrificial, arranged with care. Clay vessels etched with spirals and bronze pins lie scattered, while a curious clay tablet incised with unknown signs rests nearby. The tomb's entrance aligns with the equinox sunrise, casting light into its depths twice a year. You imagine the mourners, their hands steady as they place these offerings, their purpose a riddle sealed in stone. Was this a royal grave, a ritual site, or a bridge to the stars? Archaeologists, their voices soft as the desert's dusk, approach the tomb with reverence. Radiocarbon dating places it around 2500 BCE, in the early Bronze Age, linked to a pre-Akkadian culture. Some hypothesize a royal burial, the jewelry, and equines marking elite status, though no crowns or scepters confirm this. Others propose a sacrificial rite, the donkeys symbolizing wealth or passage to the afterlife, yet the human remains show no violence. Astronomers note the equinox alignment, suggesting a calendar or cosmic connection, but no star charts remain. The tablet signs, unlike cuneiform, resist decipherment. Could a people so ancient have buried their dreams in such precision? The tomb lies silent, its artifacts, a mist that slips through their grasp. You descend into the chamber, the cool stone enfolding you, like a forgotten embrace. The skeletons seem to watch their gold glinting in your mind's light. In the spiritual heart of Syria, the El Mara tomb becomes a sacred threshold. Bedouin elders, their tales woven like camel hair rugs, call it a gate to the ancestors, the equinox light guiding souls to eternity. Ancient priests, their chants lost to the sands, might have seen it as a spiral of rebirth, the donkeys carrying spirits to the gods. Modern mystics, their words like starlight whisper of a cosmic shrine, the tomb's alignment, a hymn to the heavens. The tablet hums its signs, curling inward, a portal to the unseen. You feel its presence, though the air is still, and the dust sighs gently. Tales drift through El Mara, faint as a jackal's cry. A herder long ago swore the tombstones glowed at equinox, their light tracing paths to hidden springs. A mourner placing a vessel claimed the chamber sang its hum, easing her grief. Another story speaks of a scribe who vanished after touching the tablet, his shadow seen in the spirals at dusk. In the 1970s, archaeologists uncovered the tomb, its artifacts sparking wonder, then silence as no script could read the signs. These whispers like the bones endure, but fade glimpsed, then gone their truth a shimmer in the desert's heat. The tomb shifts as you linger. From above it is a mound, humble, blending with the tell's curves. Within a sanctuary, its artifacts alive with intent. The equine bones laid with care suggest a journey, but to where you reach for the tablet but its clay is distant, locked in museums or memories hold. The El Mara tomb is there yet. Not there a vision you can feel but never fully grasp. Did they bury to honor, to sacrifice, or to dream? The question settles soft as a fallen date as the wind carries it onward. Scientists linger, their tools aglow. Some propose a dynastic crypt, the tomb housing a ruling family, though no inscriptions name them. Others suggest a communal rite, the chamber uniting clans in shared mourning, yet its seclusion resists this. A few hypothesize an astronomical cult. the equinox alignment marking sacred times, though no other tombs align thus. The culture thriving before empires faded as Akkadian rule rose their ways absorbed or lost. Could they have crafted this grave, knowing its light would dim, the stones listen their silence, a weight that lingers. In the spiritual glow the tomb shines. To some it is a labyrinth, each artifact a turn toward the divine. Village storytellers, their voices like embers, tell of a time when the desert was young and tombs were its song. Mystics from far shores see it as a resonator, its alignment humming with the cosmos's pulse. You feel their truth, a warmth in the dry air. The tomb, they murmur, is not for solving, but for dreaming a chamber that holds the stars' secrets. The tablet's spirals turn endless as you breathe, and the plains hum in answer. History's echoes are faint. A mason perhaps sealed the tomb under a Syrian dawn, their purpose unclear. A child playing on the tell clutched a bronze pin, their wonder now dust. A priest standing at the equinox gate saw meaning in the light, their truth lost to the wind. These moments, real or woven, fade into the earth, leaving only their glow. You sit the sand soft beneath you, and the tomb feels alive though it is still. Did they hear it sing, those ancient ones, in the quiet of their world? The silence wraps you deep and soft. The El Mara tomb endures its chambers, sealed its artifacts eternal in memory. You rise the plains stretching wide, and the tomb's glow blurs in the twilight. Its bones, its spirals, its silent hymn, they are there yet not there, a vision you can feel but never claim. Was it a grave, a shrine, or a bridge to the stars? The question lingers soft as a breeze as the dust settles beneath your feet. The tomb waits its truth, safe in the desert's embrace. You step back, the tell fading into dusk. The tablet's spiral follows, though it does not move. It is a fleeting thing, this tomb, seen by countless hearts, yet never fully known. The stones crumble, the winds sing, and still it endures, a whisper from the buried past. What did they hope, those who built it, as they knelt under the same sky? The desert hums, and you walk on the tomb's mystery, lingering in your dreams. The sands grow quiet, their secrets settling like twilight. You feel the tomb's weight, though you cannot touch its heart. The donkeys, the spirals, the unspoken song, they are symbols now etched in your soul. Were they calling to the gods, the ancestors, or the light of eternity? The silence answers, and you drift, carried by the desert's gentle sigh toward another unknown. So we drift again toward what cannot be named. You have wandered far tonight, haven't you, through the quiet of ancient stones and the whispers of forgotten shores where questions bloom like stars in an eternal dusk. The mysteries we've shared, their gears, their lines, their silent chambers lie now like sleeping stones, cradling secrets no hand can touch. Let your heart rest here in this gentle twilight, where the unknown is not a weight but a soft wind carrying you deeper into the folds of peace. Each unanswered riddle, each vanished maker is a thread in the tapestry of wonder. They do not demand solutions, only your quiet awe, your willingness to drift among their echoes. Picture the desert's hush, where lines stretch toward a sky that listens. Feel the cool breath of caves, their pillars standing guard over dreams unvoiced. See the parchment maps, their coasts fading into seas no ship can sail. These are not puzzles to solve, but lanterns glowing in the vastness, guiding you to a place where questions are enough. The world is wide, its mysteries older than the hills, yet tonight they gather close, wrapping you in their stillness. Let the drifting winds of time carry you now past the edges of knowing, where the eternal dusk softens all edges. You are not alone in this journey. The stones, the stars, the silent relics, they dream with you, their voices a murmur in the tide of your thoughts. There is peace in their silence, a promise that not all things need names to be beautiful. As you linger in this quiet, the mysteries fade into the mist, their shapes blending with the horizon. You are a traveler still, but the path is soft, the air warm, the dusk unending. Let the whispers of the unknown become your lullaby, their rhythm a gentle sway like waves lapping at a forgotten shore. Rest here in the embrace of the eternal, where the heart finds its home in the questions that never end. And so you drift, carried by winds that know no haste, into the quiet of the next dream, where the mysteries wait, ever patient, ever kind.